Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Life sure is a crazy thing, isn't it, everybody? Oh my goodness. Ups and downs, lefts and rights, all sorts of craziness. But you just roll with it, everybody. You just roll with life. That's what you do. You just get in there and you get it done. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me, everybody. It does help me out. It lets me know everything is working, especially my microphone over here, which is usually the #1 problem in any stream, everybody, is the audio. I work very hard to make it awesome just for you. We're in this game right here, everybody. Check it out. This awesome bridge that we built right here. We're working on our rail lines. And of course, just a little bit of oil. We're in here trying to tap all this oil, trying to get all of this, and of course, run it back to our primary base. Now, we've actually started at the end, and we're working our way backwards because we have to work our way through the terrain. So we've got a lot of work to do today. Try to get this oil back there. And then now that we have our blueprints, we're able to go ahead and utilize those blueprints for, of course, going other directions and getting more oil, and then also more coal, which we'll get into as well. And again, we could use the same rail line to also do our coal as well, and just bring a different coal train. We could even have a different station if we wanted to, which is typically how I like to do it. I like to have one station that's just pretty much fluids, and then another station that's like items like coal and things like that. You could also have, kind of mix your fluids and your gases as well. But we're going to get into all of that. We're going to have tons of trains basically pulling tons of resources and bringing all the power resources back to our primary base, which is where we're going to build our giant power station. But first, we've got to get the resources, because there's no point in building the power station if you ain't got the resources. So you might want to start with that first. And trains are one of the greatest way to do resources. You can see that we have this 3 high as well. Uh-oh. What's up? What happened? Your title says 7 days back, despite a couple refreshes to check. Yeah, I pressed it like 15 times. Did it not do it? Refresh again and let me know. Yeah, it would not kick in. It kicked in for me finally. I had to refresh like 5 times. So let me know if it doesn't. You know, they don't call it the Twitch glitch for nothing. I swear I have to hit that panel. I have to hit the done button. There's a done button on your panel in Twitch. I have to hit that thing like 5 or 6 times every single time. It's really obnoxious. So you guys let me know. Let me know. Put a 2 in the chat if my title is correct for everybody else. Everybody else, let me know. It should say Satisfactory on that title. It should say, BSE 2675, episode 17, Satisfactory. Put a 2 in the chat if you can see that, that the title is correct, everybody. Let me know. And if you need to, go ahead and refresh the stream just to see if that title's updated. Because it has updated for me. Because I had the same problem. I could see it in my other computer. See, what I do is I update it on one computer, and then I check it on the other to see if it does update across. Try it again. Let me know. Let me know. Again, I'm going to refresh again over here, too. Because it should be right now. It should be correct. Put my mouse over here and check it. Let me know in the chat, everybody. Title is that, but the game says 7 days to die. Really? Oh, okay. Let me tell it to do that again. Hold on. All right, let's press it like 5 or 6 times. Weird, it says it correct for me over here. Let me refresh it again. You guys let me know. Did it change? Put a 3 in the chat if it changed. Put a 3 in the chat if it has changed to Satisfactory finally after 47 updates. Technology, everybody. You got to love it. Hey, that ain't my fault, everybody. That's not me. That's Twitch glitching. Because it's set right over here. I can see it right there in my control panel. Yeah, it is correct. All right. Speaking of things I got to fix here. Buttons, all the buttons. Okay, all this stuff good. Back to the game here. All right, so I've been letting this run to fill up a bunch of oil as well. Okay, change now. Okay, thank you very much. And of course, 1,000 Kismets for letting me know that everything was working. And then a couple more 1,000 for letting me know that technical problem. Thank you to everybody in the chat. There we go. Yeah, Jazz Sands Avalon, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. A whole bunch of love for you guys for letting me know. Again, it does have issues, everybody. It's like every day. It's like I don't touch nothing, but I just come in, put in the titles, do all that stuff. And then technical problems always happen. It's always some sort of technical something that I have to, like, solve. Yeah, saying 7 days to die. All right, it's correct over there on YouTube. All right, thank you also for that. Bonus caps for that, by the way. For letting me know it's also good on YouTube as well. It's on my end, it's good on Twitch on my end, because I just press done, and it should do it. Every time I do it now, because of that issue, everybody, I actually press it 5 times, just to make sure that it does kick in, and then it still doesn't kick in, as you saw. I don't know if there's some sort of delay, glitch on their end, or whatever. I don't know. I just want to play some games, everybody. And first, I want to say hi to all of you. So thanks for coming in, hanging out in the stream. And now I do have a bunch of IRL stuff to do. So I do have a hard stop I have to do today. So I want to get in and do as much as I can. I've been taking care of tons of IRL stuff, which is, the busy time for, my kids and wife and all that stuff. And a lot of things I have to solve problems for, as I always am. I'm always solving lots and lots of issues. So I do what I got to do. That's the way it goes. There you go. I'm doing good, Dragon Wolf. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Also, I saw Paul and Wombat here at the top of the stream here while I was trying to get all the buttons pressed and the switches flipped, or maybe the switches pressed and the buttons flipped. I don't know. Something like that. Something along those lines. I see Paul in the chat. What's up, Paul? Again, thank you so much for coming in and hanging out, everybody. We're going to have a good time tonight. We're going to do some railway modular blueprints that we built last time. And now it's just free reign, everybody. We can just make tons of trains. And again, I'm going to be making it through the terrain as opposed to the easy way that I usually do it, which is way up high. And I just make them nice and straight, which is totally easier. But we're going to go ahead and make it in the terrain, make it part of the world this time. Because this is a mega playthrough, and we're going to have lots of fun doing it. We got Bubs Tubbs coming in as well. What's up? Thanks for bringing in that little tip of the hat. Right to you. Appreciate you. Get Rotisserie Jay in there. What's up, Jay? Thanks for the ones. I appreciate it. I'm Death bringing some love in, and some ones as well. Thank you very much. Dragon Wolf saying hi. What up? What up? We got that title squared away. Thank you so much, everybody, for the let me know on that title again. That's on their end, not my end. Now, that's Mr. On You bringing that love lurker train with a 1 and everywhere. Look at that combo. See, that's the perfect combo. He's saying hi. He's bringing in the love train. He's letting me know he's going to lurk, and he's also letting me know that everything's working at the same time. I just got to give another 1,000 caps just for the perfect use of the Kismet love train right there. That's Mr. On You. I appreciate you. And again, Bub Subs coming in with the tip of the hat. Yeah, and it's like, how you doing today, Kismet? I am doing good. I'm doing good. Working on tons and tons of stuff. Just working super hard. And man, I was worn out after that stream yesterday, man. We were just on a roll, everybody. We were just kicking some serious butt in 7 days to die. We had gotten our gyrocopter. We got our level 6 auger. Man, we were just setting it off. And then we had an incredibly crazy horde night, everybody. That was a lot of mobs, man. I burned like 2K ammo, and some of that ammo was like AP ammo, too. So, I mean, that's high-powered stuff. So, you know, it's only going to get even more and more insane the further I get through the different biomes and eventually get to the wasteland. We're going to have to scale up our defenses, that's for sure. We're going to have to start using some electricity and stuff to just get it going. You're a bit late tonight because I got home from the hospital. My aunt has been admitted for tonight at least. Maybe home tomorrow, hopefully. Well, I hope she comes home tomorrow and feels better. Sorry to hear that she had to go to the hospital. As someone who's been to the emergency room and to the hospital way too many times, I feel for your aunt there. Hopefully she is better. Everybody show some love in the chat. Let's send some positive love to Dragon Wolf's aunt right there, just in the chat. And maybe she'll feel it wherever she's at and help her heal up just a little bit. And we never know. You never know. Throw it out in the universe, everybody. Show some love out there. That kind of good karma, that good love always circles back around. It really does. There you go. The Gaming Skull's coming in and said, hi, Kismet. What up, brother? What up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate you, Gaming Skulls. We're going to have a good night tonight playing some Satisfactory. I say we get right into it because we only got so much time. Let's go. Yeah, see, Rotisserie G knows how to do it right there. Look, he's showing some love, everybody. Come on, we can get some more love than that in the chat. Just one person? Come on, everybody. Let's wake up just a little bit. I know you probably had a long day. You had a lot of things you had to get done, but we can do more than just one person throwing some love in the chat right here. Come on, let's show some love, everybody. Come on, let's do it. Blow it up. Blow it up in the chat. You know I'm cantankerous. I'm worse than cantankerous, everybody. I'm kiz-tankerous. I'll just sit right here, and we'll just sit and look at this thing right here. We'll just watch the sun rise and set until I see some serious love in the chat. There we go. Adam coming in with the love. There we go. Bringing the hype in. I see there. Thank you so much, Kismet, in the chat. I really do appreciate it. Right back at you, Dragon Wolf. I know it's tough when a family member is in the hospital and whatnot. Oh, and thank you so much for the 25 months sub love as well. Show some love in the chat, everybody. Also to Dragon Wolf for showing that love and support of the stream. Appreciate it as well. And thanks, everybody, for all the follows while I was offline there. Thank you very much. Appreciate those follows as well. All right, so I always think that like this the ultimate compliment, everybody, is when someone like subscribes on YouTube or they hit the follow button when I'm not even live. So I greatly appreciate that. I do. All right. Now, just to kind of recap what we did before, is we found these oil nodes way over here, which the oil nodes is only an infinite amount of nodes or certain types of nodes, everybody. The actual most rarest node that is used in the game is actually the sulfur node, if you didn't know that. So those sulfur nodes are really useful. There's a pure one right there. And then, of course, the other type of fuel you could use, of course, is nuclear power over here with the uranium. But uranium is also very rare. And there is a lot of oil that you can tap into around the map. Now, of course, the only one that is of this type right here, which is basically like a geyser, is this crude oil node over here, which is very much a lot of power and a lot of oil that you can go ahead and tap into. We also got one over here, which is nitrogen gas. So those are really useful. Of course, we got water over here that we could tap into, whatnot. At this point, you want to tap those geysers as much as you can. And there's another one over here, except for it is mostly impure. It's not as nice as that one over there, which has a bunch of pure sections to it, but it is useful, and we will definitely tap into that. And then, of course, you can see all the coal in various places around there. I don't know why we put that there, and I'm going to remove it. Oh, wait, I think we want to go back and get something there. I better put it back. I better put it back. There's probably something I need to go get there. There must be a reason I put it there. And again, as you can see, we've got some oil here. We've got oil all over this part here that we want to tap into too. So we want to get all the oil and run it back. Now, of course, the smarter thing to do is to run the oil into the center because then you don't have as far to go. But we don't care about that. We want to bring it back to where we want to bring it back, which is right over here where I have my current base. So you can see we have a bunch of trains going, collecting various different things like deuterium, and then, of course, all the coal from over here. It's bringing it back. And again, now we can scale all this stuff to its maximum scale, right? That's what we want to do with all of this. So what we've done, and I'm sure I can hear, yeah. What we've done is we've gone in and we've extracted all of the oil to its maximum degree. Because again, at some point, especially when you're at the end of the game, I'm actually at the end of the game. I could finish the game, but we're just going to have fun building and do all of that stuff and do every single process in the game. And so you can see that it's extracting at 300 right here, and you can see it's overclocked. Now, I suggest of all the stuff you want to overclock, everybody, it is the actual nodes themselves, because these nodes produce power. And the fact that they produce power means that the actual extra amount of energy that you're spending to extract that extra oil is actually producing more power, and at a rate of the cost is this, and the amount of power you're producing is this. So you can see that the extra power cost really is nothing compared to the amount of power that you're going to get out of that overclocking of your oil node. And then this is the fastest it's ever going to be. This is the most it's ever going to extract because that's all that it could possibly do because of the type of node that it is, right? Like this one right here. If we look at this node, if we can get to it, is an impure node. So this impure node is always going to be an impure node. It will never change from its actual thing. So if we overclock it, we have it running. See, we build a fancy extractor thing here. This is our mega building, and this is when we start getting fancy and whatnot. And then, of course, you can see we've run all the oil from here, and then also in this little cave over here. And you can see we've labeled these all out as 600 extraction. And we're running these over here to the train station to be transported across there. And again, overclocked here. And then we can just double check all of these overclocked at 600 each. And then we have them all labeled at the end. Now, this is all we really need to do to get more oil. Now, of course, we're going to be doing turbo fuel and then eventually rocket fuel and then ionized fuel. So what we'll want to do is get all of the components that we'll need over to where the plant is, or we could produce some of the components locally and then have it just train the finished resources, right? So say you wanted to make some rods, if you're doing nuclear power, you can make rods elsewhere, have them transported via train over there. Now, some people are like, hey, Kismet, the train doesn't work as good as the belts because the belts are always running. In theory, true. But a train can transport way more materials over a long distance than you can actually with running your pipes because the train scales up based on how many trains you have running, right? And so if you're just running one train line, but you're running multiple trains that are grabbing a whole bunch of different stuff, you can move 5,000, 10,000, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100. You could just keep going. 100,000 items in the same amount of time that you could transport it with your pipes and your belts. And your pipes and belts cost you the most valuable thing, which is your time, right? So you can spend 1,000 hours spending all the time running all your belts and running all your pipes and all that stuff, and then it will run forever because it doesn't use any power to run belts and pipes. Other than like a pump you might need in there. But the trains, though, again, are a scalable thing. They're much easier to scale, and they're much easier to run from here to there and all over the place to collect every resource, which is going to be on our list to try to do, at least as many as we possibly can. Our big thing now is always power in this game, everybody. In any game that you're doing factories or whatever, everything that you want to scale is based on the amount of power. So that's always the first thing you should work on. is to scale up your power whenever you want to scale up your factory. And that's the best gaming secret I can tell you, not only for Satisfactory, but for any game, is always to think about how you're going to scale, right, over time. So you first start off with your basics, you're getting your plates, you're getting your rods, and okay, now how am I going to scale it to the next thing to make reinforced iron plates, right? And then how am I going to have enough power to run that? How am I going to have enough power to get the thing? And then, of course, when you get to coal power, then you have a endless source, because the coal power, once you get that started, we're using coal and water, then it powers itself, right? So it powers the extraction of the coal and water. And then that, of course, lets the coal power plant run, and then you have that perpetual power because it never runs out of coal and it never runs out of water. Unlike in real life, if you were letting this run, eventually it would run out of coal and it would run out of water. Now, if it's a year, 10 years, or 1,000 years, it doesn't matter. Eventually it would run out, but not in Satisfactory. In Satisfactory, it has an infinite amount. So you can just let it run forever once you have it set up. Now, in my particular case, in this particular factory, I have just switched over to fuel power, which I think is becoming my favorite fuel power, or my favorite power of all the different powers. Nuclear power is possible as well, but it does come with a lot of downsides, like nuclear waste and all of that other stuff, where if you had all of the fuel in the same place, along with a lot of coal that could go along with it, you can scale up your power and then have very minimal downside, right? So everything that you're working on needs to have, it has an upside and then a downside as a byproduct of what you're producing, right? So in the case of oil power, the downside is very minimal, and you can just awesome sync most of that stuff, or package it and then awesome sync it. If you wanted to. With nuclear power, it's a bit more difficult because you have to do a whole bunch of steps, and it costs you a lot of power to manage the waste material of that nuclear power. So less cost and power to manage the waste means you have more power available to you, which is why we're doing fuel power. So there you go. The why is very important sometimes, everybody. All right, so we have that done. Now it's time to ride the train, everybody. Let's get on here and let's do it. Let me turn this up just a little bit here. There we go. So let's get on here, and we're going to try the old train tracks out here. All right. And this is the oil lake pickup. And you can see I've got this nice, beautiful turn here. And then a real mini loop here, which is not easy to do, by the way, to create these little mini loops. But if you do them just right, there you go. And you can see we can also have a hypertube that we're building in the middle of the train. In case we don't want to actually take the train, we can just get in a hypertube and zip wherever we need to go. Now, there is a small problem coming up here, which you guys will see here in just a second. But you can see we've made it a lot more elaborate as it goes along. And then I'd say I'm going to jump out right about here because there's no more track. Oh, there goes our train. There's no more track for our poor little train there. That we set off the thing. Now, they do have a thing that you can put a stopper there now, so it'll stop the train. I kind of feel like if you are going to use the trains for transport, you'd want to make a little turnout. So when you're coming in super hot, you can just hit that thing and then stop instantly, which is pretty cool. So as you can see, we're coming through here. Now, we've got some issues here where we need to navigate through the terrain. And you can see I've put in a little bit of a corner there in which we're going to navigate our way across here. And try to end up over here where our other train line is going up and down, which is right here. So we're going to try to go across here. Now, we're trying to avoid ending up on other locations. So I kind of feel like we might want to dip this down just a little bit over here and then try to get across through here, right through here. So we're just going to eyeball it. Yeah, so say right through here. So maybe through this one here. So we're going to put a little exclamation mark, say right there. And then we're going to highlight that one, and we can take this one out now. Just to say where we want to go. See, now we can see that big beam that tells us where we want to go in that direction. Hey, thanks for the raid. I appreciate that. Grafa Pontifex, is that how you say it? Hopefully I'm not butchering your name, but then again, I do it all the time on accident. Let's give you a shout out. Let's see what you've been up to. Let's say, I gotta type way over here on this other keyboard. Nailed it! Oh, well, you'd be the first one. Feel honored the fact that I actually got someone's name right. So thank you for coming in and hanging out. Let's see, you're playing some Satisfactory as well. Well, welcome everybody if you're coming in on that raid. My name is Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon because I've been gaming for 50 years. That's right. You know somebody who's been gaming for half a century. I've also been a graphic designer. I've been married for 30, or been with my wife for 30 plus years. And I have 3 daughters as well. I've been the top of my field in both graphic design and in technology. And now, you know what I do? Bring a little joy and positivity into your day, because, you know, things are going to go off the rails in this stream. You know, some crazy stuff's about to drop in here, everybody, so make sure to hit that follow button. Come on in, relax, take it easy. I appreciate you chilling out in the channel, big time. And so we're going to get into it. I like your thing. You're an old man with some funny voices. Well, I'm just the old man part. I'm a bit older. Just hit the double nickel, the 55. And of course, in my generation, everybody, we always get the short end of the stick. Generation X is my generation, where by the time I finally got to be a senior, there's no more senior discounts. It's funny because I was like, yeah, I'm 55. I can get my senior discount now. Sorry, we don't do senior discounts anymore. That sucks, right? See, that's how it goes. That's how it goes in life. That's how it goes. But hey, I'm just happy to be alive, everybody. I do have a lot of disabilities. I do have a constant dizziness. I got like vertigo-style dizziness all the time, as well as really bad sleep apnea and insomnia. So if you're wondering why I'm up so late and why I look so tired, I've been basically sleep deprived for the last 10 years. So there you go. That discount there is what? Sorry, I just spoiled it for you. It's like spoiling the end of a game. Sorry, I didn't mean to spoil it. In fact, maybe they'll add them back by the time you're here. Maybe they'll add them back, hopefully. I don't know. I feel like I got hosed on that senior discount stuff, but that's how it goes. So we're going to get into it, everybody. Again, we're doing some really advanced, what I call mega building, everybody. We earned our way there. Now, I'm old school type of gamer, everybody, where I believe you should earn your way and not just go into creative mode, unless that's your thing. Hey, you do you, I do me, which is to earn my way over here to make all my resources, get to this point. Now, I've played Satisfactory since day one, everybody, since it came out originally on the Epic Game Store. I actually own 2 copies of it on the Epic Game Store, and here I'm playing on Steam as well. Because I love the game so much. It is absolutely an industry-defining game, of course, built on games that are amazing other factory games as well, like Factorio and other things along that line. Obviously have inspired Satisfactory as well. But Satisfactory, the thing about it is every update has been incredible. And the thing I love the most about Satisfactory that you really take for granted, unless you go play a game like 7 Days to Die or other building games, is this right here. When you pick up that with middle mouse button, that's awesome. But when you aim to the side and it goes that way, and it seems like a little thing, right? It seems like a little thing, but it's not. It actually thinks about how the player interacts with building. And of course, you're doing mostly building. Now, of course, when I started playing, they didn't have no zooping, everybody. So you'd be doing thousands of blocks one at a time. Thousands of foundation. You put one down, and then you put the next one down, and you put the next one down. You go back and watch some of my streams where I'm putting them down thousands of blocks in a row. So there you go. There you go, 1,200. Yeah, actually, I think I'm over here. I'm 1,500 on Steam, and I think I'm 1,200 on Epic Game Store. So around in the neighborhood of 3,000. And I still think those are rookie numbers. I think if I really had more time, if I didn't have wife and 3 kids and all this other stuff, and then other games that I want to play, I could easily have 5,000 or 10,000 hours in Satisfactory, easily. And again, I feel like I'm still a rookie. But I do know a whole bunch of gaming secrets, which I'm going to share with you. So stick around, everybody. We're doing some really fun, advanced modular railway blueprints where we actually make sections and we combine those sections together using the auto merge feature. So really a lot of the things that you would have to do manually, like you put in a section and then you have to connect it and put in a section and connect it, you don't have to do that anymore. And again, if you have them all in perfect sections, it allows you to modify it. It just accelerates your building as you go along. It's not going to do it for you, but it will allow you to do it much quicker. And again, showing you a bit about how to turn curves here. So, of course, what we do is kind of back up from last time. Whoops, something's trying to shoot at me. I hear it somewhere. Right over here, you can see that we have these catwalk intersections that we've used. Now, depending on what you're trying to curve. Now, if you're trying to curve a foundation, which is 1 meter by 1 meter in my case, then you would use 2 catwalks together, and then you would rotate it, and then 2 catwalks together, and so on and so forth. So you can control the angle of the foundation. Now, I highly recommend, instead of using the default look to your foundations, that you go in, of course, and use your materials, your asphalt, so you won't see it. Otherwise, if you do this, you're going to have this overlapping stuff right here, and this is called Z-clipping, where they're just kind of clipping through each other and going like that. That's not good. So most peeps, what they'll do is go ahead and use the asphalt there so you don't see that overlapping thing. Now, me, being the crazy artist and technology guy, knows that they already have a rounding tool for foundations. Did you know that? They already have a tool that can round things like foundations. It's right here. It's called the track tool. And you're like, Kismet, no way. Yeah, look at it. Here's all you got to know, everybody. So you put that around there. Now imagine, instead of it shaped like a railroad, it was shaped like a rectangle out like this with a little square. Then you could use that tool for making foundations. Duh! And I think that's what I think they should do. I think that would absolutely transmorgify this game into an amazing thing. See, I tried to use big words there, everybody. Look out, look out. Basically make it amazing, right? Just imagine the builds that people could do if they could take a tool and call it the foundation arc tool, where basically it's much like the track tool, and you could go ahead and make those arcs, because then the foundations themselves would be rounded just in the same way in which the track tool would be rounded, and then you can make your foundations rounded, and then you can put the track tool, and those arcs would match up to each other. Right? Yes, that's my big thing. If I could have one thing added to the game, everybody, if I could just wave my magic Kismet wand and go poof, that's the thing I would add. I would add a foundation tool that allows you to make rounded foundations like that. And I don't care if it's all one piece or whatever. I think they could make it pretty easily, because they could make this, they could make that. They could make a rounded foundation tool. So all I would have to do was be able to click right there, and then click over here, and it would automatically figure out the arc, and then do the straightaway, and GG's, we'd be all done. I feel like somebody's up here trying to shoot at me. Who's over here getting rowdy? I'm over here working. People try to interrupt my good working over here. What is it? Oh, Spidey. Oh, a bunch of spiders. Oh, hey-oh. One of my new favorite things, everybody. I've actually been waiting until this playthrough to do this. And that's this right here. Take that, little suckers. That's explosive rebar, everybody. If you've never tried the explosive rebar, it is fun. It's my new favorite thing. And I've been waiting, even though I've played through the game, I don't know, 50 times, everybody. And I've played through many, many times. I always leave myself something fun to do in the next playthrough. Like in this case, I've never really gone in and built it this elaborate. I've built big train systems before, but we're really going to town. We're taking it to a whole next level in this playthrough, so stick around. It's going to be awesome. Going to be awesome for sure. I absolutely do. I'm definitely not an expert. I feel like if you don't at least have 10,000 hours, you're not an expert yet. There's always more to learn. And even if you did have 10,000 hours, there's always more to learn too. Now, what changed to Satisfactory? Also, what things that could be added to Satisfactory? Yeah, I think the rounded tool would be amazing. I think that would be absolutely astonishing what people could do. So they don't have to kind of trick the system into doing it, right? That's kind of what you're doing when you're using these things to create rounded areas, is you're tricking it into making it round, and then the things are overlapping, and then you have all that Z-clipping. Again, if they could just make it into a solid piece, very much like they're doing with trains. I mean, they have the technology, obviously. It's right there. they have the ability to do it. The whole thing is just doing it, right? And you can see now we can go ahead and use that arc as well to bring that around. This one, not so good there. Hold on, let's get this one a little nicer and try to get it lined up a little better. There we go. And so now we've kind of got that going, and then now we're on a straightaway here, so this is pretty easy. Now on the straightaway, we're going to use our stuff here because we are actually adding supports. Look at my big supports here, and the little green points in the direction in which they're going. And you can see we've really gone to town here. And of course, having the different modular blueprints allows you to adjust those supports and stuff like that. So as we're coming around here, we want to, of course, do another support. So this would go over here. Now, normally I say don't do supports, everybody. And you're like, okay, but why not? And the reason why is most of the time when you're doing stuff, everybody, and you build a big old thing and you do a bunch of supports, you're going to end up changing all that support system anyway. You're going to change all of it. You're going to change the way it looks. Now, if it's like a finished thing like I'm doing now, where I'm kind of finishing off my railroad, and this is how my railroad will be in the final stages of the game. This is like the end result of all of that. Now, we actually have some side work to do over here, a little detailing work that we don't really need to do. It's not, you have to do it, but I'm going to do it because I think it's going to be fun. So right down here where we have a bit of a gap, you can see right here and right here, we want to go ahead and extend these braided cables. So we're going to click here and then make sure that we have it on diagonal. There we go. And then we can kind of fill in a little bit of the detail down the sides. And you can see we've done that up there. And then, of course, the track is electrified, so I can float around with my little hover pack here, which is one of my favorite things they added to the game. So you don't have to, like, use cheats or anything like that where you're flying around and stuff. It's actually all in the game, all in lore. Now, I don't have any plugins or any mods installed. And the reason why I don't have any mods, because everything that I'm doing, I want you to be able to do too. Including why I don't use alternate recipes, at least for right now. And this one here needs to be touched up just a little bit, I think. We could probably do a full run on that one. Again, we can go ahead and just put this in here. And just run this across. Let's say to right here. Then we'll run... and maybe a little closer here. Yeah, maybe a little bit past it, so it's a little easier for us to pick up the other side. This, and again, this is the cable that's connecting. We'll just say it's connecting all the power together. Yeah, sometimes you get a little awkward moment like that, so you want to back this up just a little bit. And then you can try to get that to go in there a little better. Do a little free form there. Again, it's just an embellishment on the side. It actually doesn't serve any purpose other than that embellishment. And again, these are all in sections, so it makes it easy for me to come back later and fill in these sections. Actually, I forgot to do the other side back there. This is more for your benefit, everybody, for when you're playing and you're looking at it and you're going, okay, that's pretty cool. That kind of thing right there. There we go. And let's make sure we got over here. This game is also very relaxing, everybody. You're not in any time constraints other than, your IRL, which is always in the way of your gaming. Oh, that's looking good. Well, thank you. Thank you. It came out pretty awesome. Now, of course, I'm going to be doing some more building. I'm going to show you how to use modular blueprints where you have different stages of the blueprint as opposed to, just trying to build it out by hand. I think the blueprinting feature is one of the greatest features they have added to the game. Really, the really great feature that I absolutely love is the hologram feature. I think that was a mark of true genius there, where you can just hologram it for a minute and then nudge it into position, because quite often, when you're trying to snap stuff, it's not quite right. And so you'll want to go in and put it in hologram mode. They also, in 1.1, they removed the limitation on how far you can nudge it. You can just put it there and nudge it clear across the other side of the whole entire world if you wanted to. Another fantastic change, because they listen to feedback and they add stuff based on feedback. Now, it does matter from which direction I'm doing this, because if I was going to do it from the other direction, it probably wouldn't match up as well. So you do want to think about your build order and direction of build. Again, we're just running these, saying, hey, this is where the power is running on the side here, like this. Down here. Again, this is something just to come back to do at the end once you've got it figured out. You're like, okay, I want to figure out how I can get this to work together, and especially like work at angles and stuff. Working at angles, working on curves and things like that, that's usually the most difficult thing to do in any building. Now, again, I've been playing games for 50 years, everybody. I pioneered all of these games, and I've given many feedbacks over the years to various different games as well. You're welcome. If they actually added those features, which they have in many games over many years. Because to me, it's an obvious thing, right? Like, just like that foundation tool is pretty obvious to me. I mean, you have the technology to make a track and make a rounded track. Why not add the ability to make a rounded foundation? Because that's what everybody wants to do. Because otherwise, in most of these type of games, everything is very square. Why is it very square? It's very square because squares are easy to do. Rounded stuff is harder because you have to deal with arcs and all that other stuff as well. Now this one I'm just going to connect to the foundation down here and make it feel like it's do I want it to be on the inside or outside? I feel like inside. This one I went inside as well. And that's it. We're just kind of putting a little bit of embellishment on there just to make it look awesome. And of course we can also try out the hypertube. Now remember, this hypertube auto joined together. I did not join this hypertube together in certain parts. Now, I also found that it's actually easier for me to join it together because there's certain sections that I use along the way that kind of go through a transition where I'm doing the supports. And you'll see that when we go to do the other side over here. And again, we're extracting all that oil. We're putting it in our oil train, and we're going to run this all the way back to our primary base. You can see our space elevator right there, way over there. That we're going to run that back, and we're going to try to get all the oil, and then we're going to work on coal. And once we have all the oil and all the coal, it's time for a gigantic mega oil slash fuel factory, and that's what we're going to work on. So pretty cool. Yes, I am going to use it. I don't know if I'm going to do it in 2 days because I got a whole bunch of IRL stuff I got to do, but I believe that's one of the ones I have on my list. Let me go over here and look. I'm not sure if someone... Oh, hold on. Whoa, there we go. Coming out of the end of the hypertube there. Let's see. Let me see if I wrote that one down. Is that one in here in the suggestions? It's probably is. I'm gonna search it here. Blue Protocol. It's definitely seems like one I would play. Blue Protocol. Spell it right. Protocol. Oh, wow. Not in the suggestions. Now, if you're wondering what I'm talking about, here on my Discord, everybody, I'll go ahead and throw those links in the chat for you as well, if you want to pop on over there. I have a section called Game Suggestions, right? So if you have some game suggestions, you're like, Kismet, oh, man, this is a great game. Now, you also want to look in there and see if it's already been suggested, but you can also search to see if it was suggested. You can search just in this section to see if it was already suggested. But if you want to suggest one, you can just drop it in there. Or if you're like, hey, Kismet, I don't know how to work that Discord thing, I can go ahead and just drop it in there again. So blue, let's put it in there. Protocol. I'm sure I already have it. I think it was one. Did we already play that one? Hey, wait a minute. I think we played that one. Actually, let me look for it in my library. No, I think that was one that that I had on my list. Yeah, that's what it was. I think that was one I had on my list. Again, only so much time in the day, everybody. Let me see what it looks like. Yeah, September 9th. Yeah, MMORPG. I just don't have time for an MMORPG. Just don't have enough time for it. But hey, doesn't mean I won't jump in there and play a little bit. I like how they got big, huge mechs in there too. It's like a big mech-looking thing in there. But yeah, if you guys want to check it out, it's right here. Not sponsored. Right here. Again, check it out, everybody. You never know. Might be your next favorite game. That's what I like to do, everybody. I like to play various different games. and then bring them here to the stream. Because if I find your next favorite game, then I'm doing my job right. I think. So there you go. Well, it's a mobile game also. Okay, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and just take the extra second here to copy that. And we're going to put that right in here. Right there. And then we're going to put the name of it in there. I think I had it on my list to play, and then I don't think I ever got to it. I can't remember if they, if that was one that I was going to run and do and then never got around to. Because sometimes they'll send me codes ahead of time because I'm a partner streamer. So they'll send me stuff ahead of time and say, hey, Kismet, you know, does your, if your audience likes this or your community likes this, you know, this might be something you might want to check out. So I get a lot of stuff directly from developers too. They'll be like, hey, Kismet, do you want to play this game? And 99% of the stuff I turned down about, I just don't have enough time in thing. But again, if you have some suggestions, right over there, and I'm going to even give you credit right over here as well for giving me a heads up on that. Let's see, it's Tom over here. Tom. This way, if I do play it, I give you credit for turning my team onto it. There we go. Boom. Right there. Popped it in the Discord. And again, if you have any other suggestions, pop over to the Discord. Make sure you read the rules first, though. Right up here at the top, read these rules. Click this green check mark right here at the bottom so that you can access the other part of the site. And then you go ahead and post it in there. Don't spam my Discord because you only get one chance, everybody. Be respectful over there. If you start spamming my Discord, you'll insta-ban forever. I'm an old man, everybody. I don't got time for playing no high school games, just so you know. Which is funny because I'm a gamer, but I don't play no little high school stuff, everybody. If you want to go in there and start spamming and all of that, I just perma-ban you forever. Just like here in the stream, everybody. If people being disrespectful, I just ban them. Don't even, if you're a streamer, everybody, don't even waste your time with people like that. Just ban them out. You know, it's your stream. You do what you want. Ban them out. Go on with your life. That's what I say. Go on with your existence. Because, you know, I don't know what their problem is. Maybe they're having a bad day, whatever it is. But I'm not here to be their papa. Teach them how to be a decent human being. It's not my job. I got 3 kids already. I don't need to also father the internet. If you know what I mean. All right. So we got this coming around. I feel like we might want to put a some sort of support in here. I kind of feel like we might want to do a support, let's say right here. So we're going to go ahead and take this out. And then it's time for our little blueprint that we got. Now we have all these different tracks that we have. Now I got to remember what these tracks are too. So we have our hypertube ones. We have our upper support, our upper angled ones, our train track mega. This is a reversed version of this one. This is angled. So this is upper angled, this is upper support. So let's go ahead and try the upper support one. Here we go. And then we're going to aim it in the direction in which the track is flowing. And if you didn't know, everybody, if you hit H right here, because I have a ding, you can actually vertically nudge now by using page up and page down. Isn't that awesome? Another great feature that's been added. See, they listen to feedback and they actually add stuff to the game based on gamer feedback, which is the smartest thing to do, I think. I don't know, just a crazy thought is to actually give people what they want. I know, crazy. Like, I want that track tool that's rounded. I want that rounded track tool. I know somebody over there, the geniuses over there at Coffee Stain could make it happen. They made all this amazing stuff happen already. All right, so here's the lower support, and then what I'm going to do is just take the lower support here and get down a little bit lower, and then try to get this to go right in here, which is not going to be easy, apparently, because there is something in the way, which is most likely this. So we'll go ahead and take this out and see if we can get this to go in there. If you can't hear it, everybody, it says, we will rock you. You never noticed that? It's tapping out that beat. Of course, they're an amazing band of all time. Queen there. All right, let's see if we get it in there now. Yes. And I hit H for nudging, and then I'm going to just go ahead and look at it, see if I like that. Now, see, because it has this kind of angled going on here, it's going to be a little bit tougher to get that in there. But I kind of feel like we might want to go down by 1. So now this allows me to modify this. So I just middle mouse button, bring that down by 1. And then I can just go ahead and fill in the rest of these. Oh, if it lets me click it at the right spot. My mouse is a little sensitive, but for a reason. For when I'm playing Pew Pew games, I have that nice sensitivity there. There we go. All right, now one more. Now we'll go ahead and say lower support. Again, we'll just put this right in here. We'll hit H. We see if we like that a bit better. Oh yeah, way better. And then boom, we click left click, and then you can see that now I've used that blueprint up here and then modified the blueprint a little bit and then used a lower support blueprint. And again, these are all made on the blueprinter. We're using our Mark III blueprinter, which is a 6x6 blueprint. And that allows us to very easily just run our stuff right through the middle like that. Very nice. And then, of course, we can also add a little bit of our railings here. And we'll turn on our zooping to kind of finish out the look there. And then we'll go ahead and we'll put this right up into here. Or actually, I think we have to go back by a half. We'll see why here in a second, right there. And then this is the tricky part, is getting these to go around the corner here in a reasonable fashion. I'm just going to do that. And then this one here, we can do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. That's a little bit easier on that side, though there is going to be a little bit of a clipping there. Now, another thing that you can do, by the way, is you can put a piece down temporarily just to get your railings going, take that piece out, and then put the other piece back, which you can do. I'm not going to worry about it too much, but it does work out pretty well. Now, the other thing here is when we're going in these kind of rails, again, around the corner, which we can just go ahead and say put one there, and then use our straight rails right along there. And then kind of do the same thing where you have a little bit of a gap when you're going into that corner as well. Now, we'll go ahead and take this out. This was only to help us line up the rest of this. And then we're going to go ahead and do our train track here. Now, we do want to have this going in the right direction. So we're going to go like this. And then we're going to turn on our auto connect mode. Now, see that right there where it's red? That means that it is not far enough away from the track. So I can turn it around the other way like this. And then you can see that I've left a bit of a gap, so I can control the, and down just a little bit. Oh, that's not lining up. Sometimes it doesn't quite line up perfectly, so you have to go in and do it again. So we can use the reverse version here to try to get this to line up. Again, this thing is feisty. There we go. Feisty. And then we can nudge that over. There we go. And you can see that now it's auto-connecting this into the next segment. And we have that whole part already built out. And we've got that running across there like so. There we go. Why is that purple? Oh, it was just still loading. Okay. So it auto-connects. So we don't have to come back and connect all that together, which you used to have to do. And then another thing is up here, you can see that it tried to auto-connect this here. But we're going to just take this out. And we're going to go ahead and just do this manually, just so you have this nice curve that's going to happen. We go around here. And by the way, you don't have to actually have a connector there to connect these lines together. You can just leave it open like that if you want to just create a little bit of a curve or a little elbow curve there. Or you can use a junction there if you want to stop here for whatever reason. Okay, so we got that done. And again, this one here is the reversed version of the blueprint, and so that means that when we go to do the next one, we'll want to use the regular train track here like so, and try to line that up as we can. There we go. And then we'll look at it, we'll say, oh, it's going the wrong way, so we got to go ahead and take it again, and this time flip it around the other way and get it to nudge in there. Yeah, not enough distance there. Not enough distance between that track. What did we use to get that? So we did this, then the reverse. So we need to take this one back out. So we can use this one so that when we go to the next one, it will line up. So this one this way. There we go. Like that. There we go. All right, so that one there. And then we'll go ahead and use our reverse. I remember what I did last week. That's the hard part. Yeah, and if we have these together, then it works. Like that. See, it's because they are, it's up too high. It's because they're butted up like this, then it will connect those together. But if there's a gap there, it has to be a certain distance or it won't let it auto-connect. So that's why we're using the reverse one here. If we can get it to go in the right direction and line up across here. Again, this is probably the most awkward thing about using blueprints is to get it to line up vertically to what you're doing. And that's really all you need to do. Line it up vertically. There we go. And now it's lined up, and you can see that's why we have the front one and the reverse one. And then, boom, when we click that, it'll automatically connect it together. Well, you'll really know when you go to use your train. When you run your train down there, and I suggest you run your train on both sides as well. And you can see also that auto-connected together there, so we don't have to connect that. Very, very nice. And then the next thing we do is, of course, put in our gap here. So we're going to use our upper support. This is an angled one, and this is a non-angled one. The angled one, of course, is for our down angles there, which we did. We're going to turn the arrow in the direction we want it to go. And then sometimes it's better to turn off these modes and just turn it on the default mode. A little easier to manage. Like this. Go. And then the hardest thing, of course, is getting it to line up vertically and horizontally. There we go. It looks good. Put that in. And then we just work on our supports down here, and we decide how far down we want this to go. Now, one of the things that I like to do is just kind of run this down, zoom it vertically, and say to myself, okay, if I add another one at the bottom, then there's going to be 2 here. So this here looks like just 1 is all we need to add. And again, this part you're going to be doing manually because you're controlling the height of how far your supports are going. And then, of course, we'll use our lower support. You want to get under it here so that you can aim it at the bottom here so it lines up with the bottom. And perfectly, another support, right? And then this is just, once you have this down, everybody, again, this is why I love modular building, is you can do this over and over and over again until the end of time, really, and line all that stuff up. And again, we're trying to line it up right through here. Kind of feel like we might want to take a little bit of a look. In fact, we might want to take a little bit of a ride right up here. Just take a look at what's ahead here. I see we're going to probably want to come across. Maybe go under. Go under just for fun. You got to go under and around. And we're trying to make this go along with the terrain. And maybe around that way or around this way. Well, we'll have to take a look. And then down here, kind of feel like we had already got this already ready to go. Yeah, so again, we're trying to navigate around the geysers and things like that. So we're going to go straight through here. So this is already lined up pretty well. We can use our power here to line up. You can see all my modular buildings in the background. All of them here and here. They're all over there working away for me right now. Kind of feel like, yeah, we'll run it right through here. Maybe even over this kind of lip here. And I'm trying to avoid going over the top of any nodes, because those nodes will want to come back and maybe put a station there and then pull all these nodes into that station and run them back to the main base, or just connect them all together here and build it here and then take the finished result wherever we want it to go, right? And that's called logistics, setting up all those logistics. Do you want to use a remote base? Do you want to use spaghetti and just run it everywhere? Or do you want to build a giant mega base where you're running all the resources into that main base? It's really up to you. And I say, why not have it all? Why not do all of it? You sing that every time? Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, so we'll go ahead and just bring that right through there. I think that's the thing to do. Bring it right through this part right here. And again, another great use of our explosive rebar is to kind of clear out all of this foliage. We're going to try to run our stuff through here. Now, the toughest part is probably going to be through here. And using our foliage blaster. Uh-oh, damaging Fix-It property. Fix-It does not like that. They do not like it when you're damaging their property, which is basically you, by the way. Yeah, I kind of feel like right through here is a good little spot. I can't take that out. I can take a bit of this out. Like we'll bring it right down that trail right there. So we'll bring it across. Down this trail. What's up, big boy? He's after me. I'll run in straight lines, everybody. Zigzag, zigzag. Bob and weave, bob and weave. All right. Uh-oh, here we go. Got me. Oh, and the other guy got me. All right, we got to do some taking care of business here for a minute. Where'd you go, big boy? There you are. Again, your verticality, everybody, really transforms the game because I can just bob and weave this guy. Just kind of move left. And unload and bye-bye. Crazy mobs. There we go. Get that loot because we can use that later. So yeah, I kind of feel like we're going on the low side here. Kind of got to go out that way. I want to kind of pre-think it out before we get too far. The tricky part is right here. Where's the hardest part? Do we want to try to get it in between here and then dip around? Or do we want to go just kind of follow this trail? Oh, took more damage again there. I have any of my thingies? Yep. Like, well, maybe feels like going off the beaten path this way. Bacon! Grab it. Whoa, whoa. Big Spidey out of nowhere. Spidey after me. More of these guys. Oh, boy. Run away. That's very dangerous to do, everybody. It's probably the most dangerous thing you can do in the entire game. Just start running. Start running in a certain direction. Let's see if... the node back there, too. To see if really how I want to run this. Also very easy to get lost. But see, all I have to do is get close to some power. And then I'm off and floating again. All right, take this out. And we're going to go ahead and connect this to this. Go. Like so. Decisions, decisions. Kind of feel like I might want to run this down through there. Gonna be tough because of the support size. Just take off the top of that support. Or put the support on the other side. Alright, first things first. If you didn't know, you can blow these things up. And they float away. Pretty cool. These, on the other hand, do not get blown up. Again, it's a great way just to remove stuff that's in your way. Of course, you can always get that and use it as biofuel and stuff. Me, I just kind of clear it off because Fix-It does not approve of nature. It does not take a positive approach to nature and says destroy it at any cost for profits. As any corporation is. All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to run that under. And that's going to be tricky. That's going to be tricky to do. But we're going to try to find that correct angle that's going to allow us to run that under there. First thing we want to do is just kind of play around with our angle track. So we want to find our 1 meter angled here. And we want to see what we can do here. And underneath here. Like this. Yeah, maybe down just a bit. Yeah, we're going to have to be all the way down at that lowest level. Let's see how far this is going to go. That's going to go to there. Again, you might have to backtrack it back far enough to where you can get that going. Now, another thing I can do is utilize the power, because I do have a lot of power running by here, because I go and explore via power by just putting down little power poles like this. And so while we're working, we might want to add some power poles just to keep the mobs off of us while we're working through there. Also, I see some mobs that need to be, you know, relocated to a different dimension. Like that. And apparently there was a bunch of spiders in here that it was fighting. Look at all these spiders. See, we dragged all these spiders on that mob, and that mob killed all those spiders. But it also weakened it, so I was able to kill that easier. Hey, look out! Subi coming in, unlocking a brand new sub badge at 60 months in a row. Show him some love in the chat, everybody. That's some long-time love and support right there, everybody. Show him some love. How you doing, Subi? Thank you so much for that love. Wow, this is like bacon.com right here. That's actually the name of that plant, by the way, everybody. Bacon. Again, we're kind of clearing it out, trying to decide what we want to do. This one's going to be tricky. Now, you can actually run the railroads on the ground. I do have a section of my railroad I'm using right now, which is ground-based railroad. It's not my favorite thing to do, but it is totally possible. Uh-oh, we need some more explosive rebar. Luckily, we've got a whole bunch more right there that we can have some fun with. All right, let's go. Put it in the dimensional depot. All right, just trying to eyeball that. So we're going to have to come in right here and get that to go across there. So let's go ahead and think about the flat side of it. So we'll go ahead and do our track. Think about the flat side of the track and where it needs to be. Let's say here. Right about there. We're just going to put that down. Now, we can take that whole thing out later. But we're just trying to eyeball where we want that track to hit and then flatten out. And then sometimes you just build stuff temporarily just to make stuff happen. And so we're going to need to turn this corner here and then angle down as best we can into this. Now, based on this, not everything's going to line up perfectly, everybody. So a lot of stuff you have to kind of make work, right? You just kind of make it work in the way you want it to go. All right, so angled track here. And that angled track does not look like it's going to get down there in time. Again, we do this, and then we bring this down. Line that up. We can see where it's going to reach in time. Yeah. I don't want to make a tighter corner and then go this way. Yeah. Or we could back this up just a bit so that we could get more of an angle in there. Then we're going to have to be over a little bit because this thing's going to be in the way. And we're not able to take that out, so I want to be over something like this. Let's see that, and then something like this. And nudge it over. Oops. This way. Down. Nudging is awesome. Yeah, see how it doesn't make the angle? It's too close because that angle's really slow on purpose so that it doesn't slow down the train. So we're going to definitely need to back that up even more. Again, we just take this whole thing out like that. Just keep working on our angle here. So this definitely should be the one that's here. And we're going to hit H, and we're going to bring it up a little bit. Nudge it over. Let's see at what point get that to go under there. Yeah, it's going to be real close to the ground. We'll take this other one out. Yeah, it's still too close. Too close. Take this out now. That's going to be tough to do with that angle because the angle is not working out. In there, so we could do something like this, and then bring it up a little bit. That looks fine. Yeah. It's still going to be underground through there. Yeah, don't like it. Don't like it. It's gonna... We could do it, and we'd have to increase the angle at which that is. Totally not worth it. Totally not worth it. We're gonna go over. We're gonna go over, and then we're gonna loop right there. Again, I like to test it, see how it would work out and whatnot, but the second I see that it's gonna be like that, where it's gonna go into the terrain, or I'd have to increase the thing, which is gonna slow down my train, I don't like slowing down my train. No, no. No, no, that's not what we do. Okay, so now what you want to do is think about the outside of the arc. And so here, this is going to arc this way, and we're going to run it right over the top of that. And then we'll arc it the other way. So we want to go ahead and start ourselves with a little foundation here. And again, these are just going to be temporary. And we'll just put one down. And then we're going to use our little catwalk intersections here. And then I'm going to go ahead and hold down Control, and then you rotate it just a little bit. Oh, over here. Actually, it's got to be out here. And you rotate it. Sometimes it loves to just flip the other way. And so you rotate it just one little tick like that, right? And then now you're starting to go into a corner. Now, you don't want to do this unless you're using half foundations, right? Because that's not going to work out right. So you actually want to use it where you're doing two, and then you turn it like that, and then straight, and then press Control, and then let go of Control. And you can see that we're starting to turn. But obviously, that arc is going a little slow for what we want to do, but we'll see. And pressing Control. Actually, it's usually easier if you're over here and you press Control, but sometimes it gets a little wonky. Then let go of Control. Hold down Control. Because it will actually kind of basically figure out the pattern for you. All right, now we got it. Ooh, that's looking good, looking good. Okay, now we might also want to go ahead and take some of this power here, because you see that my character occasionally dips down like that. Just run that power under there. It's going to be right in the middle of a support. It always is. But I'll deal with it later. All right, so we've used that there. Now, if we did it correctly, what should happen when we put these in here is we're aligning them to these over here, and they're snapping into those two grid. We're creating ourselves a nice little arc here, which will send us in the direction that we want to go. Now, it's actually a little bit curved, so it's going to actually end up being a little bit that way, and that's okay. We can always just go ahead and take out some of them trees over there, and that tree over there. Yeah, it just fell down on those guys over there. So that's what we want. Now, obviously, we don't want it to look like that, though. Open, this one's not quite straight. Let's put this one better. There we go. We obviously don't want to look like that. Now, of course, the other one's pretty easy because all you're doing is just snapping it to this one. All right, so now you're getting that nice, sweet curve. And you're like, Kismet, it looks like crap. Well, you get your asphalt foundation. And then, like magic, all just runs together like that. There you go. Showing you some awesome gamer secrets on rounded foundations right there. How easy is that to do, everybody? I just showed you how to do it in a few seconds there. Very, very cool. Okay, now again, since we have our support right here, don't necessarily need one right here. So I kind of feel like we'll roll up a little bit first before we do another support. So we'll go ahead and do our train track. And again, we'll come back and embellish the rest of this later. We just want to get our train track in there facing this way. And then we will get our reverse train track. The other side, like so. The first thing you want to do is just try to get the thing lined up in such a way that it's not way up in the air. There we go. Then H. And then see, while you're in holographic mode, you can also change the mode to auto connect. Okay? Or change it to blueprint mode, or change it back to default mode while it's in hologram mode, which is the greatest thing in the entire game, everybody. It's awesome. The hologram mode is amazing. All right, there we go. Very nice. There. You know what? I kind of feel like maybe we want to support right here. Hold on. Let's go ahead and take this out. We're going to put a support actually right here. I think that would be a good spot for it. So upper support is what we need. And I get it off of auto connect. There we go. Again, it'd be nice if it, figured out the fact that I didn't want to line up the bottom of it. But we have vertical nudging now, and that makes all of this of what we're doing way more possible. And there we go. Now, we want to go ahead and take this here, middle mouse button, and then zoop it down vertically. There we go. And figure out, so when you have two of these left, that's when you want to put your support in. If I did this, it would be floating, so these two here, so that means I want to go to there for this, and then I don't know why I always do the front one. I should really do the back one first, because that makes it way easier. Sometimes it figures out the orientation on its own, and sometimes it just, you gotta fuddle with it. There we go. And then again, underneath the lower support, just get down here, aim at it, left click, and beautifully right in there. Now, some of those pieces are going to be in the ground, but oh well, it's awesome. All right, and then since we put this thing here, we can then now gap across here without having to do a support, because that support is going to be difficult to add because we're going to leave such little distance. But then, of course, I could raise it up higher if I wanted to, but I really just wanted to go ahead and run across here like this. Very easy. And then, of course, switch it into auto connect mode, and then I don't even have to connect it. Whoa, someone shooting fireballs. Can't you see I'm trying to build a train here, Mr. Fireballs? And while you're reloading, use your stuff, because they can't destroy your stuff. It's invulnerable, so use that. Oh, good shot. Got me with his last shot there. Watch this. Come on. Come get me. Oh, he didn't charge me. All right, come on. Right here. Come on. Come get me. Sucker! It's fun every time. Every time you can make him go flying off the side, everybody. Very, very fun. All right, we're here. We might as well grab our little slug friend. It is my goal to get every one of them slugs and every one of the Mercer Spheres and the Summer Sloops in this playthrough. And that ain't no small feat, everybody. There's a lot, for sure. Hope you and yours are doing great. Yeah, doing great there, Subi. I appreciate you bringing the love, man. Look at all that love for you in the chat as well. See that in Rotisserie G showed you some love as well. Okay, so there we go. We got that in there. We can go ahead and finish out our hypertube here. So we can just zippy zip anywhere we want to go. Now, at any point, we can just add a junction that will allow us to stop wherever we want to go. Now, I prefer that kind of junction where you just have, your main line is always the longest line, and then your side junction is always the one that you have to switch to, right? So when you're coming along and you're going all the way to this oil thing over here, you want to be able to go there, go make yourself a sandwich while you're doing the traveling, and then come back and you're already there, right? So you want to think about that when you're using your junctions. Because there is a default side, depending on which direction you're traveling, and then there is a side that is the side you have to switch to, right? And I'll show you that when we get into those. as well. Now, this is actually fairly easy here. We can just go ahead and work on our little curves here. If I can get to my right thing, there we go. So we want to curve this out like this. Now, obviously, we don't want it to do, you know, the wonky stuff that it's doing right there. So we just kind of back this up just a bit and just use a little bit of a rotation here to try to get that like that. And then we're just going to match it over here just a bit. Just try to look at the same angle somewhat, a little bit back. There we go. Into the same kind of spot. And then we should be able just to finish out that arc like this. And then beautiful rounded arcs there, everybody, on a rounded thing. I know, pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. I told you I'd show you all my cool secrets. Right over here. Oh, actually, that was fine. That was fine. We'll go with that. Yeah, now some of this stuff you're going to have to manually add because it's not part of the blueprint, and it would not be worth your time to go in and make blueprints out of all of this stuff. Remember, your time is your most valuable asset, so use it wisely when it comes to this kind of stuff. Now, whenever I'm in an arc, I'm just going to go ahead and put these on opposite sides like this. And maybe do a little bit of this. To the outside arc, not too bad. A little bit of overlapping. And I could make it perfect if I want to. It's perfect enough for me. And really, that's what building is all about, everybody. Perfect enough. Because it'll never be perfect, but it'll be perfect enough. And that's the most important part. All right, and then this here. And just kind of skip every other one to give me that kind of feeling there. Oh, wait, those are the wrong ones. Wrong ones in the center. Almost. I'm just going to hit G and then take those out because that was my bad. Those are not our center rails. Let's do our outer rails. Now, this side's actually the toughest of all the rails. You're going to have this deal like this, but I'm just going to go every other one like that. That'll give me a little bit of railing there. And then take this out here in the center and use our actual bigger rails. Here we go. And again, just kind of good in between. I feel like I would like that better. Again, we can go in here and fuddle with these railings, but I feel like most of the time not worth it for your time expense. Something like that. Good enough on the rounded edges. And if we wanted to fine tune it, we definitely could come back and rework a bit of that. Yeah, I'm cool with that. All right, and then we got our hypertube in there. Got that going around the edges. We have our supports in, looking good. Let's go ahead and do our side embellishment here. Where did we finish our side embellishment back here? I don't think we did. Let's go back. See what we can do over here. Say probably to there, and then as far as we can get away with here. Yeah, all the way there. Okay. And say there. We're trying to keep it from going inside stuff there. It's definitely a straight to there. All right, now the only person going to see that is us, everybody. Nobody else going to see that. And then we'll take out all of these. Again, these are just there for that arc. You want to test all this stuff out, test out all the rails, test out the hypertubes, test all that stuff as well. And then we took our stuff out there and onward. He's back. Bet he falls for it again. Come on. Sucker! Fell for it again. All right, I got all day, guys. He's just going to teleport right back up here. By the way, when you make them go off the side, they'll just respawn back where they were before eventually. So I'm just going to take them out. All right, now we've got this hole coming this way and turning and going down. So a little bit of a turn there, not too much. And again, we're going to do the same thing we did before. Where we go here. Now, we actually want to get pretty soon into a turn. So I might take this out. just so we can go ahead, utilize the side of this one, so we go straight into a turn. If I can press the right buttons, there we go. So they started here, and then hold down control with a little rotation. Let go of control. Then control. Let go. Almost like they added it on purpose. It's looking good. That's looking good. We'll go with that. And then again, we can go no mouse button on a railing. One back there. Oh, not the railing. The foundation. There we go. And then run that into there. Like this. And then once you have this other one, you can use it as a template. And then you can see it already has the coloring as well. And you can see that it's actually angled across there as well. And again, we can go in and make this one into the same one to kind of cover up that angle. It doesn't bother me at all. I'm fine with it. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and do our regular train track. Or do we want to support? How are we looking? We got a support there. Then... I feel like that'd be a good place for support. On the other side here. So, let's see how I like it. Again, as you go along, you're gonna, you know, make some good choices, hopefully, on what you like and what you don't like. It's really up to you. It's your world. You build it how you want. And same thing here. We're gonna take this one and run it down vertically. There we go. Until we have two left at the bottom, which is right there. And run the rest of these down. Again, if you kind of go from the bottom, it tries to rotate it in the right direction sometimes. And then lower support. All right, too easy. Too easy. Nice. We'll use our power of electricity to fly up here. It looks pretty good. Now, you don't know if you're really going to hit the edge of that thing here, and we want to angle down as well, so we're kind of following that terrain. This is going to be a fun train ride. So just so we get it down in that lower part there. Again, you see me pressing spacebar to have that control. Bingo. Yeah, so I'm going to angle it down and flatten it out. But we're going to end up going up anyway. So we might want to stay up anyway. Stay up at that angle. Get a little bit of that electricity from down there. There we go. So yeah, we might want to stay up up a bit. We have some stuff we have to navigate past there. Let's go take a look at it. Look at it again. You got to make the choices early, because if I'm going to angle it down, I might have to angle it back up again. I want to just look at what my angles are going to be. We want this to navigate over the top of this thing. We'll look at the height of that and the height of this one. We can always adjust it right here. So we want this to come through right about here. Through over there. Oh, I can see my train line over there too. Right about this height. Looks about the right height already. We might just luck out on that one. Well, let's go back and give it a go. Again, see, I was going to angle it down, and I thought, I think it's going to be at the same angle already. So I would angle it down, and then I have to angle it back up again, which is not great for your train line. You don't want your train line going like this all the time, everybody. It slows your train down. So we do want our train to be able to navigate as best we can through there. And this is just fun building, everybody. I don't have to do any of this. I could finish the game now. I've already finished it multiple times. And by the way, everybody, this is 21,000 power all the way to the end of the game. So I could finish it without having to do all of this. And some people are like, yeah, I made 10,000 plates and I made 500,000 power. Well, I've proven that you only need 21,000 power and you can finish the entire game, whether it's a local game or even easier on a server-based game, because you can let the server run to build that stuff. All right, so yeah, all we got to do is just run our line straight across there and see how it works out. Hopefully we don't end up in the side of that mountain over there. We'll see. Blueprints. And then we'll go train track. Like this. Like that. And we'll try to auto-connect. We can't auto-connect because we haven't brought this one forward. So we want to bring this one around the curve a little bit. So we get a good curve in there. That's going to be tricky. Yeah, we might want to back that up just a little bit so that we can get the curve to, say, go right there. Yeah, see, it's not quite good enough. No, and then this one's going to be half a block, so we're going to go here. And this will give us more room to kind of curve around. Going backwards like this, so we can kind of square it off with what we've got, say right there, and then do that. And then you're going to get a much better kind of curve out than what we have. And then we can look at this one and say, okay, go halfway into this block. Really, it's about 3/4 into that block. And same thing here. Take a look at where that one's at. About there. And we don't want none of that weird stuff that happens with train lines sometimes. You don't want any of that stuff. All right, there we go. And train track. Over here again. Turn it off auto connect for now, and then flip it this way. The arrow that way, and then nudge it in position. Switch it on auto connect. GG's all around. All right, very nice. Again, into another corner. And we'll work on our center poles. Like, again, we'll just have a center one there. These ones on the outside will be like this. And the inside edge will be like every other one. Like that. Go into there. Something more like that, maybe. Okay, so we got that looking good. All good. Okay, so now we're just rinse and repeat here. So now we've got a reverse track here to put this on the end, and look at that. Oh, that's good to go. And then over here, and again, as I'm going, everybody, it's auto-connecting it, which means also bringing the power forward, which allows me to just go ahead and keep on floating up here and doing my thing. Oops, not upper angled. Upper support. There we go. And I'm always aiming at the front of the foundation so that the one on the top is going to line up when I kind of put it back down. Otherwise, vertically, it may not line up with the one. See, like that. If you're not really diligent about aiming at the side, like this. And so the bottom of it is aimed at the bottom of that foundation. So when you're nudging it down, it aligns itself like that. So definitely worth taking the extra time to make sure that that is properly at level. And there we go. And again, we'll take out this part here. And we'll just add that part back in ourselves. Oops, or we could just spin it around the other side. Whatever you feel like doing, bro. Like this. There we go. And then the under support is going to be way down here. All right. We might have to put some power down there. That's a ways down. Where's our little power pole thing over here? Let's make it easier for us to get back up. Way, way down here in the water. All right, let's do the back one first. A little vertical zooping. Figure out how far down we want this to go. Looks like one in there. Two, so... Oh, I hear something. I hear something. There might be a Mercer Sphere or Summer Sloop nearby. Yeah, look how easy this is once you have your modular blueprints. Now remember, my Patreon supporters get all these blueprints. That's right. So if you support on Patreon, I'm going to put all these blueprints up there, and you can make your own cool train system as well. You can also improve upon it, make it even better. Whatever you want to do. All right. And then that right into the water like that. Oh, looks cool underwater. Neato. Neato. All right, what is it over here that's trying to tell us? Mercer Sphere? No. Oh, yeah. No, Mercer Sphere. Right here. Oh, it's underwater. It's right there. I mean, hey, if it's just going to give it to us, we'll take it. Just happens to be one right there. Okay, now rinse and repeat. Wait over there. Again, I'm just trying to watch and see how it's going to work out. Yeah, it might be close to that edge there. If we have to, we'll angle it a little bit. We can always come back and angle it a little bit as well. Don't always know how it's going to work out, and that's part of the fun. It's just to get it going, and then there we go. Now, I hope you don't mind. I'm going to speed up. I think you got the gist of this, everybody. I actually play the game at like 50 times speed of this. Most games I play very fast, so I do slow down just for the stream alone. So you can kind of get a gist of what I'm doing. Because I've watched other people's streams, and they're just going so fast you never see what the hell they're doing, right? And they don't explain it, and you're like, oh, man, that was really cool, but now I don't know what the heck you did, so I guess it wasn't that cool. So I showed you a bit on how to do it and how I do it. And now you're off and running. So now we're just going to rinse and repeat here. Do the same stuff over and over again. Again, using our middle support. Then we're going to use our track one here, because this one has a gap between the things here, like this. Has a gap between there so that it can auto-connect itself. And then we have the reverse of that, which is one that is right up against there. Oh, wait, we have this backwards. Essentially backwards. Because on the other side, they should meet up. So this one should be this way. There we go. This, so that does that. And on the other side, on the reverse side, we should have matching up beautifully. Just like that. Very nice. And I'll come back and do the supports here in a sec. I'm just going to kind of run. Oh, this is going to be perfect. All right, awesome. I'm just going to go ahead and do the upper parts. We'll come back and do all the embellishment stuff and all of that here in a bit. I think you got the general gist of this. Oh, that's an angled one. That's not the one we want. This one. might just work out perfect. Let's see how it goes. The arrow to be this way. I always hit a hologram mode. Even if it does look right, I always hit hologram mode again anyway. By the way, if you didn't notice, it's also connecting the hypertube all the way down. So I don't have to. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Upper support. And we'll angle it this way. Nudge it so it lines up. Page down. And we're good. Now we're really cooking. We got a bit of ways to go here. I want the arrow to point this way. After a while, you just get a general sense of how your blueprints match up to each other. Wow, I don't think if I meant to do it that well, I could have. That is perfection right here. Again, sometimes you just get lucky, everybody. You just get lucky in your thing. Now, of course, some pre-planning does help. As you saw, I went and looked first before I brought it down, and that is a perfect run there. Now, I do want to move this here, but this is actually part of my power, so I'm going to go ahead and take this one. Just move it off to the side here, like this. And then connect this one to that other one, which is very far away. And then I can just take this one out because I made a little bypass. And there we go. So now it's going to bypass around the train track. Underneath there, up there, all that stuff. We'll come back and readjust all of that power as well. But this right here is actually running power from over there through these electric wires, connecting to the station on that other side, and then running it backwards this way. Right? But when we get this connected to the train line that's up here, then it's actually going to go this way. And then we no longer need any of those lines because the train lines themselves will actually give us the stuff that we need. It'll actually give us the power that we need. All right, upper support. Again, this is what's so great about modular blueprints is that once you have them, it's just a matter of repetition at that point. It's a matter of just doing it over and over and over. And arrow this way. We got that. We got this. So every couple of these, I do a support just to give it that legit support feel. And checking every one of them to make sure they're at the same height. This is awesome. Yeah. And down we go. Awesome. Man, this game is so fun, though. I mean, I get all wrapped up in it. Oh, speaking of, 2 hours in, felt like this, everybody. Felt like, boom. Felt like just a few minutes went by. That's how you know it's fun. That's the ultimate test. Right there. If time's just flying by, you're having a good time, you're just like, man, I am on a roll kind of thing. Yeah. Then you know that's a great game. That's my test for any game, everybody. Is if time is flying by, if I'm playing it, man, an hour went by like that, then you know it's got that magic. And some games will have magic for some people and not for others, right? Because you know, everybody likes their certain type of game. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Liking what you like. Boom. There we go. Again, this is all just repetition at this point. And I see. Yeah, we had brought that track straight out. Look at me go over there. So I already have a track. Now, the tricky part is getting this track to match up with that track. And we'll work our magic on that as well. And we did try to align it to the world grid over there. So in theory, it should line up. But this is a good time to start bringing the train down into that lower part. So we might want to think about when we get into our support here, we want to leave enough room to angle down before we get there. And so we'll use our angled track. Their angled track. First one here. Now, at first, it's going to do this, everybody. Again, it sticks way up high. You can take steps to make it where it'll align that side better. But you got your vertical nudging now, so it's not that big of an issue. Also, notice that it automatically does the connection. I'm not always a big fan of it raising up a little bit. I can fix that so it doesn't raise up a little bit. This is not too bad. I'm okay with that. But I kind of feel like it would be better if we went and just started the angle right here so that it's already an angled upper support. That's why I have this upper support angled. So we can get that in there. Again, we want to make sure the bottom of that is lined up like that, and then nudge it down. Just a little bit, then over there. And this way, when we're doing that angle support, it's not going to look as weird. And then we can manually do it too, which makes it a bit better, I think. Again, and then down. It does not look like it's lining up all that well. But I love the angle of the tracks a lot better. Line up? No, it did line up. Yeah, no, it's lined up. All right, cool. Lined up perfectly. Never mind. Boom. Yeah, there we go. And you can see that angle is much nicer because this is actually down further than the other one, because that one would be up further because it's straight and then it angles. In this case, it's coming straight over here and then angling. So better to angle as you're going down, and then you'll have less of that that rising that happens. And I like that a lot better. Definitely a lot better. All right, same thing here. We're going to need to pick up one of these with a middle mouse button, move it off to the side, grab it from here because it's much easier. Oh, wait, let's turn it so it's actually like this way. There we go. And we're going to divert that power over there. So we're going to click on this one first, because if you click on this first, then you can do it from very far away. Otherwise, you can't really connect it. Well, that's too long there. Okay, we'll add another one here. And connect that one there. Let me take this one out of the way because it's in the way of our stuff here. And then we've got a support over there, and we've got a support here, so we can do a reverse angled here. Like that. And then down, 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 down. Put this way, a little bit more down. Oh, okay, that's not lining up. What are you doing down there, Fred? What you doing, little buddy? Aw, you're doing good. You're doing good, little buddy. Yeah, you're a good boy. Yes, you are. You're a good boy. Stay out of my base while I'm building it, though. Stay out of my business while I'm building. You know, whenever I'm building a base, everybody, I'm trying to build stuff. Here comes Fred walking along, and he gets right in the way. He's standing right there. Fred, get that! I'm trying to build. That's the nature of crazy pets. Everybody, they try to get up in your business. They just want to be wherever you are and do whatever you're doing. All right, that is not lining up for some reason. We have to get that to line up a little better. Let's go ahead and try to remember where the heck I was lining this up before. I think it was something like this. That is not an angled support, though. This way. I think I was doing it at the top level there, so that when this comes down like this, that lines up. Yes, okay, much better. There we go. So I had to be up just a little bit to make that happen. Okay, and then angled supports. Over here, and then this one, same kind of thing. Might want to be up just a little bit. Like this, and then... yeah, there we go. Get out of here, tree. All right, this is looking real good. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. All right. Angled again. We'll go back and do these supports here in a bit. Yeah, we'll do something like that. Down, 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 down. The tortoise. Nice. Wow, this is going to work out really well, it looks like. And then reversed. Now, if it doesn't work out, you can just go in and... let's track reverse, not angled reverse. The angled reverse. There we go. You can always just reverse engineer the whole thing and redo it. And I'm that type of guy, but I would go through and redo the whole thing if I didn't like the way it was. I'd do whatever is necessary to make it happen. Yeah, very nice. Okay. And I think we're to support. Upper angled supports. Again, we built all of these last time. If you want to know how I did all of these blueprints, everybody, you can watch the previous episode. Remember, everything's in episodes. Let me figure out what episode this one is. This is episode 17. So you can go back to episode 16. And I have a playlist for Satisfactory. So you can go check that out on YouTube. And watch the previous episode and see exactly how I made all these blueprints. So again, I try to make it super easy for you guys to follow along. So enjoy. Enjoy all my massively hard work that I put into it. So that you guys can go back and check all that out if you want to. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Pretty close. Probably good to run this out and see how this lines up if I just... run this out. Oh, this is hitting this node. How did I run that into that node? Don't really like that. That's going to run right into the node too. I guess to try to bypass that, but I kind of feel like you want to be more down here. Yeah, so we might want to get to this, turn a little bit, and then cut across over here away from this node. This way we can extract that node later if we need to. And this is going right over the top of those other nodes too. Must be something on the other end that's the reason why. Hypertube's there, might as well use it. Oh, that hypertube has a gap. See how it made me fall? You don't want to have them gaps, but that's okay. You can see we're just doing some testing here. This is all testing. I can see I was just testing that across. See how that would end up. Definitely want to end up over this way. Yeah, so we can just go ahead and take these out because these are just testing blueprints. Take all this out now. Oh, this is the actual original thing that I built there. Yeah. Original non-blueprint build there. Okay. We definitely want to go around that node and end up over there. So we'll go down like this, and then we'll give it a little turn. So we'll flatten this out a bit with the foundation. We want to go immediately in turn. I don't really like going immediately into a turn when you're coming down at an angle. I like to flatten out a little bit and then angle. I think that'd be a good idea. As long as we miss that, that thing over there, we should be fine. Actually, I could put this as number 7. There we go. Put that there. Hold down control. I'll let you use your mouse wheel to control that angle. You only need one little like that. Depends on how sharp you want that angle to be. I don't really like to make the angle really sharp. I like it to just gradually turn. Oops. Gradually turn, but I don't think we're going to have an option here. I think we're going to have to definitely sharpen this. We're going to end up in the node, though. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, my goodness. That I couldn't have planned that better if I tried, everybody. That just happened naturally. Fred, see, look how he got right in my zone. What are you doing, little buddy? What are you doing, little buddy? Are you getting in my way again after I just told you to get out of my way? He goes, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. He's literally in the way of my tracks right there. Fred, you crazy, bro. You crazy. Don't think I don't know what you're doing. Yeah, he's laughing at me now. Don't think I don't know what you're doing. I know your little tricks. All right, let's go ahead and get this in here. Let's get our curve in. Right along here. Ah. He knows what he's doing, everybody. He ain't fooling nobody. He ain't fooling nobody. All right, now we want to go ahead and curve this back the other way. So we want to put it on this side. And then, and wherever you're going into the curve, that's the side you want. Keep snapping back there. Oh, because this is down too far. That is down too far. There we go. And rotate back this way. Okay. And just pressing control and then releasing control at this point. Got a big curve coming up here. And yeah, maybe right there, straight across. Feeling it, feeling it. Okay. Now we got to go over this way. Hold on, we got to go up here. We got to figure out the height of this other side to match that up. We're going right there. Kind of an angle up right there, too. Not good. Not good. Yep, it's going to end up right in there, so... Not good either. All right, here. I want to find a good spot where that's going to match up. We're just going to run some foundations so that we can see where that height level is. So we're running it across. Know where to match it up. No more nodes down here, is there? Nope. There's a limestone node there. But we're up high enough, I think that'll be fine. And it's actually off to the side. Perfect. All right, awesome. We do have a node here that we got to watch out for. And I guess we're going to go out by one. Let's see how that looks. Perfect. Holy mackerel. What is going on today, everybody? Just a beautifully lined up there. Beautifully lined up to avoid those nodes. Very nice. Okay. That's where we want to go. So I'm going to actually change my mind on this curve here. And we're going to take that back out. And up here and put the rest of this curve in. And aiming at the one that's across from it. Like this. So these will all line up nicely. Like this. And then you can asphalt so you don't have to look at all the awkward weird lines. There we go. And now we have that curve in there. And then we want to get this to go over here and then curve out that way. So we're going to run these out. Run that out. See what can be done. Yeah, I might want to curve this early. Say here. Yeah. Let's curve this a bit earlier because it's going to take a little bit of time to create that arc. We'll start it right here. Turn my zooping off. Press control. Again, I hope you don't mind if I speed up. Ah, beautiful. If only it was over a bit more. Beautiful curve. I did it too early there. Too early. So it does line up pretty well, but it needs to be a couple blocks forward to do that arc properly. So go ahead and pull ourselves some power over here too, just so we can float around a little bit. There we go. So 2 blocks forward. Give that a shot. That's hit G to hit this so you don't hit anything else. Take all that out. And we'll just do it again, but this time further up. Pressing. Oops. Trying to press control. Oh, is it break time already? Jeez, is it really? Oh my god, it is, isn't it? I'm flying by. Oh, that is beautiful. Beautiful. Further out, though. Another one out. What? What? What do you want? I'm not doing anything to you. Just building a railroad here. Just relax down there. Relax, animals. Bunch of crazy animals. Filthy animals. Definitely another block forward. Yeah, and you just want to do some trial and error. Keep trying it out. So let's go ahead. Another block forward. See how we like that. All of this is just for fun. We're going to do every process in the game. We're going to try to tap every node, though may or may not be possible. We'll see. Because you do have a build limit that's going to affect you. So we get this to line up perfectly with those other foundations. Look at that. That is sexy. I like it. I like it. And then we can just angle down just a little bit. And we have to do a little bit of a transition between the two if they're not exactly the same. This should all line up. And the reason why it should line up is because when I was over there putting the original blocks down that we were using, we held down control. See how it snaps? It snaps to the world grid. And so in theory, this should line up perfectly. But there's the theory of things and how it should work and how it does work, everybody. And if we have to, you know, work our magic, we will. We'll do what needs to be done. All right, I think this is what I like. This is what I'm going to go with. I think we'll finish out this curve just a little bit here and see how we like it. Yep, a little bit more. Just like that. Beautiful. And then we'll just test how well that this lines up by just taking a ramp here and then turn on zoop mode and then just zoop it down to this level. See if it matches up pretty well. Pretty well. There's a little bit of a gap. See, I told you, this is how it does and how it should. See, there's a bit of a gap right here between that, but that's okay because we can go ahead and just transition from this. And that's because I'm doing those angles and turns, and sometimes there's a little bit of a gap over long distances that will cause it to be unprecise, and that's what happens. It'll definitely be a little off, right? So again, I'll show you how to fix that pretty easily. You just go ahead and put your track in. Your track is the thing that's going to make it work, and inevitably you're going to go ahead and just make this transition here, or you can make this part right here. Right at the very end, right when you get to the point in which you're transitioning to those angled blocks over there, that's when we will go ahead and make up for that little bit of gap. And then there'll just be a little bit of gap there. And then you just convert it or turn it, or we can fix the gap back here as well. So again, that has to do with arcs and things of that nature. And again, if we had that arc tool, it would match up perfectly. But since we don't have the arc tool, the foundation arc tool is what I'm calling it. It would be awesome. Again, it works just like the railway, where you could just click right here at the end, and then you click this, and it makes an angled foundation, right? I mean, they can make it on a railway. They could make, all they got to do is make that shape a rectangle. Make this shape a rectangle, and then allow me to connect that arc, and then bam, GG's. I could just make an arc there, and bam, we'd be good, and it would line up to the world grid. But such is life. Maybe one day, everybody. That's my big dream for this game. And of course, I'm sure there's mods out there that might want to do that, or mods that already exist to make that happen. I gotta blow up some trees here, though, clear away some of this foliage. But again, we'll make that work. Now, another thing we could do is reverse engineer it so that we work backwards, right? So we work this way. We take this out. And so instead of doing it on the arc, right, on the arc we're working on, we'll actually do it up at the top edge when it's transitioning. So you go this way, like this. And see how it's going into this here? But if you go ahead and take this asphalt here and add that, it's not as much as a transition, or you could just go and cap the top part, and then the transition is here, right? And again, you can go in and hide it with different pieces or whatever it is, but you can work backwards. Now, another thing we can do is have this go up and then create the arc of this edge from this side. Right, so we're going to create that arc that's going to arc back and then just transition between the straight pieces, which just gives you a little bit of this edge here. But the more you back this up, this is going to blow your mind, everybody. The more you back that up out of there, the more that you can kind of work that little edge so that it just disappears into the thing. See, I'm showing you some good stuff here, everybody. This is the good stuff. This is the stuff you're thinking, man, I wish somebody would sure show me this. I'm showing you the really good stuff. Now, look at that, everybody. Look how I backed that up just a little bit. And that looked good. All right, now, again, we could take this, and we could run it over here. And, again, just try to transition that in there. Like that. Now, the biggest problem is going to be that this is going to be poking out the side over here. Again, so you got some transitional stuff you'll need to work on. Right here, so you have a little bit of an edge there and a little bit of edge here. Again, you can just go in and reverse engineer this. Trying to get this to go. Now, I wish you could just hold down control and rotate the foundation itself, so you didn't have to do all this rigmarole, but you do what you got to do. Also, you can adjust the angle, so it's not just one, it could be two, like this. And then, now you can use this here to how to fill that in. Again, really tough to do, but also you hit H, nudge that over a little bit. Again, it'd be nice if you could rotate it as well to try to find that perfect angle. But again, you can just work in reverse like this. Let's take this out. You could just work in reverse there, and then the angle this way. This angle and that angle. Turn my zooming off. Work together. Now, at this point, when you have these 2 points here, and you have just a small angle there, and you see it's kind of flipping, this is the time you use your smaller foundations, your half foundations right here. Right? So then you put your half foundation in there, and you put this half foundation in there. And now you can control that edge a little bit better. And then, bada bing, bada boom, Kismet has just showed you. Oh, I'll get this out of here. There we go. Come up. Kismet has just showed you how to make a beautiful transition between one area and another. Da-da! I was building it up to that moment, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that. So we just made a beautiful transition by using the smaller half foundations as well. And you can go in and rework a lot of this as well. So I hope you guys like that a bunch, big time. Again, and now all you have to do is, of course, just do this, and this, and this. And when you get to this one here, over here, when you get to this one, then, of course, you want to use your half ones. Half one here. Middle mouse button, this one. Then these are all easy mode because these are all straights. Zip those down. And now it perfectly lines up with the other one from over there. So I just showed you how to make a beautiful, perfect transition between 2 and 3 here. As well. I don't know what you're talking about. That's weird and awkward. I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Spamming my chat. Some people are strange, everybody. Come in, they say weird crap. I don't know, seems like a bot to me. Boom. Pulling it out of the chat. Do it again, I'll permaban you forever. Because Kismet don't play. Kismet don't play, bro! I don't know what you're talking about. It has nothing to do with my stream. I'm just going to remove it. I'll give you a benefit of the doubt. When you just drop random stuff in someone's stream like that, because there's so many bots, I know it ruins it for everybody else. It ruins it for everybody else, but I never know if it's a bot or what or why someone's talking about stuff that has nothing to do with what I'm doing. And I have no opinion on it anyway. So it definitely has nothing to do with me. So I'm going to take it out of the chat. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that you're not a bot. But if you do spam my chat with weird stuff like that, I just ban people. I'm too old to play that old ridiculous game, everybody. All right, now this one's going to be tough because we're going to need to get this in here. Someone wants to get rowdy here. Come here. Come here, yo. Get wrecked. Yeah, you like that? Okay, we got some foundations to do. We got that figured out. Man, that's perfect. All right, that's beautiful. All right, now we got some work to do back here. Oh, wait, we got to take a break. I'm so bad with my breaks. Okay, everybody, my doctor says I have to take a break because my feet are turning black from so much sitting for 12, 16, 20 hours as an old man. But my feet actually are better now, everybody, because I've been taking more breaks instead of sitting for 20 hours. All right, everybody, I'm going to bring some fun up for you guys right here to play some, and we'll let this run, too. I'm going to get way up in the sky. Here, I'll show you guys real quick. I get way up in the sky. You get over this, and you get way up here, and less chance that mobs are going to see you and shoot you while you're letting the game run. Look at this, everybody. Awesome. Right through the middle of here. We already got the transition done. We already got that done. It's just a matter of time now, everybody. Just fixing those foundations, doing the embellishments on the side, filling in our hypertube, and then just connecting it over here. Now it makes me want to take all of this track out here, too, and redo it with our new track with our hypertube in the center as well. And then we could put junctions wherever we wanted along the way of the hypertrack. I think that's probably the smartest way I've done hypertubes, is to run hypertubes down the middle of the train line. Yeah. Now that I think about it, that'd be something smart to do in real life. Maybe not a hypertube, because way too many people would die. But when you're putting the track down for the train, why not put down a monorail at the same time, right? Some sort of monorail down the middle of a train track that already exists. Again, running double tracks in real life, though, is very expensive. Very expensive. But you could, do the pole for the thing with 2 poles on the side and then over top and just run the rail over the railroad that's already there, right? Because then you're getting dual use out of the same track and out of the same land that you're using for trains. You could be using those for trams and for fast-moving transport for everybody. I'm sure somebody else has thought of it. I'm sure some city planner out there is going, man, I wish they had done it years ago, because then we'd have it today, especially in places like where I'm from California, where the traffic is miserable, everybody. It's absolutely miserable. And it's pretty tough. Though they are trying to do underground stuff as well. That requires lots of drilling and stuff like that, where this actually only takes building. You just build a little arch over the train tracks that is high enough up, and then it's up off the ground, away from hopefully where people will mess with it, up high enough, and then make it where it's hard for them to get up there. Though they'll get up there anyway, because people are just so. But yeah, all right. So yeah, we'll get up real high here. I almost forgot. See, I went right back to work. I'm a hard worker over here, everybody. All right, so we'll float up here. We'll let you guys play some words on stream while I take a little bit of a break, walk around, do my thing, and then I shall be back for some more Satisfactory. All right, there we go. And watch as I go, Stealth Boy. back, everybody. Man, I love my cloak, everybody. It's so nice. It's so nice and comfy. Brought to you by Free the Sheep, everybody. Again, you can find the link down below in the panels, or you can just type exclamation Free the Sheep in the chat. Now make sure to put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me, because I'm going to try to help you guys earn 1,000 or 5,000 Kiss Caps right now in the chat by working together. Let's go. Come on. We got some fake letters in there as well. Well, we know it's not the V. Oh, wait, no, we know exactly what it is. It's whatever's not in visuals. It's the B. Do not use the B. The B is a fake letter. Don't use it. Sail. Oh, you already got sail. What? Basil. I don't even know how to spell basil. Yes, sails with a plural. Very nice. What else? Don't use the B. B is the fake letter. Saul. Let's see. Bile. B-A-I-L. B-I-A-L. That way. There we go. Got the little dyslexia there. The B is the fake one. Don't use it. What else? Biles with an S. Oh, you already have it over there. All right, all right. Psh, you could have seen that before. What? S-E-A-L. What? Oh, man. Something with an L. L-I-A. Lass, L-A-S-S. Lass, yes, there we go. Hey, got another one. All right, come on, look, we just got a few more. Let's go, quick, quick, quick. Go, chat, go, you got this. By the way, that last word over there is a V word, because it's the only thing that it could be. Yeah, visas, nice. All right, 3 more words, go, go, go. That's an L or an S word over there. I don't know what that is. Visa over there. Yes, because he used visas with Visa. Yeah. Smart. Nice job, everybody. Nice job working together. There we go. Give you guys a bunch of caps anyway for being awesome and working together. Now, again, put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me, just to make sure that all my sound and stuff is working. That's how we do up here in the channel. Remember, as a follower of the channel, by the way, everybody, all you have to do is hit the follow button and you get free emotes. So enjoy that. And you can use them in the chat, including that little one that you see everybody else using in the chat all the time. So you get that for free just by being a viewer of the channel. I give you all sorts of epic emotes for that awesome support. All right, now we got some work to do. Oh, we're working on our support. Speaking of supports, we're going to go ahead and work on our supports back here. Now, do I want to do the dealy like this? Oh, yeah, that's definitely like that. Look how nice that is. Look how nice that is. All right, Fred over here is like, Kismet, work on this one. So I can stand right in your way. Vertical. Way to stand in the way there. Fred. Exactly and perfectly in the way. Don't give me that look. You know what you're up to. Don't make me do it. Don't make me give you a little zappity zap zap. Hiya! Get out of there! Silly crazy. I turned the voltage down on it. Don't worry, everybody. I turned the voltage down. Just give me a little zit, little zit. Get out the way. I look out for my buddy Fred there. All right. Let's go. I'm in the way of it. There we go. Look at that. Look how easy it is to add that in. Nice. Those foundations are looking awesome. Over this way. This one. And then 2 from the bottom. 1, 2 right there. Easy mode this. Easy moding this stuff. Yeah, I noticed that if you aim at it from underneath, it actually changes the rotation to the one up above. I like that. I like that. Makes it way easier. Again, look how quick and easy this is once you have it down. Very nice. And back to this one, which is going to be really fun because it's already up here. So maybe we could just get away with the lower support. Nope. I want to bring that down just a little bit. This one in the back here. We're going to zooping off. Okay. Sometimes I double click when I don't need to. Usually that's when you have zooping on. If you double click, then you just get the one. And that's why I do that. Oh, okay. We easy moding these supports here. vertical zooping. Down, 2 up. Trying to gas us. That's what you get. Trying to gas me. The most awkward part of this is that you have to aim underneath this one to kind of get that to go where you want it to go. It happens. See, look at my thing right in the way. Always seems to happen. All right, we gotta get one of these and move it over a bit again. Over here. And then connect this one. Back there, and this one up there, and this one out of there. Lock it low. Out the way. All right. And more vertical zooping until we get to the last 2. That one, this one, this one. And then really easy because we can aim at the bottom and then it just automatically rotates it. And we could put these 2 keys, but I find I'm switching around on them so much that I don't bother to put them on keys. Ooh, that's a long way down there. Let's see how this works out. Vertical zooping. Now, see if I get down too far, I'm going to start running out of power, maybe. That's some power over there. Let's just bring this over here. Yeah, see, we got this geyser here that we don't want to impede, but it's way up there. And I think we might be okay. Let's see how this support works out. We already did the previous one? Yeah, we're working on this one. I'm trying not to hit the geyser here. That's close. I think it's actually going to touch the geyser a little bit, but I think we might be okay. Let's see. Again, we can always rework this support so it goes around the geyser later. That's the important part, is to make sure that we can access the resources. I think this under part is going to be way in the way, but... Oh, wow! Okay, maybe not. Let's try to put our thing on there and see what happens. Where's our little geyser thingy? Man, I don't think I ever use these things. Wow, okay. Just rotate it so it's just sitting there. Got me. Bees! Bees in my bonnet. Now you must pay for your insolence. Oh, big Spidey.
Due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo-choo mother...
I know that's Unforgiven who did that. Awesome. Exactly. All right, big Mr. Spidey tried to get us. You know what? That is the first time I have ever put that geothermal thing down. And look how beautifully that thing matches, right? A little bit through the foundation there, but that's awesome. How much power is that thing producing? 150 megawatts. I don't know, kind of feels like not worth it, but cool. I don't think I've ever used those ever. Not one time. Oh, hey, look, we done something new. All right, and that foundation looks perfect. All right, let's go. We got all those foundations done. Now we got some embellishment to do. We're following our little lines here back to where we got to fill those in. Usually in our support transitions here, yeah. And we do all of this. Nope, we got to do around the edge here. Whoa, another Spidey tried to get me. Come on, Spidey man. Oh, help if I had some bullets. Fail. Why are you so crazy? All right, back over here. I think we had done it all the way up to here. We got any gaps right there? Yeah, I think we have all that. See that? It goes all the way down. For those who missed that earlier, that goes all the way down. We're building a big train line through the middle of the area. We have these embellishments on the side here. They don't really do anything, but they look cool. So we're going to go in and we're going to just finish those out. We have those connected. And it looked like we already did the outside of that one. And we did the inside. This doesn't look so good here. We want to work a bit on that. And over here, looks like we're missing some of this. Run that to, say, there. Run this forward to there, and then this to that. Yeah, a little bit better. Again, I think we did this side already. Yep. Good, looking good. All this is good. Just cut that across there. And you don't want it to be sinking too much into the side or get it too much of a harsh angle, because then it doesn't look like it's actually following the thing. And this side's really easy because this is just mostly straight here, so we can just utilize the outside edge to make this like this. Easy mode. Very nice. And onward. Then we just have these little gaps between the supports. Guess we could leave those in. And this here. Let's actually start back there. There we go. Yeah, we don't want that to go out too far or it'll sink into the edge. We'll just do this. Okay. There we go. Okay, there we go. That's looking good. Let's look at our hypertube here. We might want to connect some of these together. Take this one out. And we already did the side of this one. Side of that one. Oh, we don't need our template stuff here. We can take that out. I feel like I might want to add this back in to that edge so I don't have to redo that edge each time. See, that'd be something you want to modify the blueprints. You wouldn't want to take all this back out, obviously, to redo it, but you modify the blueprint so I don't have to do these straight transitions. The angled ones, those ones you have to probably work on manually because of trying to match the angles. But the straight ones, we could have left that in. So putting it from one edge to another. I would have cut down on a bunch of this. And that's what you're doing on your blueprints, everybody. You're iterating on your blueprints, and you say, oh man, I want to add this or add that. I love doing these massive mega buildings, but I can do this all day. All day, every day, mega building. Bring it on. Bring it on right here. And our hypertube's good. Well, we'll test it here in a minute. Yeah, this would have saved us a lot of time here. Get away from my thing. I don't like trees next to my stuff. Yeah, see, like right here is one you don't want to have it on because you want to be able to control that angle on your own. So when you're doing angled stuff like this, you can just use the two ends of that to line those ends up, which is very, very useful. And all of this will line up to each other until it gets right here. That needs to go there. Back here, same thing. Yeah, and that's just to control the downward angle of these, because otherwise they don't always match up perfectly. It's fine. If you do it this way, the angles match up beautifully. Okay. Again, I'm on freeform mode. So I'm using the freeform snapping on that side and then freeform snapping on that side to make that beautiful. All right. And this will just bring down to there. And these are like electrical boxes. Like that, and then run those along there. See, builders love to build, everybody. That's what they love to do. Make cool stuff. Get in there. Sometimes it goes a little crazy. A little bit of an arc in it, so we're going to go there first, and then we'll do it straight away. And before you go into the arc, do that, and then just little segments here. Kind of overlap these. Really, you're the only one who's ever going to see this anyway. But it is very cool. And there's our little transition. This, actually this part right here, we want to take this out because this is actually going to be our train transition here, so I don't need to add that yet. So we'll come back to that later. Right now we're gonna get going. Hey, SAVG Phoenix, what's up? Says, well, hello there. Hello there. I could do my full-on Ben Kenobi if you want. Watch this, right? Well, hello there. Or I could do my drop-in. Well, hello there. Or I could do this. Hello there. It's all for you, Phoenix. I hope you enjoyed that. There you go. We get silly up in here. We have a good time. All right, let's go ahead and do this, and then we'll do that last part when we do the other trench. Fred! Get out of there! You crazy. Why are you so crazy? I feel like this thing needs a support right in the center, too. Feeling right here. Yep. Pull that out of there and throw one of our supports in there. Upper... No, not angled. Upper supports. Right here. You know, all you gotta do is get it lined up, and then you can just nudge it, vertical. Nudge it like that, right into position. There we go, and probably just put the lower support in there, and she might be good. Nudge that into position. Ah, beautiful. All right, like it. Okay, now we got some work to do over here, though. I seriously doubt that's going to reach. Oh, it will, but not as a curve. Oh, it does do it as a curve. Oh, look at that beautiful curve. Ah, awesome. I was just lucky. It's just within reach. That's just some luck right there, but I could say that was skill, but I'll tell you if it's luck. I'll tell you the real deal. All right, so we want to go here and we want to go halfway down so we don't have that awkward arc there. And then halfway through this other block. And then we want to get our arc on here. See how we can do to get these. Yeah, it needs to be in the center. Like this. And this one, the same thing. Center of that block. Then we can run it nice and straight until we get into the next arc. Yeah, say to there. Hey, thanks for that raid. Oh, it came in with a raid love too. There we go. How goes the build? Going good. Going good. We're mega building right now, and if you guys want to be a little dazzled, we're at the end of the game where we can complete phase 5 right now if we want to. I did it completely with only 21,000 power, the ultimate in efficiency. That's why they call me the Gaming Tycoon, because I've been gaming for 50 years. That's right, my first gaming console was the first gaming console, the Magnavox Odyssey in the early 70s. So if you wanted to know someone who has been playing for half a century, now you know. Now you know somebody who's been gaming longer than some people have been alive. Yes, for a very long time, and I've enjoyed every second of it, everybody. I really enjoy gaming, find it very fun, especially the gaming community as large. Very, very awesome as well. Now, also along the way, I've also been a graphic designer for many years, worked for the top companies in the world, not just some of them, all of them in the world, doing a graphic design. If you don't know what graphic design is, that's like making t-shirts, comic books, billboards, you name it, anything that's got text and graphics on it, I've done it. Absolutely, I've done every type of design that you can do. That's right. And again, look how we're going into these nice arcs here. So we're building a little bit of a half arc there and then coming out of the arc and trying to get it to line up nicely with a little rotation there at the end so that when we do go down angle there, these will all be nice and lined up. And again, notice that I use that little half segment right here in the center. If we can find them, there they are. Those little smaller foundations, the half foundations to fix that angle. So I'm transitioning from this, which is slightly off because we've been turning and turning back and forth. So I use those half foundations to fill in that little in-between gap between the two arcs that are coming from both different directions. This is coming from the world grid here. And this one should be aligned with the world grid. But again, the more you turn and the more you're kind of varying that angle, the more a little bit of offset that you're going to get. If you missed it, I was showing it earlier. And then, of course, how to fix that and then line it right back up with your world like it was no big deal, like we just did. So there we go. Yeah, build is looking awesome. Kind of feel like maybe another support right here at the end. Actually, let's back this up just a little bit. I see I got a little bit of up arc there. See how that little up arc went like that? So kind of feel like we want to put a thing here. Now, the problem is we're still going into an arc here. So we might have a little bit of an issue there, but I think we can just kind of work it in here. Now you can see I have a bunch of modular blueprints, and those modular blueprints allows me to do segments of what I'm doing. If I'm going up or down or turning corners or doing all that stuff, you can pre-make all of that stuff. Like I can pre-make this arc as well, like a quarter arc or full circle if I want to. And you can pre-make all that stuff, use your blueprints, and it comes out awesome. Now, sometimes you want to work forward and sometimes you want to work backwards. Just like in graphic design, you don't start with the design first, right? If you're going to design a t-shirt or something like that, first you would need to know that it was going to go on a t-shirt, right? So you start from the end and you work your way backwards, which is actually what we're doing with the train station right here. So we started where we wanted to end up, way over there by the oil, and then of course we're backward engineering it into our train line that we already have. Sometimes much better to do it that way, or at least you know where you're going to end up so that you have all the steps. All you have to do is work backwards from the end part of how many steps you need to take to get there. And of course, along the way, you're going to have to figure some things out as we are doing here. But overall, it should all work out in the end. That's the most important part. Let's go ahead and do our upper support here. Oh, actually, you know what we could do? We could do a upper angled support there. Yeah, right there. I kind of like that better. Let's go ahead and do an upper angled support. And then we'll put these back in here. And then we'll do this, because this is going to be a better transition, so you won't have that angle of your foundations in the way. So we'll go ahead and do our upper angled support, which is right here. And again, these are all modular blueprints. Now, my Patreon supporters, they all get these blueprints to utilize as well. Helps if I turn it the right way. That would be helpful, too. How about that? We'll turn the arrow in the right direction. There we go. And then, of course, using our vertical nudging that we have now, which is awesome. Then we're going to try to get that to line up right there. Doesn't look like it's lining up too good. We want to go ahead and put that in there one more time and just offset it just a little bit. So when we're moving it down, it'll line up. I think I had that lined up like that. Let's just go ahead and double check. Let's see. Yes, okay. So up just a little bit. So when that comes in, it will be angled. So say something like this. Let's see if that is just where we want to go. Yeah, see, there's that gap, even more of a gap now in there. So we want to make sure that we get, we keep trying to get that thing just right there and then nudge it down. And much better. There we go. All right, a little bit better. I'd like it to be down just a little bit more, but we can go ahead and rock that, I think. I think we could get that rocking. I feel like we might want to go backwards with it first to try to figure out what our distance angle is here. So we'd want to go and bring up our other angle blueprint here, which is our track blueprint. And we would want to figure out how we would want this to match up on this side so it would end up just like that. So we'll say something like this. And then we will nudge this down. Just kind of get a feel for how we want that to line up. Yeah, we definitely want to work that a bit. And again, they made it where you can nudge it an infinite distance, so it does help a lot. And then this comes down. Looks like it's not quite lining up in that direction. Say something like that, but up by 1. There we go. Something like that. Yeah, like that. I like it. So somewhere right in there. We're going to go ahead and get this going. Man, keep falling down. Put some power down here. Where's my little power pole? Right there. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and put in our actual tracks here, and I think we can just do it from back here. We take all this stuff underneath here, which was just trying to avoid hitting this node here as well. I missed the suffering from 1 meter misses all over the place, but yeah, there are tricks to hide them. Yeah, I'm hiding one right there. I'm hiding the transition between right here, and I'll just show it to you. See, there's 2 little smaller foundations in there. And I can go in and just color it back in again so you guys can see it here. You can see I'm just using the smaller transitions here. So you're making a smaller angle. So when you have those two angles going together, you have a much smaller distance in which you can turn. And then you can see it just goes together. And then, of course, you hide it by using your asphalt. And then it was like it was never there. So magic. Now, of course, I think, in my infinite wisdom of playing games for 50 years, that they should have a terrain tool that allows you to do arcs. In fact, they already have the tool. If you missed it earlier, everybody, they already have the tool in the game. Did you know that they have an angled tool in the game? It is called the track tool. Now, imagine if the track tool was a foundation tool and it just had a rectangle instead of the shape that it has right now, because you look at the side of the shape here, you can see this is the side of it. It was a rectangle tool, and you could just do the same arcs that you could do with your train tracks, all right? Wouldn't that be amazing? That's what I think they should add. That should be the first thing they add. I hope they do. I hope they do add it at some point, because it would be amazing. Absolutely amazing. Not that I already don't sing the praises of this game, but I would sing it even more so. All right, right over here. We're going to go ahead and nudge this up by 1 meter. And then nudge that over. There we go. Now we've got our transition to our lower side done first. And that's going to help us a bit when we go to do the transition here. So we're going to have our upper angled support right over here. We're going to try to line that up over here. And let's see how that works out. And see, sometimes it's a little iffy. That looks pretty good. Yeah, and you can see that the drop from the bars drops about the same distance as it does over here, so that means that's good. That's good, and there we go. Again, modular blueprints for the win, everybody. Pretty awesome. And then, of course, we already have the thing here, so you basically already have the ability to do your arcs, but I'm not going to do that. Absolutely not. You know why? Because it's cutting in through right there. I don't like it. And my track is starting to lift up off the ground. No, no, no. I'm going to go ahead and make it beautiful by just bringing it back just a little bit like that, controlling that angle myself, just by bringing that track back just a little bit there. You're not going to have as much rise. A little bit into the thing there, but it is much nicer. And then, again, controlling your angles like that, and you got yourself a beautiful track. Now, I kind of feel like I want to really put a whole bunch of safety stuff there. I kind of feel like I don't like this arc right here. That arc is not that great. So let's kind of make it a little better ourselves here. And then we'll take this out, because I do like to have my track to be one nice track. One back. No. No, don't like that angle either. Let's bring this forward. Then we'll just try to get that to do a little bit of a segment there. Yeah, much better. Much better. There we go. Much better angle there. Pretty good angle here. I think we could probably work this a little bit more too. Work it backwards from this side. Trying to get a better angle there. Oh yeah, much better. Much better. Again, see how the tracks are very even in the way that they turn. Notice how I went forward and then I also went backwards to try to find the better angle. Again, working forwards and backwards is the ultimate in anything, everybody. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, and we're going to have some fun with this when they added a new function, everybody, in 1.1, and that is the wonderful curve function. The only problem is it doesn't work on this curve because it's straight and then curved like this, but we could just do ourselves a solid by going over here, bringing this up, and forgot to angle it first. Go like this, bring this nice and straight first, and then have it go into the curve. And that's going to give you a curve like that. Now, obviously, it doesn't match to the curve that you already have, which really sucks. So I would not do that at all. I would not do that. I would go ahead and customize this curve myself. That curve worked out pretty nice, but this one over here, I'm just going to remake this. And halfway through the curve here, let's say right there. Again, middle mouse button. We know this is got to be 7 meters high because we measured it originally when we did it. Oh, and I just realized something, that does not have that center piece. Man, we got some work to do on our blueprint. Some work to do on our blueprints here, which we will fix here in just a second. We want this right there. Cap that off, and then these are our label signs that are basically turned into little lights. And that gives you this cool effect, like when you're going by, of like lights going by, especially at nighttime when you're going along on the train. It causes that really cool effect. And again, this is a bit of a curve, so we're going to have it do not a curve there. There we go. A bit of a long vertical curve. Let's just do auto. Just going to do just a little bit of a curve there. And then we'll see if our curve function wants to work a little bit better now on this particular turn. And there we go, a little bit better. And now we got a much better curve because we kind of went halfway down and then we curved it a bit. And then over here, down into there. Oops, not like that though. Not like that. I like that to go down at a nice straight angle, so you're getting that acceleration when you're going down angle. All right, so that all looks good. We got some things to work on, though, on our blueprints. Let's go over here and work on it. I like how that goes right through that thing. Doesn't matter where I put these things, everybody. Wherever I put them is the exact spot in which I'm going to run stuff. Happens every time. All right, so we got our blueprinter, and you can see some of the work that we've done over here utilizing our blueprinter and some of the blueprinting that we did. So we're going to go ahead and clear this off. And we're going to make some changes to the ones that we've done. We're going to iterate on them. First, we're going to pull up the upper support and see if there's anything in that I need to work on. I think we have to add our little bars on the side here as well that we have been using over here. Well, architecture braided cable. And we're just going to put that right along the edge there. So anytime we add one of these, it'll already be done for us, and we don't have to go back and do it like we did across all of those. And that little change right there, that saves you hours of work right there. Okay? One little change makes a huge difference. Also, we'll go up here and look and see if it has the cap on it. Doesn't have the cap on it. We forgot to put the cap back because we did build it and then split these up into different pieces because we pre-built it first and then got an idea what we wanted, and then we cut it into different pieces so we can adjust it as we go through the various terrain. Put that cap at the top so we don't have to do that again either. And now that's hours and hours of putting those back in again each and every time. Okay, I think that was just the one that we need to work on. If we have some other ones we need to work on, we will fix those as we go. Whee! All right, everybody. You saw me do this way from over there. We're in the final stages of this bad boy. Let's go to it. Right over here. And then we are going to get our regular train track here. We're going to put the arrow this way. We're going to hit H. We're going to nudge it this way and see if we can get that to go right in there. That does not look good. Down in there. We don't have enough of a gap to make that happen. But we're going to get it off of auto connect. And that one we're just going to kind of work ourselves. What I'm going to do is see how it's halfway. It's like that on purpose so that I can transition halfway here. And then up here, transition all the way up. Basically, it's like 1.5. That gives you a nice smooth thing without all that rising that happens, right? And if it doesn't work this way and it starts rising really, go the other direction. And that'll help you a lot. And then a little bit of manual connection here. And that's okay. There we go. All right, made that transition nice. And then we have a little bit of cable work, I think, to do back there later on. Yeah, we'll get that going. So we have a support over here. Oh, wait a minute. No, we want to do a support right there, I think. So we transition, and then we go 1, 2, support. Okay, let's see how much we've got here. Do the one in the back. Vertical zooping. Yeah, 2 there. So just 1 down. our lower support. That's some sexy, sexy building right there. All right, nice. That's a much better spot there. And I feel like we'll take this back out here. And then we've got that. And then we want our upper support here that's flat. Flattens out. Come on, little guy. Get in there. There you go. And then bring that down. Yeah, much nicer there. And then train track, and we're just going to go ahead and do our tracks. We'll come back with these supports here in a bit. With the arrow going this way, why it's aiming so far down is kind of awkward, but let's see what we can do here. That was really awkward. Why it did it like that, I don't know, but nope, and it doesn't line up. All right, try it again. Why are you being so awkward? All right, get up there. There we go. Sometimes it's a bit awkward. Okay, and then this, we're going to just put it on auto connect so we get this. This. But we probably want to rework this because we don't want to have two supports here. So we'll just... there we go. Take those out. Just take out those. Take out this. And we'll just take all that out. I was sworn I took that out originally. Then this down to here. There we go. And then we'll transition that one to the next one. And then this again. Do this manually so that you have your nice arc like this. There we go, without too much lift, and then use our explosive rebar, which is again my next, my new favorite thing. I see some of this stuff I don't use until I do certain playthroughs. Like I've never used the explosive rebar, even though I've played for 3,000 hours. Not because I had anything against it. It's just thought I'll save it for later and then use it later on, and now I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it. It is awesome for clearing debris and other things out of your way. Very awesome for that. That's going to be way too high. All right, way too high. Let's get under here. Run this down by 2. And again, we're almost back to our thing here. Yeah, perfect right there. Again, we're just putting our under supports in here. We can just make it so we can extend those really easily. And then lower support. Again, these are all of our train lines. And then that sits right on there. Very nice. All right. And now we've got this. And then we have one that reverses the other way. Take all this out. We'll move that here in just a bit. And then we have our train track reverse. Aim at the side here. Turn it this way. That looks pretty good. Go with that. Didn't even need to go into hologram mode. Then we have another support that we want to add right here. And we'll want to turn it this way. Line it up to the bottom. And then nudge it down, nudge it forward. Done. And let's go ahead and fix this. We're going to move this over this way a little bit. And we're going to connect it wherever this one's connected. Huh. That one's not connected there. It's connected there, but it's really connected way over there. And that one already has 3 connections. It's going over here where our blueprinter is. Good question. Alright, well let's just do it like this one. Alright, we'll do it to here first. Then we're probably going to lose power. We pull this one so we can get rid of that connection out of there. Oh, still have power. Must be getting power from somewhere else too. And then we do that just to get that out of the way. Not going to be in the way of my trains. Kind of feel like it is. Take this one, run it back to there. let's remove this one. Take this and run that over there. Yeah, there we go. This one's totally in the way of my trains. Don't like it, not doing it. Nope. No, no, no. All right, up and over. There we go. Oh, I gotta take this line out. Take this line here. That's because my train tracks are giving me power. When I'm taking this out, we're getting the train tracks electricity that comes back from my actual plant. All right, much better. Okay, and then we're just going to do this. And we got just a little bit more to go here. You're going to see how that works out. See, always interesting to see how it works out when you're doing blueprinting, because, you know, I'm going at max distance here. This is a distance of 6 because we're using our Mark IIIs. So we'll turn the arrow toward this way, like this. There we go. And auto-connect those. And then on this side, we will use our reverse. And putting our arrow this way. Oh, okay. Or don't do it. Whatever you feel like doing, game. Gonna hit H. That in there. And then we got our transition here, which is our upper support. Like the other way. And down into position. Oh, this way. Then the rest of this I would just kind of do manually, because you're going to have a lot of finagling you're going to need to do at this point. So it should be up just a little bit. So we're going to need to go. This is coming in. Oh. Yeah, one is the incoming. This is the incoming, so this is going to go here. And this is the outgoing, which needs to go down here, underneath, come back up, and go here, or we could go over. I'm a big fan of going under, because that's fun. Very fun to go under. All right, probably don't have enough room there, though. Probably going to need some stuff there. What are we using for our angle over here? Actually, let's just build one of our angled supports. We're using a roof. Yeah, we're using a 1 meter roof. Okay. Let's see. Nope. See, that is not enough room. See? Not enough room to go under there. So, we're going to need to rework this side a little bit. And just keep working our way backwards until we get it right. We can get that to go under there without hitting the train. So back further. Say 3 more back. Looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and run this under. And see, the tricky part is also getting it to go back up again, because this is only temporary here. That's getting it to go this way without running into that. We might need to push this out a little bit. Yeah, a lot more. Can we get rid of these rocks? Sure can. Okay. But yeah, we need to push that out so the train can come out, get here, and then transition back on the reverse track. So we're going to need to be way out here. A little further down. Yeah, we got a problem. We got an angle problem with the one up above because we can't get it low enough there to make that work. So we'll want to push this out a little bit so we can get to the lower angle. So we're going to push this out as well, like this. Reverse engineer this. Yeah, see, it's in sync with that other angle, so we actually want to push this back one. First thing to do is figure out all your angles. Another one. Pretty good, except for it doesn't quite make it. All right, time to move the blueprinter. Doesn't matter where I put stuff, everybody. It always seems to be in the way. Let's clear the blueprinter. Grab any resources that we need. And then out goes the blueprinter. There we go. And again, everybody, thanks for coming in, showing the stream some love. Appreciate everybody chilling out in the channel. We're working on resolving our angle issue here, where we're trying to get the train to go under the track. That looks pretty good. Little bit of stuff in there. I don't like that. Could I live with it? I think I could. I think I could live with that. And again, just trying to come down a bit more so I can get the angle to be a bit further back so that we can go ahead and just bring this through here. Like this. And then we want to turn this. Now, this is only going to be a single track, so we only need the one track line. And then we'll take all these out. And we'll work this track a little bit here. That back. Like this. And how do we want to do this? We probably want to swing this away from the support. Let's go ahead and take out all this railing. And we'll come back and we'll redo all of this stuff later on. And we can take this out. And I kind of feel like we want to go to the right here. Bring that down to there. Get this out of the support. Maybe two of these. This one out. Maybe back another one. Like it. All right, let's go with it. And then down here to halfway into this, and then a half of that, and a full one there, full foundation. And then whenever you're doing a corner, everybody, you consider the corner one a separate one, and then you just go 1, 2 back like this. And then you do the same thing on the other side. Now, it's really awkward when you're going up an edge, though, when you're transitioning into a straight corner like this. But we're going to go ahead and bring this all the way up to halfway up that one, and we'll see what the arc looks like. If it sucks, we'll just make our own. In this case, pretty legit. Like it. Okay, and then this up through here, and get this to go. Yeah, this is gonna be rough. So yeah, it's not gonna. That would be awesome if that went like that, but we're not gonna get that. We are definitely not going to get that. We maybe get this. Then maybe have it do a little bit of a loop. That goes this way a little bit. And then... Ooh, what the heck are you doing, bro? There we go. And that's not good. Not good. Crazy tool. Crazy track tool. It just gets a mind of its own sometimes. Not liking it. Not liking it at all. Something like this. That's not happening. That is not happening. No, don't like it. Off the rails we go. Yeah, not liking it, not doing it. I don't like it, not doing it. I think we got to transition a little earlier here, so we're going to do something like this. We're going to back this up. We're going to take this, and we're going to just run this for this way. And we're just going to work that baby right in there, and like this. Very nice, and then we're just going to kind of work these edges to be angled. Right here. That. Get these out. And then just run these down. Wrong level there, bro. What you trying to do to me there? All right. Beautiful. Love it. Awesome. One right there to give it a little bit of support coming around there. And it put it at the wrong level again. Crazy game. Get in there. All right. Again, see, I made a little transition, then another transition. And that's what you're trying to figure out. You're trying to figure out those arcs that make it tough for us to do. Now, of course, we're going to put block signals and all that stuff in there so the trains don't run into each other. But we want to see if that actually is tall enough because it does look pretty close. We might have to back it up a little bit more and bring it down because, I don't know, that's pretty close. Yeah. Always test it, everybody. So, yeah, I got to go down by one more block there. One more block. But we got the general gist of it, and that's the important part. That's the important parts. So let's see if we can get one more transition down. We get our train to squeeze under there. Again, it's just solving problems. Solve one problem, solve the next problem until you have all the problems solved. Nope. Doesn't, I mean, I can do it, everybody. You can just let it run. It doesn't really matter. It's not really going to do it. But it's the outside edge that's causing it to do that. It's this, the fact that it transitions right there. So it's actually not touching right there, or it's actually touching just a little bit. So it does need to go one more down, but it's this point right here that's transitioning to a flat at that point. So that's like, got to go back by like 2. And then we still have to go down by 1. So that means we got to move this part back. So, down by 1. And this is one of the greatest things about the game, everybody, is you can just put it underneath like that. So great. So great. You can just very easily figure that out. We'll take all these out. And this. We're going to move this out by 2. Then we're just going to work our way backwards. Like this. One more. Oh, we're at 10. One more there. And all of this we're going to rework. Also, if you notice that it just does the one on the top and doesn't affect the thing underneath it, another great use of that. And this over here, backing this up as well. Way back there. Pick up these railings. Get those. That's the whole point of what you're doing, everybody, is to make this stuff do what you want it to do. I think we could go with those. We'll take this out. We'll take this out. These little thingies. Again, working this the way we want it to go. Feel like maybe we'll just do this here. And then half here. Oop, wrong way. half a foundation and then full foundation down. Then we just connect these like this. And we can just reverse engineer that. Yeah. Not like that. There's still more of this stuff we have to take out though. We don't want to leave all this embellishment in here for no reason. There we go. Get back. And unnecessary to have these. Those out of my tracks. Put one of these over there. Square that off a little bit. We got this transition. A straight line here. To a half foundation into a full foundation. And over to here. Which will make a transition up to there. That has to, this part here has to stay the same, so we have to get that transition there, and then we'll work the foundations underneath to make it happen. That should do that, and then we'll put our train in there again, and we will test her out. Again, it doesn't matter if it runs into it in the game, everybody. It only matters to me. What we need to do is just transition down there before it hits underneath there. Look at that perfection. Ah, beautiful. Love it. Uh-oh. Don't crash into another train. The trains are actually doing all my power right now. All right, there we go. We've got it figured out. That's the hardest part, is the figuring out part. Okay, so we want to do this, but this is going to cut through that. So we want to go here. And then maybe do something that... what do we got? We got a 2 meter. Do a bit of a 2 meter there. And then a 2 meter on this side. Get that to go up a little bit. No, it's definitely not a 2 meter. So 1 meter here. And then just a flat one here in the corner. There we go. Very nice. And then maybe a nice flat one under here. Give it a little extra something something. There we go. All right, looking good. Showing you all my secrets, everybody. Look at all this good stuff I'm showing you. All right, now for the real test. Let's put it back here. And we got to work on our hyper tube there too. There. Oop. From there to there. All right. Let's go. Full speed. Dang. That is perfection right there. No, look at the cool waterfall all the way up in the distance. Neato. Okay, so we got that going. So... And this will be going this way. Why is that track? Act like there's a switch there, because it's not. This is just going to merge. Whenever you go and you merge a section, everybody, that's when you want to use your block signal. Because that's going to say, hey, if anything's on that line, then block that line. Like right now it says, hey, there's something coming up on that line. Yeah, right there. It's going to block it. And then when it gets past the next block signal, you'll see that that turns green. So we're going to wait for it. Put it off to the side there so you can see it. Oh, whoa, up there. So you'll see it turns green here in a second. Once it clears that line, there we go. Now the train over here could then start and go. So that's what we want to see. So whenever you're going in those transitions, that's what you want to do. Then we also have a transition here we need to do, which we already figured out earlier. So that makes that like super easy, as you can see. And then again, this one's just going to go off the line. So it doesn't really care whether there is a line on there, because there's only going to be 1 or 2 trains running here. But again, whenever you go into a junction, everybody, I highly recommend just doing yourself a solid. and putting yourself in a nice little signal, say like that. This way, just in case there is something on that line, it'll be on its own line versus this, right? So you can see that these and these are on their own lines. And then there's a whole bunch more than I will do over that way as well. Just right here, we can fix this much nicer by doing this. All right, time to also test our hypertube. Now, all of this over here, I'm going to be replacing all of this as well with this updated one. But right now, it's actually a functioning line. So you don't want to be messing with your functional lines. That's not good. You don't want to do that. So the train's going to be coming down this way and then transition that way all the way over there. Now, if we did it right, one, our hypertube is going to work. First, we'll test that. Let's plug that in. Test our hypertube. See if we fall out of the hypertube at any point. We're just going to go all the way to the end. Now, again, we could be coming down the hypertube and we can decide, oh, we want to go left or we want to go right at that point. And that will make it really easy. I really love the hypertube above my train tracks. That's super cool. Super cool. This should take us all the way. Now, we can make a hypertube launcher, which would go brrr, bam, and shoot us through there like a rocket. We could be all the way to the other side already. There you go. Gonna use trestles for your trains? Oh, trestles are really fun. Yeah, I highly recommend. Are you on the world grid? Yes and no. Most of the time on the world grid, and then also doing transitions from off world grid, especially when you're doing a lot of curves and things like I'm doing right here. See how I'm curving around this way, and then I'm going to curve around the other way, and then I'm going to curve back the other way. You start to get a little bit out of the world grid when you do that, and you can always get yourself back in by holding down control, though. And you, over there, I made a transition from that little bit of variance to the world grid as well. And I also started with the world grid over here. I held down control when I was putting the blocks down when I was working in the reverse direction. But I find there's a bit of variance from when you do when you're doing that. Man, it takes me all the way to where I want to be. All right, awesome. Awesome. Okay, now we got another test. We're going to go back this way. We got another test to do. Now, as you can see, we've massively have embellished our train tracks. We put in all of our supports and stuff as we went along. And we have our oil lake pickup, which is basically why we're here, to get all of that oil. And that stuff's all backlogged in there, too. Three things high times how many ever that is. That's 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 or so. 12 times 3. You get the idea. A lot of oil just sitting there waiting to go back to our primary base, which we're going to use for our oil power. And I'm using, of course, modular railway blueprints where I can put in different pieces of those blueprints and then extend them or whatever I need to do along the way. But as you can see, I'm actually building it through the terrain, which I rarely ever do because the most efficient thing is to build up really high and then just run your trains nice and straight. But it looks awesome, doesn't it? It looks awesome when you're doing it through the terrain. So it's really up to you, especially with the sun up on the right there, just shining in with the God rays and all of that. It's kind of funny because I think that the first person should be in the hypertube, and then the third person should be when you're out of the hypertube, personally. But that's just me. Or have the option between first person and third person when you're out of the hypertube. And then, again, this goes a long, long ways, way over here. And again, we've been kind of dodging our nodes so that at any point we could also make an offshoot of any of these train tracks and pick up all of these resources as well. All right, very nice. Now, we want to go ahead and simulate our train coming through. You always want to test your stuff, everybody. Definitely test it. So, right now, if we were coming down, we can see that that one up there is set to go right. And so what we want to do is go left. Now, the way I did that is I hit A. And so we switched the thing there to basically switch the train track to go left. And it should transition in. There we go. And then it's going to start to get up to speed where it's at maximum speed, 120. And then A little bit of slowdown there. I like to put the minimum slowdown in as I can, which is usually down to about 114. Sometimes a little slower, around 100. But again, this is why I only use the 1 meter angle, because that way it doesn't slow my train down. The whole point is to make your train go as fast as possible, get those resources, get back over there, right? That's what you want to do. You want your train to be most efficient, running at its maximum speed. In fact, it's exceeding its maximum speed right now. It's 121. And then as we go along, you see you're getting that feeling of the pylon going by, right? So you're getting that motion feeling, and then there goes another one. I can turn over this way so you really get the feeling. So you're getting that feeling of the pylons going by, which is why I did that. Just like when you're in a subway or you're in whatever, they usually have lights on the walls, and then it gives you that feeling of zoom, 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 zoom. Really gives you that feeling of motion, which is really awesome. We get the low shot. Get the low shot. That's just coming right by those. And then right down into the station. And then pick up all that oil. And then take that oil and run it right back. Look at this sweet corner there. And then look how beautiful this corner is here, everybody. Minimum size curve there to just turn around. Still going maximum speed for that angle. And then going up here, again, only slowing down to about 112 or so. 112, 113. Not really reducing our overall speed. I also have the perfect spiral where you can spiral up. And then that spiral, you barely lose any speed going up, and then going down, you go even faster, which is awesome as well. I just thought of another idea for a spiral that goes down very quickly and goes up at the perfect spiral. So the one that's going down, you could actually make go at a further distance, so it would go faster, even if you wanted to. You can make it go really fast. It's like a harsh dive. So you have an alternate one, right? So down super fast, up is at its fastest speed that it can go. And here we go, all the way back over here. This is working perfectly so far. No problems with the tracks, no coming off the tracks, no sudden stopping. That's what we want to see. Let's hope we don't run into another train while we're doing this, since we don't really have our signal set up. But I should just be able to instantly transition to that other track without any issues. Like that. Nice. All right, that is a done deal, everybody. Done deal right over there. GG's. GG's, and now that whole entire line is connected into my primary power grid, and we no longer need to rely on these over here. And again, you saw how I work from the end and work my way backwards to transition to a pre-existing line that I already had. And that's it. That's pretty much all you need to do right there, and then just do that over and over again. And again, I hope you guys like this next level building that we're doing over here. Again, showing you all my gamer secrets. For sure. Does scroll wheel not put you in first person while in the hypertube? I don't think it does. I don't remember it doing that. I don't remember you can transition. Let's go. Let's find out. Unless they added that. Nope. Scroll wheel allows you to scroll your stuff. Little scroll wheel button. No. By the way, you can't change direction by holding down S. Or W in this case, if I rotate the camera. Puts me back the other way. You can stop right in the middle of the hypertube. That really helps a lot. But yeah, you can't transition. Scroll wheel is all of your various different tools. Though, if you are about to fight somebody when you're coming out, here comes the train. Bring that coal back there. Get it back there. Grabbing my coal there at the end. Yeah, we're going to redo all of this, everybody. But we already... See, this is easy. See, I don't need to redo this right now because it's already done, right? And I already know I could fit all that and transition all that. That's easy. That's easy stuff. We're doing the more difficult stuff first. Now, we need a train. We need a train to go over there, grab that stuff, and run that train back to somewhere over here where it's going to drop off this oil. Right? So we're going to get on our train here. And we always have our own personal train, everybody. Why? Because I can just build one anywhere I am. All right, let's go get up to speed. Put it on an angle. Get started. All right, now we're going to run back to the base. And we're going to decide how we're going to get this train to drop off this oil. Let's do it. And then we'll have two train stations for it to access. You can see I got a lot of switching and turnarounds and all sorts of things going on here. And this is our quick wire. Oh, we better slow down. We're coming into where the station is. Right behind this other train. I love the trains in this game, everybody. They are just phenomenally done. I mean, this could be a train game. You know what I mean? It's that good. You can make it into a train game as opposed to being a factory game. I love this old train game, everybody. It was on the... God, what was that on? I think it was on the Mac. Mac old train game. I don't know if I'm going to find it that way, but... it was really cool. It was like a really old game. And what you would do is you would set it up where it would go from, say, your home base, and it would go up and it would pick up the iron. And then it would take the iron and it would bring it back. And then you would go pick up the copper, and then it would bring the copper and bring it back. And then you would take it and manufacture it into something, and then you would drop it off and sell it. And then that was pretty much the whole game. That was the whole thing. It was so incredibly great. I love that game. I forget what it is. I think it's like Railroad Tycoon or something like that from way back in the day, if I'm remembering correctly. Yes. I cannot remember what it is, but it's something like that. It's a really, really old game. It's something like that. Let's see, what do we got over here? Yeah, Railroad Tycoon 2 over here. But again, it's like from the 80s or 90s, everybody. It's so old. Such an old game. I think we'll say it's from the 80s, 1980s. Yeah, old Mac Train 1980s. Let's see. What is the name? Yeah, oh, Maxis. Oh, old school. What is the name? It's not Oregon Trail, by the way, everybody. That's not the one. I can't remember the name of it. I can't remember the name of it, but I remember the noise that it would make whenever it would pick up the iron and pick up all the stuff and bring it back. Love that game. I love that game. I can't remember what the name of it was. Maybe it was the 90s. Maybe 1990s. Let's see. A-Train, Railroad Tycoon. Sid Meier's Railroad Tycoon. Is that what it is? I'll know it the second I see it. All right, we're getting sidetracked, but don't worry. We'll get back to it here in a second, everybody. I got to know what the name of this... Maybe they got a simulation of it. You can do it again. I don't think that's the one. Oh, maybe. Maybe that was it. Sid Meier's Railroads on Steam. Oh my God, look, now I'm going to be playing some railroad games. Oh God, I forget what the name of it is. It's something like that. This kind of looks like it. I just can't remember what the name of that game was. I don't think that was it from what I'm looking at. That's probably the one that was most popular at the time. But man, I can't remember. It could have been that one. But that's basically the gist of it. You would have it go and get some iron, bring the iron back, and then you would manufacture it and all of that. And I love train games, everybody. I'm all about train games. There are so many great train games out there, but if I keep looking at them over here, we're going to get all sidetracked for about 4 hours. All right, let's get out of there. Oh, the other thing, speaking of sidetracked, wow, I was going to say this at the top of the stream. I just thought of it. Right here, everybody, Star Seeker coming up for Astroneer. Right here, you definitely want to go in there if you guys want to check out the early, want to get on the wait list to check it out early. It's from the makers of Astroneer, the awesome people over at, oh, God, my head, what is their name? Right out of my head. Hold on. I gotta find. Oh God, come on, brain. It sucks being sleep deprived all the time, everybody. I'll kick myself the second I see what it's called. System Era. There we go. And they've been kind enough to sponsor stream many, many times, everybody. And of course, a lot of you who own Astroneer can thank them for giving me the codes, and I gave them away to you. So there you go. So yeah, I can't remember the name of it. Transport Tycoon. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Is that from the 90s? Transport Tycoon. I'm gonna look it up. Hold on. Oh wow, look at all the cool little cities. I mean, look it up. I don't know, I'm trying to look at see if they have shots of the gameplay. Oh, wow. You know what? That might be it. That kind of looks like it. Gotta remember this, everybody. That was, 30, 40 years ago. 30 years ago. Hard for me to even remember what the graphics look like. But yeah, for the makers of the Astroneer, everybody, you want to check out Starseeker. Incredibly awesome new game from them, by the way. It's not a DLC for Astroneer. It's a whole nother game. And so they have the gameplay out there. You can go to starseeker.firstlook.gg, and then you get on the wait list. You can see I got on the wait list there because I definitely want to get that going. God, hold on. Hold on, I got to go back this way. Like this. Let's do that. There we go. So you can join the wait list here. You can log in and sign up for it over there. I wonder if I can just go to starseeker.gg like this. Nope, cannot. All right, hold on. I'll find it for you. Starseekergame.com. Yes, here it is right here. All right. Now, again, this is one of the games that I'm most excited about, everybody. Starseeker. I'm going to throw it in here and show you some love. So you don't even need to do anything other than to click on that link right there. Go check it out. And if you scroll down, non-sponsored, by the way, everybody, I do love them over there. I think they've done a phenomenal job on Astroneer, one of my favorite games of all time. And they've been working on this one for a while. You can see you have underwater exploring in there as well. You have all sorts of stuff. And again, it's multiplayer, which is pretty awesome. Crazy rock guys there. All sorts of stuff. And of course, gliding, which is cool. I hope it's server based so we can get in there and make our own server and stuff. But here's the button right here, everybody. Sign up for playtest right there at the bottom. Go in there if you want to be part of that playtest. Again, it's coming out for Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo Switch, and for Steam, basically PC. And of course, you can wishlist it on Steam, PlayStation, and Xbox. 100% playing that, everybody. 100%, without any doubt. Also, on top of that, let me find Astroneer over here. Right here. Astroneer is coming out with a mega update right here, the Mega Tech, which I already got, I think. I already got it as well. I already have glitch walkers. What are these evolution bundles? Oh, those are unique looks. I think I have all those too. But again, they're coming up here with Mega Tech, which are these giant things that I've been asking for forever, everybody. And they listen to feedback. I give them love for that, everybody. When they listen to feedback, look at this cool landing area that you can use here as well. Oh, I should make it full screen so you can see what the heck's going on. So again, look at this awesome landing area here, everybody. And the coolest thing is the fact that you can actually take resources and have them go from planet to planet and back and forth like you can in games like Dyson Sphere Project and all of that other stuff. It's called Dyson Sphere Project. What's that called? Dyson Sphere something. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm getting that right. Dyson Sphere Program is the name of that one. That was really fun too. If you like, again, space games plus other things. Now, again, see, look, you can set it to different things, like Glacio and stuff like that. Great example is you're on Glacio and you're trying to get the iron and you want to run it back to your primary base, but you don't want to have to do it yourself. Well, guess what? It'll go, run your trains in there, pick that stuff up, put it on your thing, take it, bring it to your thing, drop it off, and then, of course, you can run it in your manufacturing. I can't wait to do all of that. It's going to be awesome. Brand new. Yes, interplanetary logistics. That's right, Blind Coder. 100% chance playing that too. Absolutely 100% chance. They also have this thing up here in space, so I don't spoil what that is, but you get the general idea. Cool stuff there. Look at this new kind of little drilly thing there. And again, this is actually transporting your resources from one place to another. Very excited about all of that. And if you guys want to check that out, I'll go ahead and throw the little Megatech awesome there. Just wanted to give them a shout out just because I love them, everybody. I think they've done a phenomenal job. And I like to shout out smaller devs, everybody, because remember, everybody, they ain't got no budget, $250 million to drop on there, and then their game ends up dying from those big companies that waste all that money. Could have made a whole nother game for that. But the small devs like this, everybody, they rely on us, the gamers who really like their games, to go out there and give them a shout out, give them some love. Megatech, Astroneer, Mega, with 2 E's, Astroneer, there we go, Megatech. Boom, right there. There you go. So now you got 2 things to look forward to. The Megatech that's coming up, and then in 2026 is when the Star Seeker's coming out. 100% chance if I'm still alive. If I'm still alive and kicking, everybody, 100% chance I'm going to be playing that. Without a doubt. We're going to play Astroneer all the way through again for I don't know how many times, 50 times. And then definitely playing that Star Seeker. If we can make a server out of it, I'm going to hit my buddies up over at G-Portal to set me up a server for that. I don't know how the server is going to work and all that other stuff, but I definitely want to play that for sure. So again, I want to give them a shout out. And we're going to be playing it here on the stream too. So if you're not sure, I can tell you, everybody, if you like Astroneer, I'd just go get it now. I'd prepay for it. I don't prepay for games anymore, everybody. I think most games, it's hit or miss. But the people over at Astroneer are so incredibly great at what they do. That's an instant, at least wish list. If not, I would just pre-buy it. I absolutely would, just to show them some support for all the years of amazing games that they have made. And they're like Satisfactory, everybody. Every update that they do is awesome. Like the trams they added a whole bunch of stuff to Astroneer over the years, and they just crushed it every single time. Satisfactory, probably the most of any game I've ever seen, where every single update was such a huge improvement to the game. Added so much gameplay to the game. Like when they came out with pipes and fluids was amazing. When they came out with trains. Now this game in early access, everybody, was already a 9 out of 10 before the trains came out. Before the fluids came out, before all the alien technology came out, before the dimensional depots, before all the other stuff that they've added. And then, of course, now that they've added a whole bunch of extra stuff, which allows you to do all the things we're doing now, like the auto connect, all of the stuff that allows you to do curves and angles and straight 90-degree corners and that kind of stuff. I feel like the only thing that it needs, the one more thing that it needs in this game, everybody, the one thing, if I could pray now and wave my wand and use my magic power on Satisfactory, is the ability to have a rounded foundation tool that works like the track tool. If I could just do the one thing where you could go ahead and put it right here and then just go rip and put an arc right there, and that sucker would just round itself just like that. I mean, they have the technology. I know they do because they have the track tool. All they got to do is get it to connect right there and then rounded track tool. Bam, a rounded foundation tool. And just make it one piece. Bam. One piece makes that arc just like it does with the tracks. GG's, run your tracks over the top of it. Even it'd be awesome if your terrain tool also allowed your track to snap to that range, that foundation tool. It would just blow my mind. Now, of course, I could add mods and do all that stuff as well, everybody, but I want it in the base game. I want it in the base game because I think the people who bought the game should get that for sure. Right in there. I think that's the best thing they could possibly add to it, is that rounded foundation tool. That would be awesome. And I'm not playing with any mods, everybody. I typically, when I'm playing the game, I will play it with no mods for a long period of time until I get to a point where I'm like, okay, I'm in my 6th playthrough or 56th playthrough, whatever it is. There's a point in which you go, okay, I've done everything I can do. And I still, again, I've played this for thousands of hours. I think almost 3,000 hours. And I still haven't done everything I can do. Why? Because I always leave something to do in my next playthrough. Like, example, explosive rebar. And also the nuke. I've never done the nuke novelist yet. So I leave that stuff. And then also, before I went and built all this out as well, check those out, everybody. Very cool vertical factories going on there. And of course, all embellished and whatnot with various colors. You can see we're extracting 1,200 limestone. Oh, the limestone is maxed out. How do we know? Because we added this side, which is our overflow side, which means that it is maxed out 22 boxes deep with concrete there, as well as 22 boxes deep with limestone, because this side is filled in. Watch this, everybody. Watch this as I go up here, and I'm going to pull some of this concrete out of here. Just a little bit from somewhere, say right here, boom. And that's going to start it back up again. And you'll see that this side will basically, if it's enough, this side will no longer be an overflow, and then eventually this side will go away. We can wait for it, but you get the general idea. If I make that go fast enough, it'll definitely pull that out. Or if I go something like this, watch this. I can just simulate it. I can simulate it over here. And again, it's just to tell me whether it's full or not. So I can just grab this, throw that whole box into the trash, and then that is going to start that up. And there it goes. See how that side's empty now? Because it's no longer an overflow. So I built that into the extractor so I'll know when this is completely done and it's in overflow. Now, I could also make it where it goes in the awesome sink and then it just gets rid of the overflow. But then it would be running all the time, burning up power for no reason. It's kind of like having your lights on when you're not home, right? Well, great. You got your lights on, but it's not really serving any purpose, and it costs you money. In real life, it does. In here, it doesn't cost you anything, but I don't like to do it anyway because it costs me power that I could be using elsewhere, right? And again, just to dazzle you, for those who just tuned in, let me go over here and dazzle you with the amount of power that I'm using right now. Right there, 21,000. I'm at the end of the game. I'm on phase 5, and I can finish it right now. I absolutely could. That's as much power as I've used in the entire playthrough. 21,750. And I told you I could do it, and I've done it yet again. And again, I'm your official Fix-It corporate trainer. My job is to come in here and help you out as well. Now, again, don't be inefficient because otherwise Fix-It may just laser you from space. So look out. I'm not in that department, everybody. I'm in the efficiency training department as well as in the mega building department. So my job is to show you how to do the coolest stuff. And not laser you from space. That's somebody else's job. All right, here we go, coming through. There we go. Get that quick wire. Go get it. Go get it. Bring it back here. You can see we got over here. Now, we've got the different methods all going on over here, everybody. We got the spaghetti, which is always tasty. Gotta love that tasty spaghetti. We've got our all organized trains over here doing its stuff. And then way over there, you can see we have lots and lots of fuel power. This is fuel over here. Then it transitions over to turbo fuel, and then turbo fuel is what's running all of our power right now. And that's all we need. Finish the whole game. Easy, easy. But we don't want to just do that. We want to do all the things. We're going to do every process and everything in the entire game. Now, what we want to do is use the existing train tracks for now. And, of course, we're going to rework all of this. I never have a finished base, everybody. This will be the first playthrough where my base is going to actually be that thing at the end. It's actually going to be that thing, right? Because most of the time you're in the middle of transitioning between slower belts or the things you're unlocking or whatever it is. And really the point in which you want to build is usually toward the end of the game. Because now you have the fastest belts, you have all of the things and the largest pipes and the things you need to make all this stuff work. And you can see it's coming back and it says packaged all of my turbo fuel there for my jetpack I used to have, but now I don't even need to package that turbo fuel. You can see over here we got lots of turbo fuel and a lot of fuel generators producing our power. And this is very solid, meaning it's running at very solid. It's not going up and down, which it can very easily happen. See how this is going up and down, and this is going up and down. But see this gray line? That's my power line, and it is rock solid. That is what you want out of your power systems, everybody. Rock solid, consistent power. Not that's going like this all the time. No, no, no. You want a nice, consistent power. Even if it costs you a little bit of your high end of your power, you want it to be as consistent as possible so you can rely on it, right? You want to rely on that sucker to run. Now, we also have some backup batteries over here, which you can see are right now about 5,000. And they're sitting right over there in that green building, right over there doing his thing. And look at all my vertical modular stacking there, everybody. The blue ones are storage and the orange ones are production. So we want to go ahead and be able to run our train on this same track and do what this train is doing and drop off a bunch of resources over here. Now, we actually have our oil being delivered down below right over here. So we might want to think about taking our train and diverting it down to the lower side down here. What up, what up? Right down here where I have lots of space under here, and I can make a little bit of water. In fact, I make a lot. You can see that I have it running just a little bit down here along the water line. In fact, just a little bit above the water line in this particular case. If I was going to do water extraction, I would do it a little bit below. And go for a little swim. There we go. And you can control that based on where you start and what angle you start at. You can control that where you want it, or you can just kind of put nudge it down vertically. But this is our train over here, which is grabbing our oil from way over there and just bringing it here. Now, it doesn't seem very far to run, and we could just run all of our pipes. But in the long run, what you want to do is you're setting up a train system. Not just grabbing resources, but you're setting up a whole train line, like in the real world, where those train lines go right across, say, across the United States, and then they have different spokes that go off into different locations to get that stuff. And that's really what we're setting up. You can't actually die from getting run over. Look at this big boy train, everybody. And you can see that I have the other engines on the back, because for every 4 cars you want to have another engine, and I usually put an extra engine anyway just to make sure that's at maximum speed. And look at it dropping off all that sweet oil right over there, which is running our base right now. There it goes. We get up a little closer up here. Dropping that off. What do we got in here? Is this full? Full of oil. Probably not even using that oil yet. So yeah, you can see that it's dropping off that oil. And off it goes again. Now, if you notice that the train is going back the way it came from. And it only has one line. And that's what's known as a push-pull train. So it's going to push it this way and then pull it back that way. So basically, those trains go in different directions based on which one it needs. So you only need one track, and you need one train station that's pointing this way, and one train station pointing that way. That's all you need. And one train engine this way, one train engine that way for every 4 cars. And then when you say you have 8 cars, well, then you have 2 going this way and 2 going that way when you're on your train engines and whatnot. And you can just put them all in the back so that when you're going back and forth, it will be easier to do your train station. You won't need as many empty slots there. But that's what's going on right there, everybody. So we can just as easily bring our oil down here into this lower part away from what we're doing up here and utilize it down here. Now, we have plenty of water, everybody. It's not like I'm going to run out of water. Plus, we also have places in there that we can extract water as well. I typically don't like to put stuff at the water level. And that's because I like to have as much space underneath where I'm working to do that. And of course, we're going to go in and add supports and all sorts of stuff to this later on. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and head this way and find a way to get up through here, like so. And keep on rocking. Again, all this here is just to get it through the next stage and the next stage and the next stage without having to build out gigantic factories and spend 100 hours building something out that literally you could just make in about 20 minutes or 10 minutes or 5 minutes. Again, your time is your most valuable asset. Use it wisely. Okay, so there we go. We got that going. Again, now it has the ability to bring that oil all the way back along our existing track, and we can divert it off that track and run it underneath there. I'm trying to think of where I would want to do that. Probably over here where I already have a transition. It's running underneath. We would have to kind of take it off of the side here and run it down under. Down there. And do I want to do that? Or do I want it to be up above where it's at now? Good question. Look at our translucent belts there. Very cool. This is a good question. Or do I want to build it off to the side? And then I don't have to do anything with all of this. I can just build it off to the side here. Up over this, over where this thing is. I saw a really cool shot of someone made a hydro plant, like a big dam over the side of those waterfalls. Very cool. Very cool. Kind of feel like I want to build it over here. And then build out our gigantic power over here, because the reason why, if you build it this way, then all you have to do down here for this oil is just divert it that way, right? You can, instead of going this way, you divert it the other way, and this gives us all this room to build. Kind of feeling the vibe over here. Yeah, feeling that vibe. What am I using? Orange, I think, for that. Yeah. So we need to set up our roads. We need to see, I'm building in my head right now, everybody. This thing's already 50% built in my head right now. We need to set up some roads. We need to set up our primary middle road. And then what we're going to do, instead of doing this, everybody, is we're going to do it very vertically, right? I find that everybody does this kind of horizontal building. That doesn't excite me very much. I think the true next level of the game is when you're doing things more vertically. And then, of course, then embellishing and making pyramids and big old office buildings or futuristic looking stuff, or maybe old antiquated looking stuff, or really whatever floats your boat. Whatever is your jam. For me, it is building this gigantic fuel plant over here. So yeah, I can divert it over there and have it run out. The interesting thing is that this is actually at a lower amount there. So we would want to bring this up first. So we could have it come down, go under, and then up. I prefer it to go under and then over. Over takes a lot more building than under. We go over and under, actually. So yeah, we're going to need to raise that up to this level. We might want to put our supports in there as well. Yeah, and then we can just build out this whole edge here. Utilize all of this over here, and then eventually decommission all of this. See all of this? Bye-bye. All of this is going bye-bye, everybody. Again, we're going to revamp everything over here. But if we start taking this out, it's going to affect our current power. And that power is producing a bunch of resources that we're using for various things, including the power itself. So we want to think about where we want to build, and I think this would be an awesome spot to build right over here, away from the rest of this. Now, we need to get our blueprinter. Do I have a blueprinter over here? I don't think I do. This would be a perfect spot for it, right here. Let's get ourselves a nice blueprinter special, and right over here, we're going to aim it this way. And we'll line it up to the grid. Now, sometimes you use the grid here, this way, to also line stuff up off the side of the grid with the stuff that's inside there. So typically I'll do that right there. Okay, now we want to go in and get our foundations. We want to upgrade our foundations to our next level foundations. So I'm just going to take the 5x5 from our Mark II blueprints, hit H and then nudge those in, and basically I just did a lot of the work for me right there. We'll middle mouse button this one, snap it in there, and easy mode the rest of this. There we go. So instead of it being 5x5, now it's a 6x6. Very nice. And then we'll just go over here and name it kind of the same thing. God, I forgot what the name of it is. What was it? Right here. The different size. I didn't want to actually do it. I wanted to copy the name. Oh, I know how to do it. Hold on. We go out of here. Out of there. We go up into Q, blueprints, factories, no, foundations, edit, go to this. Ah, won't let me copy the name. Bummer. Here's how you do it right here. MK3-6x6 foundations for factory. Then you just copy this. Get out of there. Confirm. And then out of there. Confirm. Then paste. Very nice. All right. 6x6 factory orange. Orange. O-R-A-N-G-E. Orange foundations for factories. 6x6, which is a total of 36. Slash 36. 6x6, 36 total. Orange foundations for factories. There we go. And I forgot to do all this other stuff. My bad. Foundations. The 1 meter foundation. That's what I was trying to think of. Yes, 1 meter. 1 meter. 1 meter foundations for factories. And then color. Orange. Save. Yes, save over that one. Okay, now that we got that done, we can go ahead and utilize our stuff here. And then it should be here in the undefined, because that's how I have it set to default right now. And then we'll hit H. Make sure that's lining up. Notice that now this is not going to be on the same grid as these, because these are 5x5, so they're going to be, you know, kind of off. So the one I'm setting down now is the one that's going to be the center of all the other ones, right? So the final factory, when it's in its final form, is going to be this one. So we need to figure out, reverse engineer this from over there where we're running our train as well. So we're going to go ahead and pick this up in blueprinting mode. There we go. And then we're going to tell it to be in blueprinting mode so it snaps. We're just going to walk this over this way. And this is why I have 5 of my dimensional depots dedicated to plates and to concrete. They're just going to fill that right back up again, everybody. Look at that. That's why we did that earlier. That's why we did those factories first. All right, let's see how I like this. Yeah, it's going to go right over the top of this, so I can just build out all the way out over here. Nice. Nice. I can build it all the way out to that edge before I hit something, and really can build it wherever I want, right over the waterfalls here. Yeah, I'm liking it, liking it. Now, my biggest problem is right here is the train that I'd want to come up here and work with this is down. Now, I can eventually bring this up as well. See how this lines up over here. Tell me I'm just Oh! Better lucky than good, everybody. Look at how that lines up, everybody. Oh! Make a grown man cry right there, everybody. Look at that. That is nothing short of beautiful, everybody. All right, we just lucked out. We'll take it. We'll take it any day of the week. All right, so this is now the Rosetta Stone of the rest of my base. So we want to be able to bring that oil and get it to transition here. Now, I'm going to go ahead and eventually, again, replace all of these train tracks, which means that these trains here are going to rise to this level. This is now the new level of everything, the rest of my base. And see all this stuff down here I brought down, and I will take all that out and raise it up. So it'll be nice and flat there eventually. Again, all of these will go bye-bye. This will actually stay here to the end of the game. This is now set it and forget it. Same thing over here. This big, gigantic tower, the one that's way out here, that one is a set it and forget it. because it's already finished. It's done. It does what it needs to do, which is to run concrete into the thing over and over and over again. You can see it doing it right now. Oh, it's already full. It's already full. 2680, and then you can see that my plates have filled right back up again too, which is why we did that first, right? We wanted to set that up first. Okay, so now that we got this, and we're going to say this is the center of our base now, because that lines up really well to our train lines here as well. Let's just go ahead and see where that's lining up. And again, I'm going to put those in the center of those coming up on the other ones instead of being down the middle. Instead of going for a triple track, which is what I usually run, I'm running a double track because we have to do a lot more work with the foundations and things like that. So I'm just going to run a double track on it. Just to save us some refresh speed and stuff like that. Not like I really need it on my machine, everybody. I do have a really nice machine that I'm going to be paying on for like the next 20 years. But it can handle these bigger builds like this for sure. But there will be a point, no matter how nice a computer you have, everybody. You got $20,000 computer. You can make it beg for mercy with this game. And again, just imagine how many objects are in here right now, everybody. Just imagine, just with the trees and all the things running and all the other stuff you're building over here, and then this massive factory I got going over there. I mean, just the scale of this game is awesome. I find it incredibly amazing. Look at my little textures flashing out there in the distance. It happens. It's actually called a moray pattern, by the way. That's because of that pattern that's on the side of the roll door. That's why it does that. That's why in printing, everybody, they have dot angles. If you're not familiar with that, I'll tell you a little bit of graphic design and printing. In printing, they use CMYK, or cyan, magenta, yellow, black. And if you put all of the inks down at the same angle, what happens is it creates a little pattern like that flashes. It's called a moray pattern, right? And this is the way it's been in photography forever. And so if you want them to not have that pattern, you have to have the angles of the dots go in different angles like this. And so if you don't know that and you put them all the same way, guess what? It's going to have a weird pattern in it. And then when you move it, even more so. So you got to have them in different angles. So there you go. You learned something today. Old school. Old school. Yeah, squads of 4. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. There's a mod for that, kids. I know there's always a mod for everything. But like I said, I wanted to be part of the base game. I think it would be awesome. Again, I would totally play in some Astroneer, 100%. I'm going to probably play through solo in Astroneer. And probably Starseeker as well, because you guys have more time than me. You guys go run ahead and you already know everything, and then Kismet's left in the lurch. I like to learn the way everybody else learned too, by trial and error. I think that's one of my favorite parts of any game, everybody, is going in and learning by doing, as opposed to just someone doing it for you, right? I don't mind people give me tips and things like that if I'm in a learn to play or whatever. But I don't like people to do it for me. That's not something I like to do or like to do for other people. Great example, like when we're playing 7 Days to Die, and someone's like, hey, Kismet, how do I do this ammo? Well, I'm not going to go in there and show them how to do the ammo or do the ammo for them. I'll tell them how to do it and let them do it and let them make mistakes or have issues. And then they're doing the problem solving, and they will remember it more than if I just told them, hey, let me just do it for you there. Look, I set it up for you, right? I don't like that. Or here's all the armor, or here's all the weapons, here's all the stuff. We had that problem in Ark. We had somebody in there, and I'm not going to say who went in there and was trying to be the everything person. And I've told them 100 times not to do that. But, you know, it doesn't matter how many times you say, everybody. It takes a lot of times before it sinks into some people's brain. Like when I'm saying, hey, all hands on deck, we're working on stuff, and then still people are off doing their own thing and whatever. And I just roll with it, everybody. But it's one of those teamwork things that you got to work on, right? Like, come on, if it's all hands on deck, everybody should be working on this thing, not going off and doing a side project. We're working on this. And I don't do that very often as well. See, that's what really gets me, is I don't do it very often when I say all hands on deck kind of thing, right? Normally I'm like, hey, you go do what you think you need to get done, and if you have any questions, just go ahead and communicate it to me. That kind of thing. So again, that kind of teamwork is vitally important, because again, you have a time factor. Whenever you have a time factor, it's important. Now, this game, you don't have a time factor. This game, you can just keep going and do whatever you want to do. And if you want to take 500 hours to make, some little base, go for it. There is no time thing in the game. And I like that part of it. I like it's very relaxing. You do whatever you want, take your time, build the thing, put in all the little details, do all that stuff. And that's why I've been waiting for this specific playthrough to do all that stuff. And that's what we're going to do right now. Let's get back to it. Right now. Okay, so now we're setting the precedent of the rest of our base. Now, what we want to do, though, is we want to have not only our train stations, which is our train's going to go right through here, but we also want to have the ability to have what I call the central road or the main road of the entire base. And is typically where I'm going to run all the power. So if we're going to run the trains right through here based on our train tracks we already have, and we could redo all these train tracks super easy with our thing, then we'll say that over here in this middle part between, let's say, that side and this side, kind of the middle of both sides, we could run a primary road where we could use vehicles or hypertubes or even do some spaghetti building like I did over there, whatever we feel like doing down that line. But we need to do some work over there, so we're going to get another blueprinter. I don't know why I always go to that when I'm trying to do blueprinter. Right over here, we're going to hit H and just drop it down so we can drop it even though it's hanging off the side. And then we're going to go over here and we're going to pick up, or actually we're going to do it this way. We're going to get our foundation that we already have, which is our primary road with power foundation. And we'll just put it over here somewhere and we'll hit H. And then we'll nudge it into position. Actually, it needs to go the other way. You get that arrow pointing toward me. There we go. And the thing here. Now, the thing about a 5 by 5, everybody, is the fact that it has a center line, right? So it has a center line or a center part of the road here. Right, so that center part of the road is really easy to figure out, right? So you have 5, which is an odd number, so you have 2 and 2, and then the one in the center, the third one from either side, is your center line, right? So if you're making a 2-lane highway, and you want to have your, foundations or roadblocks or whatever you want down the center, whatever floats your boat, you want a nice center line. Now, 6 is not like that because you have 3 and 3. So your center is actually in between the two, which you can do, by the way. You can actually make another thing right down the center and use that as your center line. But in my case, it does actually work because I'm going to build a double wide road there, right? So sometimes I go 3 wide. 3 wide is really good when you're doing 5 because, again, you have, 3 in the center and then 1 and 1 on the sides like this, right? Like you can see here if you visualize it. But in this case, I'm going to do just a 2-lane road, and then the things on the side is going to be if I want to run hypertubes or pipes or belts or whatever I want to run on those sides. So we're going to go ahead and put this down like that. And then you're going to see it's all colored in yellow like this. And we have our darker yellow here, which is our sides, and then our center line yellow there. Let's go ahead and grab this, fill in these side ones. Just like so. There we go. And then we want to readjust how this goes. So we basically just want to pick up the color of this one over here and take our yellow and just run it like this and like this on both sides. And then we can just go ahead and use our darker yellow here to color that back in. And now we have it going right down the center of our 6-lane road, or 6 foundation wide road. Now what this does, also you can see that it's 3 in here and then 3 there. So we have, this is not in the center. The center would actually be right here. So we want to move that over if we want it to be dead center. It doesn't really matter. I just want to chain it between all my power, but I'm going to go ahead and do that because I feel like it. And then this way it gives it basically its maximum distance between the next one, which is going to be basically 3 and 3. So you have 3 on this side, 3 on that side, and so it's going to be a distance of 6. You got to watch out. If it goes too far, the line won't be able to go. Now, power lines, everybody, go really, really far. Everybody, you can put these suckers really far over here like this. Now, of course, it's connected to the blueprinter, but you can put it way off over there, way further than 6. So it's not really going to be an issue when you're chaining it. Now, it'd be nice if it auto-connected. That would be great. I guess I could make it do that. If I tried, I don't think I've tried auto connect with power. I'm trying to think of how that would work. If that actually does work or not. That's a good question. We should test it. Let's go ahead and see. I don't think I've ever tried to do auto connect with power. Don't tell me. Part of the fun is me trying to figure it out. All right, here we go. Right like this, right like this. And then we're going to go right over here. And we're going to go out of there. We're going to figure out what the heck we named the other one. Right here, edit this. And then, okay, 3, 6 by 6, 36, or 6 by 6. We'll do that in the next thing. Road with power. And again, I'm just typing it out so I can copy it. Then cancel. Cancel here. Close that. Go here. Paste it. There we go. 6 by 6 is 36. Road with power. All right, and then 1 meter. Foundation. And this is going to be yellow. Our roads. Oops, select color first and then save. There we go. Let's try it out. Let's see what's up with what's up. Totally not what I wanted to do. There we go. Nope. I haven't tried it yet. I don't think it does connect power lines. Would be cool though. Yeah, a little further than 2 blocks, and that's not even snapping to that. Snap it to the blueprint and turn it on auto connect. That. I wonder if the line needs to be run. I love testing this stuff. Nada. No worky. Huh. If the line has to be in there already. There we go. Awesome, Unforgiven. Awesome. Yeah, G-Portal's pretty much, they're usually on top of it. I give them huge credit. They're on top of all the new games and server games and all that kind of stuff. We got a while till that Starseeker comes out, everybody. It's 2026, which means it's going to be like November of 2026. But very excited. I suggest a wish list so you don't forget about it. To show them also, to tell them that you're interested in that game. All right, this time I put the line in to see if it's the line thing. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's auto-connecting power. Yeah. We go in and test everything else. Okay, so we'll put some pipes in. I can just go to my pipe thing here. We put pipes in. Run this to the edge. Wait, from edge to edge. From here to here. And we run belts. Notice I'm leaving a one foundation gap so we can just see it actually work. And then we have power lines. And then what else we got? Train lines. We know train lines work. We've just been doing it all day, but we'll do it anyway. Let's see what snaps with the auto connect. Let's turn it this way so we can see. Nice if it snapped like blueprint mode and then auto connect. Yeah, see, it connected everything else. Whoa, oh, go down. That belt came in right as I jumped and it launched me off the side. Nice. Look, I'm walking on water. That was funny timing. Just launched me off the end at 1200 per second. All right, there we go. See, look, those connected, but electrical lines did not connect. All right, hey, we're learning stuff. We're learning stuff, aren't we? Again, I'd never even thought about auto-connecting power lines. I wonder if it works on the big ones. Let's go find out. Let's go ahead and do some experimenting around here. Let's use the big tower. That big boy in there. And another, say, big tower over here. This would be a complete waste, though. Let's put it in the middle. Yeah, it'd be a complete waste unless you put it, like, in the middle, like this. Then it connected from one to the other. Let's find out. Save. Testing out all the auto-connect stuff. Now, we've already done the auto-connect for all of these. Previously. We're testing out some stuff here. That does not auto-connect. Does not auto-connect power, so good to know. So that means we're going to have to manually run that power again. And we put the power at the end. I noticed that that we could do stuff like attach stuff to the bottom, which you normally couldn't do, like a lifter and stuff to the bottom of the stuff. They fixed that. You cannot connect it to the outside edge. We pull one of these out. Yeah, no, you can't do it there either. Alright, good to know. Now we don't need all this stuff. This was just for fun. Take all those out of there. Holy mackerel, has it been 5 hours? Holy jeez, sure has. God, time flying by, bro. Time flying by because having too much fun. Alright. Save it over the one we did. Again, eventually this will be available to all my patrons, everybody. We're going to build them out first, and then you guys can try them out on your end. Maybe this Friday. We'll see. We'll see. If I can remember. That's the thing. Again, I'm always doing like 100 things, everybody. And the second I'm working on those 100 things, another 100 things come up. I got to stop what I'm doing and go work on that other priority thing. Okay, so we got this going, and we want this to go right down the center here, so our base eventually is going to be kind of split in this particular area. And then we're going to build our power around the center. Look at the clouds moving up there. Cool. You know. Around the center of that as well. And again, we'll put in all of our supports. And we're probably on the other end as well. We will bring up our oil, and we'll bring the oil in from that side over to here, and we'll bring the oil in from this side this way, and probably have this whole thing connected together, where this runs all the way through and connects to that other line over there. So it's a big L-shaped line. Comes right through here. And then we already have a line that is running up and down through the center here. We have this one which is going up to where the sulfur is. No, where the up here, box right. Yeah, right there. There's my boxy train. A boxy train is so sexy. Oh, it's actually going at an angle. Forgot I put that at an angle. Neato. But I like my boxy train to eventually come straight down through here. And then meet up right here. Because then you'd have a section there. And then you could have a line where this actually comes in. This comes in this way. And then down. Then here. So you wouldn't have to dogleg all the way out here and have a whole extra part of a train that you don't need. You could just go this way and then down. We'd want to offset it from here. Go here and we get this Sam over here too while we're at it. Yeah, usually I run my box train this train, but I already had this train out here and I was running this out here to get the quartz. And so I ran this off to the side like that. And that's going to come back that way. Yeah, it'd be better if I had it like this, and then this one here, and then any of these other nodes you can just run to the actual line. So I'm looking at it in terms of how you run the whole network of trains. And since this comes up like this too, I can take this train and I can run it all the way up here, and guess what? Bada bing, bada boom, right here to this oil. And then I can just run one line that goes right through here, or actually I'd run it either lower, like through here, and then run all these down to the line that's going through there. Again, you're trying to avoid being over the top of the nodes themselves. So you're trying to look at the empty space here. Wow, that goes right across there. You could get all of this stuff on the top side, all this stuff here, and run it in. Have that train go right through the middle here. And then here in the desert, you got problems. But you can run that right there. Now, of course, this is also, the train changes. You can go up and over and all of that stuff. Or through or around or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, and again, you can just run central line all the way across. And then down here, we already have a central line now that comes all the way over here. So we have this central line here, which could gather all of this and run that up to that central line. You can just run side lines if it's really far. Like all of this right here, if I wanted to run that, I would actually run it from our line that comes across here, just run it down and grab it and then come back up. Just run it all the way over here. Then you can also run another line off of this. Grab that coal while I'm at it, right through the middle of these things here. And I can also go over the nodes. So we can just, ramp up, go over the node, and then it could be underneath, and then it could run up. Put a station there, have it pick that up. And we make smaller trains just to pick up specific things as well. And just run that straight out and then tee off of the other line that would be here. Like that. And then separate lines to get all of this stuff. Again, my goal is to get as many of these nodes as I possibly can for no reason other than we are. But you will hit a limit eventually. You'll hit a max limit where you can't build anything else. Or it becomes so laggy that you can't do anything. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how far we get along the lines of getting all of this stuff extracted. Because that's a lot of nodes to extract, for sure. And we'll really do it based on the process that we want to build. Not necessarily on just getting all the nodes. Like, okay, we want to do some reinforced iron plates. Okay, well, we'll go and we'll find nodes for that. Build those reinforced iron plates, and then either ship them back via train back to our base, or just go ahead and build the next section of what we're doing with the reinforced iron plates, making whatever else, right? Or make one of them do reinforced iron plates, put them in the dimensional depot. That's just one job, and that's all that it does at the maximum degree. And then we make another thing that makes reinforced iron plates, but then also has the next step and the next step. And you have so many nodes, everybody. You can do that with each and every process in the entire game. You can have a dedicated factory to each and every process. You don't necessarily have to have make rods that rods become screws and screws become the thing. You can make one that does rods, one that does rods then screws. You can do one that has plates, one that does plates and then becomes reinforced iron plates, et cetera, et cetera. You get the idea. There's so much resources in the world that you don't have to worry about it. You're like, well, Kismet, how'd you get all those to show up? I got those to show up with your radar towers, right? So I put in radar towers. You can see them all over, all around the world, and ran my central power to them as I was chaining across. And now I can see all the nodes in the world. And then I can make choices based on things, because knowledge allows you to make good choices, right? You got to get the good knowledge in there as well. And we're gonna come back. We're gonna get all of these summer sloops and every one of these Mercer spheres at some point. But right now, we got a road to build. Let's get to it. What time is it? Oh my God, I gotta take a break. All right, break time. We're gonna take a break, and then we're gonna come back. We're gonna do some more. We're gonna build out a big old epic road here. We're going to work on getting our trains to come up here, and then we'll build out a whole train depot, and then start to figure out how we're going to bring this oil over here, drop off the oil, and then I think what I'm going to do is T-section out this to eventually run straight up here to this box right, because we need that for that. Plus we have box right over here too, so we can run that. It's a pure node. We can also run this up and just keep running it up like this. Oh my God, that's a really good line. Get it all the way up here, and we get our uranium and stuff up there too. But again, you're trying to get it where it's not interfering with the current stuff. And again, some of that stuff will be up high, some of it will be moving through the terrain as we go, that kind of thing. So yeah, and then of course these nodes right here are already work in progress. They're already being utilized for other things, but we'll scale those up too. Those are what's doing this right now. So those are making resources so I can make other things. But then eventually we'll tear all this down, and then these will be dedicated to certain stuff. Those are pure nodes there too. A pure node I would definitely use for a lot of different processes. Like, for example, my copper over here. One pure node is making both the wire, it's making the cable, it's making copper sheets, it's doing a whole bunch of stuff. And then that stuff is then becoming other stuff, right? If you have a pure node, you can make a lot of stuff. Now, this is just a tier 3 and tier 4 building there. It's not a level 5 building. A level 5 building would be 3 times that size because I would be extracting 1,200 instead of 300 or 600 or whatever was extracting. I think I was extracting 300 originally. So I could scale that up to a massive degree. And then also I can build multiple factories from the same thing. So I can send, 1/3 over here, and then that's a separate factory, and that just does the wire. This one just does the other thing, and then this one does the other thing. You get the idea. We can split that up to do a whole bunch of other stuff. And then eventually I need copper powder over there too, which is for my stuff I'm doing over there. So again, this stuff all is great, and it'd be fun to scale all that up. But the first thing we got to think about is our power, which is why we're doing power first. Okay, so again, taking a break. We're going to come back, do it some more here in just a moment. Let's go ahead and let you guys play some words on stream here while I take a break, and then I shall be back. Here we go. I'm back. I see you guys working together in the chat there. Don't make Rebel do all the work, everybody. Let's go. Work together. Let's go. Let's get this done. You get every one of these words. I'm going to give you 5,000 caps right now. What? Magna. Gima. Mean. There we go. I got a word. There we go. Before the little lock came through, too. What? Gate. Come on, don't make me do all the work. Let's go, chat. Come on, rise up, get some words in there. Let's do it. What? Game. Duh, there's a game word right there, everybody. Game. I'm gonna type it if you don't get it. There we go. Look, how come Kismet's got 3 of them? Let's go. Tang. I can't put it in there because I'm locked. Somebody else try it. Yeah, I'm still locked. See, I'm locked right here, so I have to wait for that little lock to unlock. Let's go. There we go. Tang. Yeah, Tang's a word. All right, there we go. What? There it is there. Let's go. What? T-E-A. Teen? Teen with T-A-N? Team. Do we already get team? We already got team. There you go. Nice. What? Already got mean. We already got gate. More G words in here. Meat. We already got meat. Neat. Yeah, there we go. Got another word in. That's it. I'm locked. I can't do anything else. It's up to you guys. Come on, one more word. One more word. It's up to you guys. Do it. Do it. Go, go, go. I believe in you. Right at the last minute, one word. One word is all it would take if you had played and not left it to us to do. We could have got it, everybody. One more word there, but hey, good try. Good try, everybody. I'm going to give you a bunch of kids cats for being awesome, working together. Make sure to put a 1 in the chat so I know that everything is working. I would love to work together with the chat, everybody. I find that very fun. Very fun to work together as a team. I love it. Thank you, Peter. Another 1,000 kids cats for letting me know everything is working. Let's get back to our train station here. Let's get back to some Satisfactory. Now, remember, everybody, I do have a hard stop today because I do got a whole bunch of IRL stuff I got to do. And I will be out on Wednesday and Thursday night. And normally off on Friday. And then I'll be back on Saturday. Just a heads up for those who won't hear it later when I go to do the Kismet Love Train. I'll just let you know now. All right. Let's get over here and let's go ahead and use this as the center part of our base. We're going to go ahead and clear this out of here. We're going to take this off. And we're going to go ahead and take these out as well. All right. Then we're going to go ahead and use our new road power right over here. I think I'm going to run it this way. There we go. And we're going to use the blueprint function to kind of snap it in there and that'll allow me to snap it and rotate it. We're going to have the arrow pointing toward us. Now, look at this, everybody. It's so sweet. Run these big old roads right down the middle here. There we go. Now, we're going to use our existing power, but eventually the power that we're going to build here is the thing that we're going to connect into this. But for now, we might as well just use our existing power, which is over here somewhere, right over there. So we're just going to grab one of these little power lines over here if we can. There we go. And we're just going to try to dip it off to the side here, grab a little bit default there, and just run that under there so it looks legit. And then we're going to run this right over to this one. Right there. All right. Now we got the power already in the road, and then we can just go ahead and chain this power down. Oh, you know what we should do? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Before we get too far, I think we should do some upgrades. Why not just do it at the whole next level if we're going to do it, right? Why not just do it at max level? I don't think I've ever bothered to do this, everybody. Hold on. Let's really get this going. We want to put our blueprinter back down here for a minute. I don't think I ever bothered to do this, but we're going to next level this right here. We're going to load that blueprint back up again. Then we're going to go over here, and we're going to use the highest level upgrade, wall outlet number 3. And that allows us to have a whole bunch of connections, everybody. Again, when we run connections here, we'll see that we're getting a whole bunch. Now we have 10 connections that we can do from that. over here. And you see we got 2 connections from there. So we have a total of 10 connections on each of those. So if we're going to do it, we might as well now scale it up to its maximum scale as well. And let's go ahead and save that in the designer. Very nice. And then we'll go ahead and replace this with the updated one. So we'll get this, we'll put this here, and we'll hit H. If the arrows go in the correct direction, looks like it is, then we'll go take these back out again. So we got this all fully upgraded. That one. This one. Move the blueprinter. Is now in our way. Have all that out of there. Take the blueprinter itself out. There we go. Okay, we took that out, and now we got the updated version, which we're actually going to assign to 0. There we go. So we just pull that up nice and easy. And now, when we go to connect this, it should say 1 of 10. And over here, once this loads, it should say 1 of 10. There we go. All right. Again, use our nice high-level connectors. No reason to use those level connectors anymore. And again, we're just going to run this way out here using our blueprint function, which is automatically snapping it in the way we want it to snap. We are going to go all the way out here. There we go. And then we can just connect it on our way back. And when we get all the way to the end, we'll be good. Now, the great thing also about this is that whether I'm on top or underneath, it is going to have power that allows me to float with my little floaty thing, my little hover pack that I have. And right over here. Then this over here, back with our little thing over there. And now we have our power all the way down, and see we can float down the middle of the road because we have that run underneath the road. And we can just go ahead and fill these back in as needed. I just leave them open because most of the time I'm cross-connecting all of this stuff over here on the side. All right, so I would probably actually set this as our train lines. And again, our train lines probably eventually going to go, and we'll move those over. Let's go up here and see how we'd want to move those. Probably to the left. Probably to the left is where we would move those train lines, and then have them come down and end up right here. So let's just make a note. That's where we would want those train lines to eventually end up like this. Not crooked, though. And again. There we go. Right there. So this here in the middle actually is going to be our train lines. So we want to take this out, and we want to set our 5x5 or 6x6 foundations for trains to 0. Put that down. Now what I'm doing is I'm color coding my factory, right? So red equals trains, yellow equals roads, orange equals factories. Easy, right? Also for storage, it would be blue. That's why I use blue up here for storage. Now I just made those colors up, everybody, and what I feel is logical. Again, you can make it whatever color you want. But again, now we are also not only setting a road precedent, but we're also setting space for our trains. Now, you never know, we might end up with 5 lanes or 6 lanes of trains, and so now we have a nice 6-lane wide for trains, because we're scaling up now, everybody. We're getting to the mega level here, where we're going to be building a lot of high-end stuff. And again, this is why I have all of my stuff making a massive amount of resources right now. We're just going to run this all the way to the end here. Very nice. And again, we have plenty of room underneath our logistics level under here, which is great. Again, notice how we can float underneath here because we got close enough to the power line. We can float through here. And then also it leaves us a little gap. We want to fly up up here as well. And we can come back and, embellish all of the factories and things like that later on. But this just adds a precedent of plenty of room for both our utilities, hypertubes, any of that kind of stuff. And we know now that we're going to put our hypertube as part of the train. So now we have hypertubes, and then we can go ahead and use our trains for both transporting of goods and also transporting of me. Because I'm the only one who's going to be using the hypertubes. Now, the thing about the hypertube, everybody, is that when you have the hypertube on, hypertube entrances always cost you resources. So you might want to put a bunch of priority switches, which you can access from anywhere, and turn those on and off, the entrances and exits on. Really don't need it for exit, just entrances. Turn those entrances on whenever you need them, and then when you come back over here, you can turn them off so they're not wasting your power. Again, kind of like leaving a light on all the time, right? Again, you got the money, go for it. But if you don't want to waste your power and want to use that power for other things, much better way. Now, eventually, power's not going to be an issue, everybody. It's going to be crazy tons of power. Obviously, that's why we're building this out. But we're going to go ahead and have our train station come in, and we're going to leave this area open over here and just kind of back up just a bit here. So, I don't know, maybe I'll build something cool over there, but I feel like I'm just going to leave that open. And now we'll go ahead and do this. Now, it's a 5x5, not what I'm looking for. I really should go over here and set this to 7 now. And then our thing to 8 and 9. And then this one to 10. Yes, we got to redo our other one here. Let's go do that. Again, I keep building it and taking it out because no matter where I build it, everybody, it always seems to be in the way every single time. So let's do this. And then we will get our blue foundations, which is typically our storage. Put that in there. And extend that to 6x6. Like that. And then we have the center of it. See how it's got a different color in the center? And that just helps us know where the center of the block is. So we're just going to fill in that center again. Again, so we have the center of the block, which is in the lighter blue, and then the outer part of the block, which is in the darker blue. And that just lets us know where the center of that block of foundations are. And that helps a lot when you're running, different storages and stuff. So, we got to do the same thing we did before, where we go in here and then look it up here in our foundations. And eventually we'll move all this stuff, of course, over here. The stuff I'm working with, I typically keep in the undefined, and then I just use all of that. And then when I'm done with it, or not using it all that often, then I put it in a category. Because it's actually better to do it that way, I feel. It's less of switching between the different subcategories all the time, which basically sucks. Okay, so this is the MK3 6x6 foundations blueprint. I'm just trying to call it whatever I called it before, so it'd be easy to figure it out. This is cancel, cancel, close, and then over here we paste. MK3 6x6 36 blue foundations blueprint used for storage, used for mocking up storage locations. Even better. One foundation, this one, and we'll put it in a blue. Looks good. Save. All right, and now we'll have that in the undefined here, which we can set to 9. There we go. Okay, and again, we're going to go over here, and we are going to line this up to the foundations we already have. There we go. And this will be Nice little spot over here for our stuff. And we're going to spec that out too. So again, just trying to spec out different locations and different spots that allows us to run that. And I could put a road on the other side as well. But most of the time, we're just going to run the power from the road over here to the factory. And these are just placement. The actual factories I place down themselves will be over there. But this is just to kind of spec it out and get an idea of what we're working on. There'll also be factories on this side as well. And so we can bring this in, drop off a bunch of loot, and do it like that. Now, one of the things you got to watch out for when you are building is the fact that you are going to, say, do some transport here. You're going to put a train station down like this, and then you're going to put down, say, a freight platform. Well, that freight platform needs room to come out of the freight platform as well. So what we want to do is think about that and how we're going to basically use the output of it by using a storage like this. We might want to blueprint our outer storage here too for our stuff in the future. So this has got to come out of here, and those are both going to come out, end up in there. Like that, and then that would transition to wherever it was going. So you had a backlog right there. You can move that a little closer. See, this doesn't quite line up to the center of the foundation. So if we were running that down here, I would most likely offset that, and then maybe we can build that storage into the actual factory itself, which is what we'll do. So let's take the blue burner out again, because of course it's in the way again. So we'll want this to run. Number 3, I have it programmed to my buttons down here. So something like that, and then we'll just start making it where the storage comes out of here and it's stored in the local storage of that particular building. So what I would do is build a storage underneath whatever it is that I was going to build. So if I was going to build a factory up above, I would build a storage which is purely for outputting from the train station. So I won't have to do those boxes off to the side anymore. So that would work out pretty good. And since this is where this is going to start, we would want to start our station such a way that we could go ahead and put these down. Now, how wide are these things? I think it's 2 foundations wide. Yes. These are 2 foundations wide. So, here's a little trick, by the way. Let's do it this way. You put your train station down, and you put it up by 2 blocks, like this. And the train station's just there so I can put down the next thing, which in this case is going to be a fluid platform for all the oil. And then now I've got it lined up to the edge of this, which I would take this out and reconnect that. But now I don't need the train station anymore. So I can now go and snap this fluid platform to the other fluid platform. And I can just go ahead and run these out. I honestly forget how many I have over there. I forget how many I have over there. I think it was 8. Only way to find out is to run back and take a look. Let's go. Should have wrote it down. My bad. No worries. Eventually, we'll have a hypertube that runs through here, and we won't have to worry about it. Also, a little tempted to build the station into the vertical factory. Have the have the quick wire just come over here and then be above the. Let me move over here. Move over here in real life too. Be above where the train is coming through, because that would be more efficient to be right above, and then it could run the storage, build out whatever's building, and then just pipe it down to the train. Oops, forgot to turn. Turn. I forgot to turn back there. That's okay. We'll go through and see how our SAM ore is doing over here. Looks like it's doing good. I see it's maxed out. Could have gave me a heads up, Fred. You could have. Oh, we got a blueprint over here we can take out. Oh, and well, some foundations I didn't finish. Oh, hold on. Got all doing our thing. Yep, more foundations over there we need. I didn't finish these, not foundation, but supports. I mean, they're foundations, but supports we forgot to put in. Oh, I forgot. Let's get those done. And then use our, what? Lower support. Again, I got these set up so you can put these in nice and easy. Quick and easy here. And 1, 2 here. Easy to make this longer. And then under, put more things in there, so it's moved everything, so I have to think about where it's at. Under ego, under support, right there. Oh, wrong support. Just saw it. Lower support is the name of it. There we go. Here comes our little flying friend. Now, I try to make stuff that's not in the way of that guy. Our little manta ray. Play chicken with the manta ray. Can't go up any higher. Can't go up any higher. There he goes. Doing his thing. Off you go. Okay. So we got that done. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, we're going to use our hypertube. That's what we're doing. Meant to stop right here and get in the hypertube. Again, see, the hypertube is built into the railroad, which is pretty cool. Could have actually just sent the railroad straight, but we've got this so it winds through all the stuff. Look at all the stuff we got done today, everybody. We got a lot done today. Again, when you have your blueprints, especially if they're in a modular style, you can just fit them to the terrain, which I think is one of the coolest things you can do. Is have it where it's changeable very easily. Can control the height of your train runs and all of that. Very cool. And I typically don't use a, look at this beautiful shot right here. Holy mackerel, beautiful. I typically don't use hypertube accelerators because I feel like they're kind of, a way of chintzing the game. But they are easy to make and fun to play with. If you want to try them, go for it. I just enjoy the ride along the way. And check out the beautiful view we got going on. Beautiful. Oh man, I gotta fix those wires going through my tracks there. And now we're gonna speed up. Man, we got a lot. That's more than 8. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Well, okay, I was off by 1. Well, that's actually a pretty close guess. So 9 of those we need. So if you got 9 on this side, you need 9 on the other side. Again, we'll go in and fix up all of our existing trains, but we don't want to really disturb our existing trains because our existing trains are doing stuff, right? They're collecting resources, they're dropping off stuff. So I find when I'm building, especially when I'm mega building, I try to build around whatever already exists, right? So I try to build it and only disturb it if I have to. And then eventually, once I've replaced the thing, then I no longer need that thing, right? Like in a minute here, once I have this this oil going, the next thing I'm going to need is coal. And so what I can do is get more coal and then replace my current power with the new power, and then I don't need my old power. Then I get rid of my old power and divert that coal and divert that oil over to the new plant, and then I don't need any of that. Any of those lines. So again, it's kind of like instead of taking out what you already have existing, you're building new stuff, which will eventually replace the stuff that you currently have. And I find that's pretty cool. And I love this, everybody. This is cool. And this is the first playthrough I bothered to do this, where I'm actually going through the terrain. Really cool. Really fun to fly through the terrain. For sure, for sure. Gives you a good view of the different biomes as well. Very fun. This game is massively fun, everybody. Again, it's very mellow, you know. It's like you had a stressful day. So I got my stress blanket on because a lot of IRL stuff making my stress levels go up, and also, you know, technology making it difficult for me to stream. I got my little anxiety blanket on from the awesome people at Free the Sheep, which you can get 15% off, by the way. They gave me a code for you guys, so feel free to try it out. Try it out and see if you like it. Again, these sell out really fast too, everybody. The purple ones that are all nice and lined, and I know why, because it's so comfy. And again, it's starting to get to that point now where it's getting a little cooler, so I'm wearing my cloak a lot more, or if I'm having a rough day, I'm wearing it then too. All right, so we got that running. We got all that going. It was 9. 9 is the number. Okay, we're going back this way. Look at that cool shot. It's over there making my plates. I don't think I put foundations on that. Always something to tinker with, everybody. I need to put some support foundations on that at some point. Always a little bit of this and a little bit of that you need to work on. I'm going to go past the station here because this is going to come in and want to get into that station. That's my quick wire train. You're going to see it turn around. It'll turn around and go right in that station and bring that quick wire. I'll take this out of the way too, so that won't be in the way of that. And then up here we go. So 9 oil stations is what we need. And we're going to have those go over to our fuel. So we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. There we go. And we're going to need our station. And we're going to put it this way. So it's going to come in this way, and then I've left a little room down the side here for it to circle back. Like this, right? Easy. You just do this, and it just circles back like it's nothing right there. See? Easy. It doesn't work. It's got to be way wider. See, it's got to go way out like this to get that turnaround to get there. And I can't just make it like that, and then I would just turn it back and move it forward here a little bit. I'm going to build in the angle myself. Or the way I like to do it, so you don't have these like really weird kind of, curves in your stuff, is to do the straight piece first, and then just go ahead and connect that part. And then it's one nice solid run there, as opposed to it doing this little stuff that it does sometimes. So yeah, really nice arc there, and circling that back, as you see me do quite often. And you can see that it needs about 4 over to before it curves back. But that's good. We also have another one that I made that you can just put down and use that also. But I'll just do it manually there, easy. Again, we're trying to keep it with the tracks, a little bit out on the road, and that's okay. We can live with it. And then back the other way. And then, oh, we want to pull this forward to here. And then pull this. And I like to go right up to the edge of the station. This is straight. There we go. Then, again, we get an idea of where we can do this just by doing this. You can see it's right here. And then that's where I'll do the straight one first. You might notice that I'm floating around all over the place, and that's because of these power things along here allow me to float around and do this. And then a beautiful little turn there. Nice, smooth, and beautiful. I can move it back one more and then kind of do that same kind of thing, but it gets real close to that edge. So I do like to give it a little bit of extra room. And then this is just nothing but running this way. Now, when the train comes back, it's actually going to end up on this side here. So I could just do this, but that's not going to work for sure. We might just want to do something like that to get that up there, but we want to kind of have it come off and then get up here for now. Eventually, again, I'm going to replace all of this, and it will be actually at this level, and I will run it all back like we've been running the rest of our trains. But in the temporary here and now, we are going to readjust how we have this, like this, and we will build ourselves a nice little side ramp here. Totally upside down. Awesome. It's an inverted ramp. Wrong one. My regular ramp. Here we go. That's a tall order. That is a tall order, but we might be able to get it done. It's not lined up. Not lined up, don't like it. So it comes right off the station. And we're trying to get this as straight as we can. And this is only temporary. Eventually, again, this will be all at the same level. But we want to use our pre-existing lines. So we're going to do this first. Straight line first. And we'll get right to here. And then we'll have this come off onto there. And then just do a little segment for whenever you're transitioning up over a thing like this. Again, it'll be like 1.5. Beautiful. And then just take this part out. This part out for now. And same thing here. Transition. Here somewhere. Let's just say half block there. Or here. To there. And notice how I have it auto doing the curves a lot, right? I do all the straight pieces and then have it figure out the curves so it's a nice smooth curve on both ends. That's what it does the best, is it does those smooth curves on both ends of those. Okay, now we have a returning line, which we want to do the same thing, which I seriously doubt it's going to be an easy thing to do right here, but we'll try. I have a feeling it's going to have the same problem here, actually. Same problem. It's going to end up way over here. We can, again, same thing here. We can have that junction. Again, this is all just tying into our current system, so eventually we can replace it. It's a much better one. That's why I'm not bothering to do any blueprints or anything like that on this. Again, we'll go all the way down, say to here. Too far. There. Then we'll want to transition it right here. So this is why you do this. So you can control that run out. Feels fine. Let's go back here. We'll back this control. We'll back up this switch. And see, it's trying to snap back there. And let's say halfway. See how we like that. Yeah, it's not bad. And again, trying to keep them a bit separated from each other too, so they're not right up on top of each other. And so that should be the return line there. And now we want to go up here and set this up. And again, this will all be straight eventually. And we'll be using our normal train lines. And then, of course, using our train stations as well. And we could just set up a blueprint for all of this too. So we could attach the foundations. Let's go set up our blueprinter again over here. What can we do with train stations? Let's have some fun with train stations. Let's go. Okay, first thing we want to do, let's go right over here and load our blueprint with our 6x6 foundations that we've done. And then our train stations are lined up 3 over. Say we were running the train. Oh, we should have turned this. We should have turned it to go the same direction as the train station. Hold on, let's clear this. Let's take this out. Let's make this go, front of it go that way. Then we'll line it up to the foundations. Close enough. Like that. And then load our 6 trains. See, this one's going the same as this, so it's easier to compare. And so we'll take our train station, which finally fits in the blueprinter, which is awesome. This is third one over. See how it fits in the blueprinter, everybody? Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Now, it does fit in a 5x5. But what I'm talking about is the ability to run the line and then have the line curve back over here. So I can just build a thing over here for the return line. Like this. That's just going to run right by there anyway. Like that. So we can build that in, and then we can build a another one that we can just offset. And that will just do that return thing. Basically what we built over here. So we don't have to build this over and over because we're going to build a lot of train stations. So you want to build this into the train station itself. Now one of the things I could do is try to contain this on there. Let's try to do something like this where we pull this to the edge. And this tries to curve here. But you would probably need to come out further. So we want to go and arc out this way. Let's see what we can get away with here. Say we arc out to there. Can we curve back to here? Oh, or maybe this way. Now we're definitely going to have to work our magic here. So let's say to here. Here. Why is it so sharp? The way it does the rail is it's not doing like a true arc rail. See, it's not making a half arc. It's making like a little thing and then a little arc at the end. So it's not really arcing it in such a way that you would want. Like right here, see, this can't arc all the way to the outside because the arc is too small. But we could arc out this way. Or we could just take this one and figure out what its arc is. Like this. Yeah, maybe this. I think I did this. I think I already did this. In the opposite direction. So you take this out. You put the arc here. Then you try to arc this way until it won't arc anymore. I think this is the blueprint that I already have, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 across. Let's go look here. I think I have it in foundations. 5 wide turnaround. Yeah. Actually a little wider than it. Oh, it actually turns. It turns a little closer now. Ah, look at that. Ah, we learned something. See, that arc is a little closer, using less space and turning around a bit faster. So instead of having to go to the outside now, you can go from foundation to foundation too deep there. Oh, I like that. Again, it would go out by one foundation to come back, but what we want to do is maybe make it where it arcs out and then turns around, so it's always staying on our location here. See, like this. Now, what can we get away with? See, so what's the minimum arc distance? I kind of feel like a half here. I feel like a halfway. Let's take this out. Again, figure out where our minimum distance is. Oh, really? Way out there. Again, we got to get it to here so we can do the thing. So it's 3 out. So 3 there. And then this to here. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you see it's hanging off the end. Hanging off the end, but it doesn't matter. Because if we knew this number, we could just put that back and then make these 2 connections here. But it would be nice to not have to do those connections. It'd be nice to be able just to have this connection already there. 1, 2, 3. Again, this is hanging. Because again, in the 6x6 blueprint, this would be hanging off the side. So I'm trying to tuck that in where it's not hanging off the blueprint. Yeah, let's try to see if we can work some magic here. Let's take this out. What if we move this in closer, like this, then have it try to do the arc? No. Okay, what about halfway? Can we get away with? Sometimes you can build that first and then it will work its way in there. But no, it definitely doesn't want to do that. Doesn't want to go wide like that. That's a bummer, too. That's a bummer. Again, trying to keep that contained within a single blueprint. We can have it auto-connect as well. Auto-connect that edge and then just put 3 blocks in. So we would need, what could we do? Oh, we could pre-build, we could make them into segments. Yeah, we could have one that is the 3 blocks and then one that is the other 3 blocks. Yes, we don't really need it to be 6 wide, but want it to match. So we want one that went like this. And like this here, or I can just, this one too far. Yeah, so we'd want to have it where for our stations we could do this. Like that, and then have this here. Yeah, so basically that would be 2 segments. You'd have this segment, which is 2 wide, snap that in there, auto connect it, then you do the curve and auto connect that. See, and that's better. It puts the curve on this side and doesn't push the curve out onto the road, which is what we're trying to figure out there. Now, I'm not a big fan of it going into a curve when it's coming out of a station, but that is way cleaner than that. Or we can move the station way over, and then you still have the same problem. This will end up going off the side of the thing. So we want to just have it where it has a really nice turnaround. Now, of course, if it did 4 blocks across, we could just around that way. But since it doesn't, we're going to go ahead and do this. And then make all of our stations very consistent. And we could have blueprints for both the foundations and the thing behind it. But I kind of feel like it's just faster just to build, just to put these buildings in, unless I was going to embellish it in some way, right? Like build something over the top of it or whatever it was. Because I could put 3 of these in like this, right? Or in this case, fuel station. So you can have the fuel station in, and it might be, fuel station might be on that side or it might be on this side. So I might end up changing it anyway. But you could have the front of the train and 2 things behind it, so at least you have 2 things to get started with, whether it was cargo or whether it was fluids. And that would just save you from having to put those in, but they take like 2 seconds to put those in. But it would already be lined up to how I want it to line up on the train tracks, and all of the stations would be consistently the same way on those tracks, like this one is here, which is like our new Rosetta Stone of our train tracks. And again, set up with the track running down the side here. And then again, we'd have the other 2 pieces which would connect to the front. Easy to auto connect it, turn it around back the other way. Then we could have one that has a station with 2 things, one with a station and 2 of our cargo. And then we just middle mouse button if we want to add more behind it. Or we could have one that has 3 of these and 3 of the other ones in there. And then we can just snap those and auto connect those really quick. Say we need like a whole bunch of them. We need 6 of them or 9 of them. It'd be really easy to do. Like we need 9 of them right now. That would have been easy to put 9 of those in, because we could have put, you know, the 3, 3, 3. So maybe what I should do instead is to add the turnaround to the front of the station. So put the station in the back, and then put the other 2 in the front, which would make that 4 wide. Yeah. And then you have the in piece, which is the turnaround piece, if we need the turnaround piece. If we don't need the turnaround piece, well, then we just keep running it straight, or running it back along that line. So again, it gives us options, kind of like Legos. You can put different pieces and parts in there, and that's why we're building in a modular style. Is so when we go to make all these train stations, and we're going to be making a massive amount of them because we're going to be getting every resource that we possibly can, and utilizing those resources, and running those back, we would want to think in that modular style of building. So I kind of feel like what we would do is just do this. Make sure these are all on the same side. And then we'll just save this out right over here. This is train fluid stations. We should put these in the front, MK3, so everybody knows what they are. MK3 blueprint. And this is mega. I don't have enough room in the title. Not enough room. 6x6 train. Fluid. I think it's called station. What the heck is it called? Confirm. It is called platform. Fluid freight platform. So fluid platform. Okay, put the MK3 in the front. MK3. 6x6. Train. Fluid. Got what they're called again. Stations? Stations. Ah. Sucks to have sleep apnea. Platform. Platform. All right. You know what? Taking that out. MK3. Fluid. Fluid. Platforms. 6x6. Actually, put the 6 by fluid platforms. Yeah, put the 6x6 over here. Mega. There we go. Much better. MK3. 3 fluid platforms. 3 fluid platforms, 6x6. Or attaching auto joining to train station. Okay, so these are fluid platforms. We'll do this. Fluid platforms here. There we go. Fluid platforms. Let's see, back up. 3 fluid platforms. For auto joining to train station. To train lines, not just the train station, because it might do to other train lines as well. All right, let's do that. Now, since we have that on the blueprinter, we just take this one out. And then, and again, since this is like symmetrical, I can just flip it the other way too. If I wanted the output to be on the other way. I don't think I've ever bothered to do trains in here because usually you need, you don't have enough room to do the trains. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we got problems with our trains over here. My bad. The trains have come to a stop. I don't have block signals in there. My bad. Sorry, everybody. My bad. Just take these out for you. You can resume your stuff. See, I added those without block signals, so they don't know what the heck's going on. So we'll take that out for now. Yeah, we can rework all of our train stations too. Yeah. That's going to be awesome. Rework them stations. Oh, I disconnected the power over there. Kidoki. Maybe I'll just grab this and throw this over here for now. Take it out later. Just so we can work this. Okay, now we already have these in place, so we'll go and do our freight platforms. Same thing. Take all these out. I wouldn't bother to mix these, everybody. I would just... One would be freight, one would be fluids. And this is freight platform. Again, since we already have the other one. Right. Didn't quite press the E hard enough. There we go. And there we go. And then we want to change this to freight platform. This one. And save. Awesome. So we got that in. And then now what we need is we need the train station. So take this out. Nope, don't take that out yet. Put this here. Take this out now. And then put the train station there. And then we have the train station coming out. going to here. That. Then this. We can almost just put that in ourselves and not even worry about having another blueprint there. We just put the foundations down. Because now we have the thing, so we can just go here and here, and it just puts it in anyway. Because we've already figured out the arc and what the distance is that we need to just put those arcs in there. So yeah, easy mode. And again, it would put it in there, but it's going outside the blueprint designer. Yeah. Or we could just leave off the end here. Then have it add the other thing, but then it's not going to be the same size as all of our other blueprints. So I'd probably put that as 6 and just leave that there, and then we would add another thing at the end, and then just finish that off. Then our train stations are good to go. I would probably add the ability to put the train power somewhere, like right here. Take this out. Run our train power. Right down from that. Right in the corner. Something like that. We got that train power already pre-run, and then we can put that back in. I just leave that out. So we already have our turnaround built in to the train station. Name me. Yeah. I did put it in there. I wonder if I put it down if it always calls it name me every time. Or if it randomizes it. That's what I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know what happens. Okay. So that's going to be easy mode building train stations now. And again, easy to line that up. And then we already have our ability to run the thing. So this over here, by the way, that whole red part over there is just there temporarily. That's actually going to be our train lines from earlier that we did. So it won't be 5 wide like that. It'll be 2 wide. And that's why I'm readjusting the way it is, where it's running down the center line, so it matches up to those other blueprints that we did. And that's why I'm doing this too. So this matches up to that center line that's going to go in here. So we also need the back part of here, which is this part right here, which is going across here too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, that's plenty. So we could have this go here, and then a 2 line and a 2 line, or just the 1 line that goes all the way to here. So we'd want to have the back side of that. Again, then we can just very easily build this station like it's nothing. Just put down as many as we need, and if we need to adjust how many things are there, we can just manually adjust it, and then attach the back side of this to however. The real trick is based on how many trains I put down is the length of the train station, and that will affect the offset of the foundation. So there'll be some finagling that we'll have to do, but at least we'll have all of the pieces that we need for making a station that come in, can turn around, and go back the other way pretty easily. And then from here, from the back side of this, then that's when it would start to do the 2-lane all the way down until it got to another station in which it would do the same thing again. And then we would need, the station was just going straight. We would need another piece that would just connect and keep the station going straight. Yeah. Or we could just connect the stuff we already have to those stations. Yeah. Yeah. And we want our stations to look consistent than what we're already building. So we probably want to go over here and grab our train track here. Oh, I was turning this stuff purple too. I should have probably turned that as purple, but that's okay. We probably want to put a train track over here just so we can see the embellishment we're doing in the train track itself that we would want to continue into the thing. Now, we probably can't continue our hypertube through the stuff unless we turned it to go where the catwalk is. So when this swings out, it's not going to hit the hypertube. And then when it brings the stuff in to put it in the train, it's not going to hit the hypertube. So we're going to need to kind of offset the hypertube on this side. Yeah. We would probably just do that manually here. And then on that side. Though we could add it now to the front side of this. So that our hypertube basically through along the walkway, say way up here, so it would actually travel through the station without hitting the side of the station. Yeah. How many up is that? 1, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 up. 7 up, and then we could again just put one on this side as it's coming through, divert it this way, run it all the way down. I don't think it's going to reach that far, so we'd have a distance problem eventually, where this is only going to go so far. Then you'll have another, yeah, see, then you'll have an issue there. Too bad you can't connect this to the ceiling. I mean, I have my hypertube support, but does it work on this? So it's got to be a wall. But I guess I could finagle it to work. Let's figure out something cool. Let's do it. All right, walls. Bring this up to there, because that's where it's going to be. Then we'll take this, and we will run it across this way. And we will take a few of these out. We'll take our hypertube. See, look, I'm showing you the cool stuff, everybody. Showing you the cool stuff. Yep, right there. And then I can hang that from that foundation. Now, how can I make that look like I have a little pole there that's just holding that up without having to have the whole foundation and stuff? So we could use something like, say, an H-beam, something like this, and then run an H-beam to that. Then you don't need any of those. A little further over. This. That's up way too high. Come on. Start here and go back. Quite line up. That's the general gist of it. See? Now it looks like it's just hanging there and whatnot. We would have to find a way of lining that up. I could make it a T-junction where it's going half on one side, half on the other. Again, this is like all of a sudden cosmetic stuff. Right now you're just doing cosmetic things and trying to do that. Oh, I know how to do it. Hold on. You take this out now, and then you attach this. Oh, it won't attach to the bottom. What you do is you attach that to the bottom, and if it offset like this by holding down Control. Hold down what? You do this first. Then you do this. It offsets by a half when you do this. Yeah, see, it's offsetting by a half whenever I'm doing that. So, go up a little bit, then offset it by a half. Run that down to there. So take this out. Take this, put it up on top of this. Then run that down. Then take the top piece off. Ah! No, it's not offsetting by a half. Yeah, see how it's doing that? I don't like that. Let's hit H and see if we can nudge it down. Nope. So it's offsetting by 1 meter. Do not like that. Do not like it. I do not like green eggs and spam and ham or whatever. I don't like it. Not doing it. I refuse to do it. I don't like it. That's better. Maybe like that. Little T section. I don't like any of that. Let's go ahead and try something different. What about a metal beam? See if I like that better. Here. Yeah, and see how the metal beam doesn't, like, line up? What the hell? Why is it splitting the center? Or I don't like it to split the center. If I do, sometimes if you hold down control and you aim at the side, it doesn't split the center. All right, we need something that's not going to split the center like the painted beam. So we run the painted beam. Like so. And that splits the center too. On a wall. Reverse engineering this. And then we use a beam off of the wall. Like that. And we take this out. Do diagonal. Oh. Still offsets at half. Man, that sucks. That sucks, Ors. All right. There is a way to do it. I'm trying. Oh, there it is. Not going halfway through there? No. Or no, it is. Yeah, no, still going in halfway into the object. Oh, man, I know there's a way to do it. Just trying to remember how. Why would you make it like that? I mean, it still works. But, I would like it where it was not in the side, that other one. All right, where this was on the outside. Oh, why it's not working? It's kind of weird. Let's go like this. What if we use like a shelf thing? Nope. Metal beam. it's because the wall is it's like that, yeah. Do this, take this off. Wall. Still in the middle. Still in the middle of it no matter what we do. Alright, I kind of like that though. Kind of. What else we got? Let's go in and see what else we got in here. Just not filling me with confidence there. Yeah, let's do something like small pillar support in our frames. Yeah, we got them offset. This. More of the cosmetic look of it than anything else. What if we just, instead of hanging it upwards, we hang it... This is how you go down the rabbit hole for about 5 hours, everybody, right here. Let's hang it from the side of this, which is going to go from the center of that. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah, attaching right there to the top, and then we could put a cap on it, maybe. A big old cap we can put there? No, small one. A big pillar frame. We could do that. It doesn't have these beam connector caps. That sucks. Oh. Just then another one like that. It's more a cosmetic thing here, everybody, and this is what really takes a lot of time when you're doing this. Just do that. Have that as the thing. Or just, again, put something on the top of it. Kind of weird that that went that way instead of going out like I told it to do. There we go. So it's sitting up there holding it. Now we're getting somewhere. Again, embellishing it a bit. Can I take this last part out? I can, but it's going to be in the center there. Stuff's all centering itself in the block. I don't know if I'm a big fan of that. About one of these little blocks up here. There. Then you could take this out. Yeah, there we go. And then it looks like it's squared off. And it's the same color as that stuff, too. Maybe just take these out. Then you just have a little block there. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. I'm feeling it. I think I do use a lot of work, but I feel like we're going somewhere there. Oh, what about a braided cable instead? A nice braided cable. Maybe run it straight down from that, or straight up from this into there. Then this is a braided cable. Take this off. This is a braided cable into there. Then we come back with that little corner thing. Oh, yeah, okay. Very cool. Where'd that rounded one go? I wish this rounded one was way bigger. It's like so small. I want a big rounded thing like that I can use as foundations as well. Let's see what else we got. Hmm. We'll attempt to put like a lookout tower and make the lookout tower the thing that's holding the hypertube thing. So every station could have a lookout tower. You can get up on top of the thing, look around. Little tempted. It's always something, everybody. Always something you want to embellish it and make it look cool. So that's what we're doing now. We're embellishing the stations and all of that. That's why this stuff takes so long, everybody. Is trying to decide what you want is the hard part. What about a big metal pillar? Or a small metal pillar to run that up like that. You can just take this part out. Braided cable cluster. This is braided cable. What's this cluster one? It's such a cluster. Oh, cool. Yeah, this one's braided like in a spiral, and this is just... It is what it is. Bunch of cables just running in tandem. Started on the top. Then go down. There we go. It's cool because you have the variation between this one and the spiral up here, which goes to that. Okay. I like that a little bit better. And maybe cap the bottom of this with one of these little suckers. Come on, you. One of those, so it gives a little transition like it's going into the ground. I kind of feel like that would not hold that, so kind of acting as a binding. Yeah, acting as a binding there. Doesn't matter how many pieces you have, everybody. It never feels like enough. Just feel like you need more. That's the great thing about this game, everybody. You can add a bunch of stuff to it. Trying to think if I can use any kind of other pieces that are actual factory pieces. Put it in the center. I don't know. Doesn't feel like something I would do. And you can't color this in either. I can color the top part of that, but I can't color in this part here, which is a bummer. Oh no! Oh no! We're running low on time. Oh boy. We gotta make some choices, everybody. Kind of feel like I don't like this. Don't like that. Let's go painted beam, because then I could color it in. We'll go painted beam to the bottom. Then we'll take our little small... Oh, nope. Where is it? This one. Our beam support. There. We can color it in with, say, red. Or... Okay. Finish. I feel like I want to use the other one. This one. I'm going to say we're going to start on this side. Oh, it's not lining up. Not lining up how I lined up the other one. Let's take this back off. We'll line it up off of this. Oh, yeah. All right, cool. And now we can just use the cap. We just cap the top of that. And it's got this cool dealio there. Again, trying to keep it simple, but also give it a little bit of uniqueness along the way. Might want to put a few of these in here and see how we like that. Kind of connected in there. Now maybe some round concrete in there. You can't see it though. You can't see it. It's inside the thing now. Take it out. Maybe now I'll have the H-beam. We want to rotate it. Oh, it won't rotate. What the heck? Gotta rotate the support beam then. Rotate the support beam. God, how would you know? Is there like a thing on there that tells me the direction of the H-beam? Apparently not, but I rotated it, so it seems to work. Okay, now use our H-beam and color that in. This, and then right on the bottom. Okay, now it's making me wondering where's all this cabling coming from. But we could run the cabling up the H-beam. Oh, it won't let me put it inside the other. Oh, see, that's what I want to do. I want to put that inside that H-beam. Because that's cool. What if we do the braided cluster first, and then try to do the H-beam? Rotate it. God, I'm good at what I do. Look at that! All right, awesome. Yeah, so that's build order, everybody. Important to build it in the right order. Of course, our H-beam has to go down a little bit further. But yeah, see how I built it one way and it didn't work, and then I built it another way and it did work. All right. It wouldn't do it at the bottom. The bottom is the clipping. Really? Huh. Oh, interesting. Put it up here. I got that working there for a second. So it's actually connected to this and not the bottom part. I connect it to this and run it down. Then it doesn't care. Ah, look at me learning new stuff. I had no idea. Had no idea. Okay, so we want to run this through this, but it's going to be offset. So we want to start it from the top, right? I'm going to take this out and leave that in. And then start this from the top, rotate it all the way down, and run it like that. Then come back and put the cap on at the end. Yeah, cool. All right, look at we figured some stuff out over here, everybody. We figured the things out here, and a nice little deuterium finish. And now we got the braided cables in the H-beam that runs up here and does that. Oh my God, save this. Save this quick. Before we forget how we did it. Train platform. Train platform. Platform 6x6 with front turn around for auto joining the train lines. And then this train station. What's it called? Something. Depot. Not called train. Man, what's it called? No, we'll look it up. Buildings. We'll just go down here and look. What's it called? Oh, it says NA. It doesn't have a name. Awesome. Just love the fact that it doesn't have a name. Hey, Coffee Stain, your train stations don't have a name. Like this is fluid freight this has freight platform. This actually has no name. Thanks for that. All right. You failed. You failed at that, but you absolutely knocked it out of the park on everything else. Okay, so this will allow us, again, to divert the hypertube off over the side so it's not interfering with the thing. Now, the only problem is that I could turn the train stations in any direction. So the smart thing to do is to build two of them, right? To build one on each side, depending on which side I have it on. I can just pull this one out, or I can pull the other one out. So it makes it a left and a right-hand side thing. So now we want to build one right over here of the same thing that we built over there. Probably line it up on the same way. And on the edge, it is on the edge. So say here. And then now we know what to do. Put that there. How high is that? That is 14 meters. Then we take our cluster here. Bring that out. We need our wall. So we can boot that up. Oh, we should put this in later. After we put in our wall platform. Oh, here's an idea. I can't connect it to the side there, so how are we gonna know? Line it up along that edge. Like this. Yikes, all over the place. A little higher. Okay. Looks good, looks good. We take our H-beam, run that down. Then we take our cluster. Oh, that's not in the center. How did I get it in the center over here? Huh. Yep, something not right. Yeah, this thing's not the same. Maybe we just put this cap on here. Take this out. Take this. Try to attach that to the side like this. Nudge that up so it's in the center. Now we're getting somewhere. And then just run that out. Oh, but we got to move it outward too. So take this off. Take this off. Take this. Put it here. Move it up and out. That. So we're running this and it doesn't line up. Doesn't line up nicely like that one does. We did that off the wall. No, it's lined up off of something else. Hole that we had there. How do we line that up? We were over by one. That's how we did it. We were over by one more. Over here. Then we did it off of that one. like that. Oops, I just put 2 of them in. Sure did. This. Nope. Still not the same. Close enough. We can do this all day, everybody. We can do it all day. I like that one better, but we'll go with it. And then our cat. So we're going to run out of time. We're going to run out of time. All right, so there. So now I build it on both sides so I can run the hypertube on either side and not have to worry about it. Let's make sure we take out all these walls here. And save that. Oh, man, can't wait to use these, too. Save the blueprint. GG's. You know what it makes me want to do is take this and go all the way to the end where we have our oil and use this on our oil. Now, we've got a bunch more embellishment to do to this because we also want to go and make it like this where we have our various railings going along in here. So we would go in and we would add our railings along the edge like this. Along this edge over here. Let's just put some of that in while we're thinking about it. And then this. And we want to put this down the center line of what we're doing. But I don't think I really need it on the inside, just on the outside edge. So when we match all this back up again, it'll have that in there. And then probably want to build in our glass foundations eventually to wherever the lines are running. So here. This is my favorite part, everybody. This is what you've earned by spending a lot of time figuring out all your stuff and getting all your resources built up. Is this moment where you can sit here and just, you know, to your heart's content, embellish all your stuff, and it's super fun. Absolutely. And then we'll have this going right along here, just like the other side. And again, so all of our train tracks are going to be that translucent thing. So we want to, you know, have that same kind of feel to it that the rest of the stuff does. Again, kind of being very consistent on there. I don't think I can... Oh, I can get those. All right, awesome. Again, wherever our train tracks are. Remember, we're going to build a lot of these, so you want to make sure to... If you're going to do it, now's the time. Now's the time to get that going. I kind of feel like I should probably do this on all of this. Yeah, let's do this power line too. Run this around the outside so we stop dipping when we're doing our stuff here. There we go. Okay, so we're going to take this out. And this. Just run this like this. This one here is going to be, oops, other way. I'm watching that little bar that's inside there, the center bar, this thing right here, and watching the direction of that bar. Oh, this is super fun, everybody. This game is so great. It's so great. Man. Yeah, when we go to do it, though, we're going to have a problem with this inside edge, because this is going to be rounded, so it's going to kind of hit that edge as it's rounded out. So we probably, this outside one we don't have to worry about. I would probably run this all the way into there. Kind of feel like this one, too. I love how it just always seems to rotate in the way I don't want it to rotate. Okay, so again, we're embellishing that a bit. Maybe just go like this. Why don't we just make this easy on ourselves? Run that down like that, like this, and like that. Okay, this is going to be rounded, so this take this out and test that out first before we add that rounded thing. Then the other part that I connect at the end, I can just use these and use it too wide to connect at the end there. What I would do is probably put in a 5 block and then take out 2 rows and then put that 2-row thing back in again, which has the auto connect there. Or just do it myself. Or actually take a row off of that one and this one and then put it back in. Oh, that's an even better idea. Hold on. Let's take this off. And this here. That's going to be more work later. And then we'll take this, put this here, and this here. Like this, because we're going to intentionally take this row off, and then 1 row off of the next 5, and then we can just put that last piece in there and say auto connect, and then bam, that turnaround will be there. Save that. Quick, save it. Running out of time. I'm already actually overtime right now. I'm overtime. Yeah. Man, I'm in the zone, though, too. Don't you hate that when you're in the zone, everybody? You want to just keep going? Totally in the zone. Okay, so all the rest of these foundations, what do I want to do with these foundations? Now, again, instead of just having it red, everybody, we're going to be working on the coloring and, you know, what we want everything to look like. What about some nice carbon steel? Carbon steel foundations there. That does look pretty cool with the red. That does look cool. What else? What else we got? Chrome finish. Actually, we want to turn this back to red. We're going to take that out. Chrome, nah. Copper, nah. Painted, nah. It's just going to be super shiny. Got some purple in there. I know what we need to do. We need to change the material here. Let's go ahead and just do all the different types of material. This. That. This. Alright, now we're going to put some colors on it, like, say, red. What do we got? So we can color these two. And whatnot. What am I feeling? What am I feeling here? Let's try over here. Pick up this. Put it over here and see how I like it. It's not bad. Yeah, I kind of like the darker because it goes with the red. And then also we're going to color the stations red. And then this is just regular hypertube. Which I'm going to probably put as yellow for transport. If we do that as Caterium, which is still yellow. It's kind of more of a beigey yellow, so it's not as obvious. But then when we see the beams, we can see the beams yellow. Oh, you know what I should do? I just had an idea, everybody. You take this blueprint, you save it. Hold on, I know exactly what to do. Oh god, I'm gonna get wipe aggro here, everybody. Let's save. Then we're going to what? No, we would have to do. No, we could use the foundation. We could take the foundation. And rotate it that way. Okay, and this is what you do. All right, I'm going to try it, see what happens. Best thing to do is to try. All right, then we'll get these, and we'll take all those railings out. Railings, railings, railings. All the railings down here. All the stuff over here. All this over here. Take all that out. Foundations. All the foundations out, except for that foundation. Take this out. Take all of this out. I have an idea, and I want to see if it happens. This. Take all of that out. Okay. Got an idea. Let's see if it works. This is temp. Temp. Hyper line. All right. I'm just going to call it temp hyperline. Then I'm going to reload that other blueprint. Train platform. Here. Okay. We're going to take this out. We're going to use this other blueprint that we just did over here and line that up. And then rotate it. See the top of it. That way. Some of you know where I'm going with this. And then try to get it where it's there, but it's going to be offset. So what we need to do is get it there. Where that one is, but just take out the foundation. And that will line that up better. See how it's lined up better? It's like exactly the same as the other one. It's symmetrical to the other one. So we just need to take the foundation out of that one. Okay, reload the temp one. Take the foundation out. Oh, and there's a little power line thing I gotta take out of there too. Why's that little power line? Oh, because of the thing from up above. All right, also that was interfering. Save that again. Load the other one. Now we'll take this. We'll take this out. Pull that out. Now we just have the thing in its completion like that, and we just line it up to the center of that and try to make sure it's not floating down there. Now that is exactly the same copy as the other one over there, and it doesn't have that little gap, which has been driving me crazy. And that is how you do that. Blueprints to fix blueprints, everybody, and save. And that was some epic stuff right there. You're welcome. You're welcome. Now you know some stuff, how to do some things and some stuff too. We still got some work to do on that, but I think it's coming along. So there we go. Question. I just got the game, and about 3.5 hours in, how do I acquire the smart plating for the space elevator? Oh, I can tell you all about it in the Kismet's Rule of 8. So you want to do the space elevator, right over here. We're going to get you going. Sorry for the delay, too. I mean, 4 minutes. That's not too bad. But you said that you need the smart plating. Well, the smart plating, you can actually search right here, smart plating, right here in the thing. So you can just search for it, just hit N, and then type smart, and then you'll see the smart plating, and then you can click on it, and it will tell you on how to make the smart plating. You can make it in the assembler, and you're going to need some reinforced iron plates, and you're going to need some rotors. Now, also, you can click on the rotors, and you can open that in Codex, and that will tell you need an assembler or whatnot. Now, if you want the quick way, I'm going to tell you an even easier way. If you already have those resources or you want to make those on your own, all of those things can be done in the crafting bench without automating anything, as long as you have the original resources. So if you're trying to make some rotors, and again, best way is just to type at the top, by the way. Don't scroll up and down that thing 500 times. Don't do it. Just start searching for rotors. Do the first 3 letters. Boom. Make yourself some rotors, right? It's because you got yourself a bunch of iron rods and a bunch of screws. Then you need some plates, right? So you go in and search for plates. You got your regular iron plates and your reinforced iron plates. You're going to need screws, and you're going to need iron plates. Then you said you need some smart plating. So then you type smart in there, and then you go, oh, God, there's no smart platings in there. The smart platings, by the way, used to be in there. They took them out and made it where you cannot do smart platings in there anymore. I know, cry me a river. Because what I would do, and what I've done in past playthroughs, was just make 25 of them in the crafting bench. So they took it out of there. But again, if you can search and you type in smart plating, you know that you're going to need these 2 resources. So you're going to need an assembler. So we just go ahead and make ourselves a nice assembler, 2 input. Remember, the constructor is a single input, the assembler is a double input, and the manufacturer is a 4 input. Now, this is what I call offline production. If you don't want to sit there and do it yourself, which you can't do, you got to go here and do smart plating, reinforced iron plates, do some offline production. That means if you have a bunch of that stuff, you can go ahead and basically just make yourself like this. Run these in here. Now, I have really fast belts here, so mine are going to be real fast. And then you take your reinforced iron plates and you throw them in this one, like this. And then they'll feed in there. And then you say, okay, what else do I need? I need some rotors. Okay, we'll take some rotors and I'll throw it in this one. So if you have a whole box full of that, and then turn that sucker on and let it rock and roll. And then you just run it right into your space elevator. And that sucker will just pump that in there all day long until it runs out of resource. Now, of course, you can also, if you already have these processes running, you could just run those processes into the back of these, right? You just run those babies right into the back of both of these. And then you're off and running, making yourself some smart plating. Now, if you can't make smart plating, if you go to your assembler and it doesn't show up right here, then that means you haven't unlocked it in your hub yet. So you can go back to your hub, figure out which one of those tiers has the smart plating, and then get the resources to unlock the smart plating, and then do what I just said to do. And there you go. You win. You are going to be all winning. So there you go, Hydra. Feel free to go make yourself a lot of smart plating, because remember, you can't make it in the thing. You have to have the machine to make it. They did change that. You can't just make it in the crafting thing anymore. So you do have to actually make it in the assembler itself. And I just do a lot of offline production. Like you can see my base over here. I use the ultimate combo of spaghetti, which is just running the lines like crazy. Gigantic mega builds you see out there. That one is really super tall. Also vertical stacking, where you are making one part able to feed into the next section, and so on and so forth. Like these ones here, the ones that are just solid square, those ones are feeding from the back or from the front. And then the ones over there are feeding from underneath into the center of the one up above, so that you never see those run lines unless you're really up close and you're in between the 2 sections. But other than that, I'm not running them on the outside just to keep it nice and clean so you don't have to look at them, which is pretty cool. Pretty awesome. So I hope that helps you. If that helps you, give me a thumbs up in the chat. You can definitely do some easy smart plating just like that. And again, everybody, we're going to come back to this. But again, got some IRL stuff I got to go take care of. I'd love to just sit here and finish this off, though. I feel like we should save again, just as a backup again. Save it again. Just make me feel comfortable there. So, yeah, that was pretty cool. We took the one from over there. We took all the other stuff out and then flipped it, put it over here at GG's. GG's, and now we got our perfect things that we can go ahead and run our hypertubes through the middle of our stations here. Over there and over here. And then, you know what? I'll have this pole. You know what I should do? Is I should clear the blueprinter like this to make this a lot easier on me. And then take this blueprint here. And let's see if it's going to let me move that down. Yeah, let me move it down. And then I should have rotated it. And then just reduce the size of the blueprint, meaning that I take it, I think it's supposed to go this way. Yeah, there we go. Bring it down. That might not actually make it part of the blueprint because I put it down. Now that I think about it. That's a good question. And then I'll put it right in the center. This. The other one did load back. Did we load it back up again? That's a good question. Hold on. Let's, before we do that, let's load this one back up again and see if that actually took hold. It sure did. Okay, so if you get too far below the blueprinter I found, it won't count as part of the blueprint itself. And that totally did. So that means that we can go ahead and do what I was just doing there. Which is to make it into its own easier blueprint. So when I want to put it on the backside of it, I can do it on the backside, or because I'm going to make the backside piece, I'll already have it ready. And if I don't fix it now, I won't have any clue as to how I did it in the first place. Whoa. Whoa. Did I save that? Did I save it like that? Apparently I did. Apparently I saved over that one. All right. Well, I'm glad I did. That was weird. Why did that one reappear there? Let's try it. Hypertube. It's MK3. MK3. Hypertube. Stand. Let's call it. Hypertube train stand. And then we'll put hypertube in there. Something like tube. Yeah, we'll do something like this. There we go. And this is red for trains. Like that. Stand. Yeah, see, I can't save the blueprint because it thinks it's not on the blueprinter. How to do that? Oh, the other one had a foundation. It already had a foundation in there. That's why it let me do it. Because I had a foundation in there, and it wasn't below the blueprinter. That's exactly why. Okay, let's do this again. So we'll just keep it up like it where it is, like it is now, and then each nudge it this way and get it in the center. That, put it there. Take out the thing at the bottom. Then it should let me, yes, say blueprint right there. MK3 hyper tube band. This is for running hyper tubes through your train stations. Perfect. Hyper. This. Red. Remember, everybody, I'm going to give you these blueprints, and then you don't have to spend 7 hours doing this. You can use mine and then make them even better, because I know you will. I know you'd make them even better. All right, there we go. So now we can just go ahead and use the hypertube stand like this anywhere we want. And in the world, you can also just put it down. But on the blueprinter, if you go below the blueprinter, it doesn't recognize it as an object. Seeing if I try to rebuild it, I may not be able to rebuild it exactly like that because it has that little gap. So I can't even remember how I got it to be offset like that. But I could go back and watch my VOD. I watch my own VOD because I record every stream, everybody. So again, if I forget, you guys can go back and figure it out. So there you go. There you go. All right, so that is awesome. All right, well, we'll come back and work on all that stuff later on. Let's go ahead and get this other one back onto here. You know what? I should take out this other temp line. It's always something to do. All right, blueprints, edit, remove the temp one. Okay, good. So we don't say, what is that one? I forget what it is next time. load this one. And then we come back next time. We will continue to work on it. Let's save. Crazy train fun. There we go. Right there. All right, everybody. Time for the Kismet Love Train. Kismet got IRL stuff to do today. I will be, well, let's go to the Love Train. I'll tell you. Let's go. All right, here's my normal schedule right over here, everybody. Again, I will be out on Wednesday, Thursday, and normally out on Friday. So I will be out for those days, but I will be back on Saturday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Going to be taking care of a bunch of IRL stuff, dealing with family things and stuff. And then I shall be back. So I appreciate you all coming in and hanging out. Again, we're going to be doing some team play on 7 Days to Die on Saturday. It's going to be next level epic, everybody. You do not want to miss that. You don't want to miss that one. And then I'm having the most incredible solo play as well. You don't want to miss that one either. And then might even do a bonus stream on Monday again because I'm just having so much fun in there. Then, of course, we'll be back on Tuesday also at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for some 7 Days to Die. For some Satisfactory. And then we'll try to get back to some Fallout 4 on the following Wednesday, a week from Wednesday, for the Rise of the Tycoon Empire as well. Now, again, all the stuff is on my social media. I'll let you know what's going on over there. If there's any change in plans, it'll be right over there. You can go ahead and pop on over to these links that you're going to see scrolling up right now. And you go over to youtube.com, unless you're already there, even easier. Hit that subscribe button. Go to youtube.com/KismetBP, or you can just follow that link right there in the chat. Super easy. Hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, leave me a comment. I read every single one. Thank you so much. I appreciate all that. Remember, the more you engage with that, everybody, the more you engage with the videos, the more guides and highlights and things like that inspires me to do, as well as the more giveaways and other stuff and other cool things that I can do here in the stream. Same thing with Twitter. Go over to twitter.com/KismetBP. Hit the follow button there. Check out the Discord. Check out the website. And especially check out patreon.com/Kismet, like all those awesome people right down there who help support not only the stream, but also videos, guides, highlights, and also get bonus loot from me, like my Satisfactory blueprints that you see me building here on the stream, which you can try in your next build as well. And I have blueprints of all different levels. So blueprints of level 1, Mark 1, Mark 2, and Mark 3 blueprints. And you can see we're really having some fun embellishing that as well. But that is the single greatest place to support the stream. So if you have enjoyed, you laughed, you cried, you had something, you said, oh, that's cool, I'm going to try that in my next run in any of the games that I play here, everybody, please consider becoming a Patreon supporter. Even $1 does make a difference, everybody. It absolutely does. And remember, it all goes right back into the stream. So I do appreciate everybody's support and love here in the stream. So you stayed all the way to the end, which is a brilliant thing to do, because now I'm going to give you a whole bunch of love in the forms of a bunch of Kiz Caps right over here for you guys to enjoy. There you go. There you go. Enjoy those Kiz Caps, everybody. Again, you can use them for future giveaways here in the stream. Now, that's it for me. Thanks all my sub love over here. Thanks, everybody, for supporting the stream. Appreciate you all coming in. And again, I will see you Saturday night for an epic night of gameplay with my team as we next level some 7 Days to Die. We'll see you then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching.